Hello, hello. Hello, Cod, Vector, Fuckmaster Duck, and welcome in, Seb. Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? I'm living the dream. Yeah, happy days. My favorite farmhand. And welcome in, Seb, as well for the first time. He has a badge. He's got the big old verified badge. I'm assuming you are a fellow Project Zomboid player. I'm assuming. But now, welcome on in. Good stuff. Hey, Fireclaw as well. Hello, hello. Me? Nah, fair play. How is the ocean? Let me open my window and have a look. Yep, it's still there. The end of the Bristol Channel, the Atlantic Ocean, is still doing its thing. It's still chilling out. You know, about 2 miles away. And you're watching this game, played about 200 hours. Oh, fair play, so you're like on the newer side, but you've played enough to know what's going on. No, fair enough. Well, I don't know if you've been lurking in the past, but what we're doing at the moment is what's referred to as a marathon run. So the idea is make the game moderately or quite difficult in terms of like zombie pop and loot and all that good stuff. Make our character very weak at the beginning and very vulnerable, and then we're gonna survive for as long as possible and get the highest possible kill count while also maxing all of our skills out. So it's a multi-year run, and at the moment we're on 1 year, 6 days, 13 hours, and we've done 120,000. But today I'm gonna try and go for 10,000 in this stream. I'm gonna try and bump it up to 130 kills. Aren't you a lamprey? What are you doing out of water? I'm the elevated lamprey. I am 1,600 lampreys kind of like condensed into a giant trench coat. Yes, join the hive mind. It's 4 AM in your country, let you sleep. Go to sleep, Nashu. I'll be here when you wake up. Long streams this week. Concentrate, I must. Right. That's all good. So I need sleep, I need food. Let's wait for that one to die down a little bit. I still have weapons. And I need to do some fishing in the morning. Hey, Tiny as well. Hello, hello. Grind more at the mall. Yeast, yes, I know. Yeast for me and not for thee. We will make a birthday cake. I can't believe we didn't have any yeast yesterday for our 1 year anniversary. Shame. Shame on me. 10,000 in one stream. That'll be interesting. Oh, you'll see it in a minute. It's hilarious. Hello, Debo as well. But, yeah, where we are currently. So we started in West Point. We spawned here. And, we're doing times 16 pop. So times 16 is just the population multiplier, so that's as high as you can set it. So there's about 4.6 million zombies on the entire map. So we had to leave town immediately and live out here, and then we slowly worked our way back into town. And we've wiped out pretty much the entirety of West Point, so that was about 60,000 kills. And then we made our way out and we wiped out Valley Station as well. So that bumped us up to about, I think 80 or 90,000. And then since then, we're fighting down here and trying to make our way out to the mall to wipe this one out. And then eventually we'll go to Valley Station. Valley Station, Louisville. Up north. The issue is, because we're also running pinpoint hearing, everything that can make sound in the game is significantly louder. So because we were driving our car to and from Valley Station for like a few months, I've been driving up and down this highway the entire time. Everything in this area could hear me. So everything over here has been slowly making their way out to this area. So the issue is we have like 50,000 zombies plus stuck on this river bank over here, and they're all trying to find a way over here, so we can't cross the bridge because it's... My FPS literally drops from 60 down to about 10 if I get remotely close to this area. It's great. Oh yeah, Twist is on 155,000, I think, at the moment. Yeah. We're doing a bit of a mirror match at the moment. Like, he's copied all my settings and stuff, so our games are almost identical, but he's ahead of me at the moment. He's about 35,000 kills ahead, and I think he's about a month or two ahead as well. So I got a bit of catching up to do. Right. Let's have you get some sleep, and then we'll go and do some... I'll warm up in the morning. Let's make sure my alarm is correct. Appreciate the follow as well, Zach. Happy days. And nice, my counter works. I changed my counter as well yesterday, so the helicopters and all that stuff, it's all automatic now. And it should update my counter automatically, which is fantastic. That's gonna save me a bit of headache. Yeah, River is pre-Armageddon. Yeah, it is. It's horrible. The dead zone, exactly. 100. He's on 160 now. God damn, he's fast. I need to catch up. I slowed myself down a bit because I've been leveling my other weapon skills and such, but I need to catch up. I've been very slow. But I'll catch up eventually. Same location, yeah, 3-4 in-game months. Yeah, it takes so long to work through it all. Because he should be pretty much done now, I reckon. Like, he's been at that location for so long now, he shouldn't have to kill many more to get past them all and make his way up to the military checkpoint. He should be pretty much done. There's nothing else in that area, so... Unless he's pulling, like, he's accidentally pulling zombies from the outskirts of the map, because we're both doing pinpoint hearing, so that's a possibility. And unless that's happening, he should be pretty much finished. South side of Louisville. No, they won't make their way down from up there. There's no way for them to get around. So, Louisville has a cheeky fence that runs... whereabouts? I'm trying to remember where the fence actually starts now. It's more or less about here. It runs along, goes up north a little bit, and then runs along east. It goes all the way down over here, like just south of this area. So anything north of like this line here, really, nothing up here can make their way south down towards the mall. The fence does end at the map border, where the map border used to end over here. But there are no zombies that spawn in this area, so they won't be in range to hear him. So I don't reckon he's fighting any zombies from the north. But there are like a tremendous amount that spawn out in this area, but I think they're too far away. Honestly, I don't think they're in range. I'm doing homework and hearing you. At 4 AM? No. Nash, go to sleep. Go to bed. Get that sleep. Love to play Dr. Mask. Hey, good stuff. If you want to have it in your game, it's part of Dylan's craftable headgear mod. He was nice enough to include my own mask. Yeah. So if you want to make your own one, It's part of his mod, and it's I like it 'cause it doesn't change gameplay. It's like purely cosmetic. It doesn't have any like it's not one of those mods that like adds ridiculous stats to clothing, like it's 100% bite protection and stuff like that. It's literally just cosmetic, which is it's beautiful. So let me just get away from the rotten fish, because I don't want you to be using those. Will you get tired of fish? Never. The fish know what they did. Perpetual torment. I'm gonna eat every fish that exists. When I said we're gonna kill everything on the map, I meant everything. Kill all the trees, kill all the fish, everything has to die. Appreciate the sub as well, Marcy. Happy days. That'll be a helicopter in a moment. And you are number 200 as well. That is the 200th helicopter we've had in this game. Zombie spawning at the map edge in mass. I think it could be a potential location. The other town. Yeah, I mean, they're adding a few different locations. I'd be surprised if they never add anything out there. Because they had like extended the map in every direction slightly, so you can see very clearly where the map used to end. So it is quite a large addition. But they're building new Ekron out here, so that's where Ekron is, because everyone calls this one Ekron, but that's actually Lake Phallus. So Ekron's gonna be here. They're building a town about here as well. Like there's a bunch of roads and a highway down in that area. They built a fort over here, like a Civil War fort. And they'll probably end up building like a small town out here as well. Maybe like just like a small hamlet or something. But I'd be surprised if they don't add anything like along the south edge down here. And down in the southeast corner. Because it's such a large amount of room, they're bound to add something at some point. But, yeah, who knows? Who knows what they're planning for those areas. But they normally base it on real life. Like, this is like a real location in real life, so they'll probably draw inspiration from whatever it is. So if you are curious, just have a look at Muldra on Google Maps and just have a look around the area. They'll give you a rough idea of what they might add. Collect all the hats. Yeah, we have to have all the hats as well, every hat. I'm sorry about the heli. Oh no, you're fine. This area is pretty quiet where we are at the moment. Restless sleeper in real life. Well, that's a mood. Lake Phallus. Oh, Phallus is great. Yeah. Anytime we build an outpost out there, it always becomes the Phallus Palace. Unfortunately, the map editor is not that user-friendly. I'd like to expand the map. Yeah, it would be really cool, because there are quite a few, like, dedicated map makers out there, and their maps are fantastic. Like, Big Zombie Monkey makes some good maps, and Plenty T and Dylan as well, they make good maps. So they've made things like Blackwood, Monmouth, what's the other one? Pit Stop. I know they've made like a bunch of other ones, but they make really good maps. It'd be cool if they could like extend the map even further. Like overhaul the entire thing. Let's go to the mall today. Are you out? Did you finally get to the mall, Twist? We were literally just talking about you, and I was like, he's gotta be there. Like, you're over at like close to 160 now. He's like, he's gotta be at the mall by now. Like, Like, there can't be that many more in his way. Like, you've literally killed everything. No, good stuff, though. Alright, I'll just let those ones cook. And then we'll go get some more kills. Project Zombie is actually just what Kentucky is in real life. I don't know if you remember weeks ago about Project Zomboid Project I was making. New integration mod for PC Streamer. I vaguely remember someone mentioning it, and I'm assuming that was you then. Yeah, that was a while ago. How's that going? And welcome in Only as well. Only Bato. Hello, hello. Generator exploded. Well, that solves a bigger problem for you then. Hoping you didn't lose too many kills. Hoping you didn't lose too many of them in a fire. Right, but yeah, let's go back out to the river and start killing again. Project is finished and public for everyone. So what is the mod exactly? You have to jog my memories. It was a little while ago now. What was the mod you were working on? Like, what form of integration were you doing? Let's viewers play an avatar to Twitch chat. They can do things. They can send their avatar into raids. I'll have to have a look at it. I don't really get it. Like, from that little description, I don't really understand it. I'll have to have a look at your mod. What's it called? What's the name of it on the workshop? So I'll have a look at that later. So I'm always on the hunt for new integration. But yeah, before I carry on though, let me get Twist a quick little shout out as always, because if you haven't seen Twist before, shame on you. Definitely go check him out. Someone else who's doing pretty much the exact same thing that we're currently doing. It's, if you want to see, like, what our game is going to look like in a couple of weeks, it's basically a time travel machine. It's fantastic. If you want to see where we will be and what we'll be doing, literally just go have a look at Twist. He's literally just 2 months ahead of us, and we've done exactly the same thing. So, where he is currently, that's where I'll be in, like, a week or two in real life. I'm a little bit behind at the moment. It's on the workshop, we'll need another installation with GitHub project. Okay. Lua doesn't do everything. Fair enough. No worries. Just published. Oh, you just published. Try to give it low visibility. I mean, feel free to post, like, whatever the link is to the mod. Feel free to post it on the Discord. I have a little section for, like, self-promotion for, like, random things. And Hugo posts links to his mods on there all the time. So he makes little things every now and then. There's not that many of you. Too far. Oh, okay, so it wasn't made in English, so you're still translating things. Oh, fair enough. Nah, that's all fair. But, you know, I'll definitely have a look at it if you post the link. It's always fun to have the integration on, because at the moment the only one we are using is the expanded helicopter mod. And there should be a few more left by my car. We'll have a quick rest and then we'll finish off the last of them. Yeah, it's not that many. Some more which can help the stream, but yeah, it's always fun to find new things like that. Let's get rid of those last few, and then we'll drive on a little bit further down. So I can let my character rest while we drive. And we'll leave the car here as well. We're very close to the danger zone. For those of you who haven't seen it yet, the second we cross over that threshold on the map, that's where my FPS goes to shit. That is almost exactly 200 tiles away from the riverbank, and that's when it spawns all the zombies in. And they just absolutely fucking rinse your performance. You just drop immediately from 60 FPS down to like 20 at the very most. It's not a good time. Catch you later, Nashor. Get all the sleep. I will see you in 6 to 8 hours. So I should have a little group forming for me down there. Let's have one more quick rest before I grab the whole group. Just so I'm in tip-top condition. Golden. god, you guys need to leave me alone so I can go down to the car and grab a group from there. Alright, you can play catch up. Let me go down to the vehicle. Yes. I want to grab a little group from here to start with. Yeah, let's get that food in me as well. Keep my weight going up. Next. I'd like to get that back up to 84 kilos today, also. Post the link in the Discord. Hey, good stuff. I'll have a gander at that one later. I'll have a little read through, see what everything does, and see how it works. Yeah, no worries. Appreciate that. Golden. Less bugs on PC. Yeah. Nice way to fight the plague. It is. We will use the old ways. I feel like there were two people, like, at the end of this apocalyptic event. They were in a room together. One was wearing a lab coat, and one was wearing just a plaque shirt with denim jeans. The guy in the lab coat was saying, like, it's okay. You give me 2 to 3 years, and I can whip up a cure, get some antibodies, and we'll be good to go. We'll be immune. And meanwhile, the Chad wearing the denim and the plaque shirt is like, fuck that. Like... I ain't got time for that, you fucking nerd, as he sharpens a stick. Like, we will use the old ways. I can't get infected, there's nothing left to bite me. The simple ways are the best. Surprised you can survive this long despite fighting so risky. Interesting to watch. Oh yeah, it looks a lot worse than it actually is when you see me like locking myself into the animation attacks and doing all this like weird stuff, but it's the same as any other game. Like once you know the timing for everything, you get that muscle memory where it's like, I know I can stab this guy and there's nothing that can kill me and stuff like that. You know when you're gonna have enough time and when something's dangerous and when it isn't. Got that ultra instinct for not dying. But no, it's good fun though. Appreciate the follow as well, Kellen. That's another jet. That's 202 jets and helicopters now. Yeah, welcome on in. Welcome in Matt as well. Pretty sure you were here yesterday. I think. Nice stream yesterday. TT. Yeah, the best PZ French streamer. TT? Tancred Terror. I recognize the name. I don't think I know them, though. Might have to have a cheeky gander. Yeah, welcome back as well, Premium. Hello, hello. Welcome back on in. And Crazy Cat Lady as well. Welcome in as well. Learning spears, except you will die to timing, it'll happen. Yeah, it's inevitable, like. The one thing you have to do with spears is you have to go through that, like, you know, that rite of passage. You have to fuck up the first time and lock yourself in the animation and then get killed by all the zombies who are behind you. Like, everyone does it at least once. Anyone who says they haven't, fucking liars. We've all done it. We're all idiots. It's one of those things that you gotta learn the hard way. But, yeah, once you know it's a thing and you know how the spear animation works, it's like, oh, it's fine. You know, it's quite... The spears have the biggest loading curve of all the weapons in the game, because it's the only weapon that really does that. However, it's not like a really steep loading curve. You can learn it within like an hour. It's, it doesn't take a lot to get used to it. He also drives like Twist. Oh, yeah, we've done a barrel roll, yeah. We drove down the highway at like 120 and we just whipped the handbrake out. And I was like, I wonder if I could roll my car over just by like pulling the handbrake. I was like, I wonder if I can do a barrel roll. And we did. We did a full barrel roll. We landed on our wheels and everything. Just of reliving my childhood and reliving all my memories of Star Fox. No, let me run off and have a rest. I didn't think there was that many left, but I'll run out of stamina before I kill them all. I'll ditch them here, and then we'll come back in a second for them. Yeah, that should be enough. Super end of the run. He died when he rolled his car over. Well, at least I could tell everyone then. Not even the zombies could kill me. I had to do it myself. Felt like fucking Thanos, like pulling on my fucking gauntlet. Fine. I'll do it myself. As I wrap my car around a fucking tree. Definitely not a little kid. We've already established this. I am a 15-year-old Korean girl. I just really like my cigarettes and my whiskey. Also, hello, alive. Hello, hello. Only drive with cruise control, never over 40. Yeah, like I do the same most of the time, but every now and then it's like, I don't know why, but my intrusive thoughts are winning today. As you take off the cruise control. It's like, and I just hold down the W key for longer than I should. Like, I wonder how fast I can get down this very narrow dirt road surrounded by dead bodies and trees. Voice is awesome. Hey, appreciate that. Alright, it's almost 7 o'clock, but I still have a little bit of time in this day to kill a few more. And there shouldn't be too many more around my car now either. You should be right here. Shouldn't be that much further. Let's have a quick rest before I grab the big group around my car, because there's always one more big group waiting. So I know I didn't grab the entire thing last time. Right, that'll do. Yeah, because I didn't park that far west of this. There he is. Alright, let me just grab all of you this time. I'll have to rest before I kill all of them. I won't have enough stamina for that, but it'll be fine. I'll ditch them in the trees when I need to. Yeah, let's have a quick rest. So yeah, let me ditch you around here, and then we'll come back in a second for you. So I'm not in too much of a rush. I have about two or 3 hours until I need to run off home. Oh, they're definitely in range. I should have gone a little bit further, to be fair. Yeah, let me just run a little bit further. That was a bit of a waste of time. Well, that should be far enough this time. Yeah, that's not nearly all of them. There's nowhere near. There was significantly more than that. They've got to be hiding further down. Yeah, it's not that many more. What is this? What in this game would make harder, if anything? What would make it harder? Making the zombies slightly faster. There's a mod for that, which is really good. That would make it like, it wouldn't make it tremendously harder, but it'd be enough to make quite a big difference. So there's a mod that makes the zombies shuffle just a fraction faster than what they currently do. So they don't become sprinters, they don't even run. But because they're slightly faster, it means that if your character ever gets to the point where they have excessive exertion and you can't physically run, they are faster than you. So it won't be like it is now where you, no matter how high this gets, it doesn't matter, because I can always outwalk them. Eventually, if you mess up to that degree with that mod active, they will kill you if your exertion gets too high. So that's a really good mod.
What the fuck was that?
coincidence that Djax has played with that mod. I've seen him do that one before. But, yeah, adding that, reducing the amount of food in the world, or at least lowering the quantity that you can get through renewable sources, so fishing and trapping and foraging, you know. Making all the water become tainted over time as well. Because at the moment, even once the water's been shut off, you always have water in the reservoir of the pipes and the toilets and things like that. So you have not an infinite, but you have a damn near infinite supply of water in your game. If you go to any building that you haven't been to before, there is always a sink. At least one that has clean drinking water.
You seem to understand.
It's like little things like that that alone don't make much of a difference, but collectively they could make the game quite challenging. So we've done runs like that in the past, where we just make everything super realistic, or just incredibly hard. It is good fun. But yeah, hello Duke as well. Hello, hello. And MP. Alright, let's see if I can get my car back or not. I've still got an hour. But I need to start making my way back home. Try and skip over the last of them now. Worst case scenario, I just have to run home, but it's not that far to run. Yeah, it's not that many of you. That should be all of them. And we'll come back out here tomorrow. Adding human NPCs. Just want to fuck your life. Yeah, that would be it. Adding NPCs is going to be quite interesting. They've made, there have been people who've made mods in the past with NPCs, so you've got, like, superb survivors and such. And it doesn't sound like it'd be super difficult to begin with. It's like, oh, it's fine, it's humans, you know. They might steal a little bit of my loot and get in my way, but that's fine, I can deal with that. But the second you give anything that has a ranged attack, and you put them in the game, that changes everything. You give a zombie a gun or a human a gun, it's like, oh, okay, that's interesting. You're telling me that I can't walk away from all of my problems in the game anymore? That's gonna be spicy. I wonder if you could calculate the finite water sources in the same way. I mean, you could. Like, you could get it really accurate if you really wanted. You could go literally through every building and add it up, because they always have the same amount of water. And all the... like, all the toilets are the same, all the bathtubs are the same, and all the sinks are the same as well. Like, to their respective items, like their respective faucets. And, you could just go on an average as well, you know. On average, like, how many toilets does one building have, and just go on the PZ map online and just add up all the buildings and just work out the average from there. But if you're in, like, one town like West Point, for example, there's enough water in that town to last you, like, well over a year. Like, so if you added up everything on the entire map, oh, you could survive, like, and, like, well, as long as you could ever really want to play the game for, honestly. You would never run out. Don't want this game to become RimWorld either, yeah. I'm a little bit over on my time, but that's okay. And my battery's dead in my flashlight, but that's fine. I can live with that. And I just can't lose. Golden. And I don't need to do any fishing, so I still have food, so we can ignore that. Let's make sure my weight is still climbing. The 2023 spear suit, yeah. We'll have a spear for every year, all the way back to Jesus. Right, so that's my weight done. Let me grab one large of these, and then we can head out then. A day of fog, but hopefully it won't be too thick. I'm not waiting for you. I will kill you another time. Yeah, the fog doesn't look like it's going to be too bad today. Hey, drunk. Hey, hey, hey. Welcome on back. How are you doing? All good? Glad to hear it. Mildly annoying when the weather doesn't work to the plans, yeah. Oh, this is not too bad, though. I can still see everything around me. It used to be a nightmare. On the last, like, long run we did 3 years. But on that one, we maxed out the difficulty for pretty much everything, and we added a bunch of mods to make it even harder. And one of the mods we added was Toxic Fog, which, sucks. So anytime there's fog like this, it was lethal, so it would slowly deal damage to my character, and I would die within, like, an hour. And the only, remedy for it was to wear a gas mask. But, because gas masks don't spawn naturally unless you find firefighters or survivor zombies. I think we went the first 8 months without a gas mask, so anytime it rained and anytime there was fog, I had to go and hide inside a building away from the fog. And it was like, it wastes so much of my time. I love that mod, it's really fun, but god, I'll never play with it again on a long run like this, because it was so fucking tedious. And sometimes the fog will, like, come around for like 3 days in a row. And all I could do is just hide in a room. Because the only way to survive it without a gas mask was to hide in a room that had all the doors and windows intact. And just wait it out, basically. But it's a really good mod. But yeah, Jesus, it gets a little bit boring after a while. Oh, yeah, there was another side effect as well, I just remembered it as well. Yeah, on top of also dying to the fog, you would also get sick. But it's not like the normal sickness where you can just, you know, go to a nice area or take some lemongrass and slowly cure yourself. It was a completely different system for sickness. So if you spend too much time in the fog, your character would become queasy and nauseous and sick and get a fever. But the only cure for it, that was to drink alcohol. But because we were playing on the worst loot setting, and we were using mods to make loot even rarer than normal, we had no alcohol. So every time there was fog, and I spent like a few seconds in the fog, I would get slightly more sick. And it was just like slowly adding up over time. Like a little ticking time bomb in the background. Slowly pushing me up towards dying. But no, it's a really good mod though, really well made. How much strength do we have now? I think we're still on level 8. I think. Yeah, we're halfway towards level 9. We're literally just over halfway to level 9. And we're just over halfway to level 8 fitness as well. So we're doing pretty good. But yeah, those last 3 levels for fitness and strength, they take quite a long time to slowly build up. You'll get 2 strength and 1 fitness every time you hit a zombie. And we normally kill, well, about 500 plus per day, so we're getting about 1,000 experience per day for strength, at the very least. So, at the very most, what am I currently on? 60,000. Yeah, so at the very most, it would take me about 4 months in game time to get that last little bit. But we should have it within like 2 or 3 months. We should be level 9. And then for fitness, it's like half the amount. It's one fitness per strike. So yeah, that's gonna take a while. Yeah, that's gonna take a little bit. Fitness is always notoriously slow. Should be all of them around here. And we shouldn't have that much longer until the fog disappears. Well, let's drive a little bit further in. And my character is getting quite hot now as well, so I need to start taking some of my clothing off. May need to take off my pants as well, maybe. I'll give him a minute though, I'll see if he like fully recovers or not. Just test the waters for a moment. Icy times, right, let me go have a quick rest. And I do need to take off some more clothing as well. Because, yeah, it's getting too hot now. It's getting to that part of the year where the temperature's so hot that it's going to make my character just get tired too quickly. So I'm losing, it doesn't sound like a lot, but every day I'm losing like 1 or 2 hours where my character's getting tired just a little bit too early. But it's because he's spending hours every day just burning up constantly. So yeah, let me get rid of the pants. And I'll get rid of everything, basically, just apart from the boots, which I may swap out for sneakers as well, because they have very high insulation. Commander mode, go brr. Exactly. The struggle for the gen mag is real. You just have to manifest it. Just think generator thoughts. If you were a generator mag, where would you be? Which shelf looks the most enticing? Yeah, there's not that many more down there. High school shop class, yeah. Nah, you'll find it, it'll turn up eventually. Riverside has quite a few good spots as well. To check for that one. If I was a generator, I would go, He's speaking the language of the gods. Fancy house area is a good spot. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking, if you really just want to go and find it as quickly as possible, the 2 best places that you can, well, 3 best places you can go are, you got the school down here, which has a library, more or less about here, on the ground floor. Then you've got the yacht club over here, which has a library about here, on the 2nd floor. And then you have the post office down over here, which has a big room on the ground floor, right here, that has a few books. And if you don't find it in any of those spots, then you can just go through the houses and check all the mailboxes and all the, like, most of the houses will have at least one shelf that will have, like, book spawns. But those are your options, really. And, worst case scenario, you could always head down to, Lake Phallus as well and check the bookstore, here. Because that's not too far away. Give your character a wash, he's filthy. No, it's natural armor. The slime and the blood will make my character harder to catch. Yeah, time waste. You know, those seconds that I spent washing my character, not min-maxed, not efficient, lost time, no net profit. I can't do it. It's not in the min-maxing handbook. Yeah, that should be good enough. And I'll leave the car here now, because I want to go on foot and have a look at the riverbank and see how bad it's looking. Let's go have a gander. Don't know about that one. Yeah, I don't think the country club has a library anywhere. There's a few houses down there. Oh yeah, just for the people who haven't seen it before, like fucking look at that frame rate. Yeah, 60 FPS. 35. You can tell when the zombies render in. Yeah, and then all the way down to like sub 30 if I go in the combat stance. Hilarious. But let's have a look at the river and see how bad it's looking. Spicy times. It's not as many as they were yesterday, but there'll be a few more coming. But yes, they do have the stupid. They can't really work out how to get across the bridge unless you actually get close enough to them and let them render in properly. Which is a godsend, honestly. Yeah, that should be enough across. And we'll lure them all back over here now as well. I'll set my car running. Yeah, we'll just stay on the other side of that marker. Let's go have a quick rest. Let's have a quick look. How many do I have? Yeah, it's not too many. I'll have a quick rest, though. And I'll finish them off in a moment. Probably overheating Quizzy. No, Quizzy doesn't have any effect on that. It's only when you get nauseous does that kick into effect. So, the higher your sickness goes, your food sickness, which is also corpse sickness, the higher your body temperature increase goes as well. But Quizzy shouldn't have any effect on that. It's only once you become nauseous and then sick and then have a fever. Those are the ones that are affected. But yeah, it's not something that's worth dealing with anyway. The amount of time that it would take to actually solve that problem, it would take longer than if I just bite the bullet and just take my small fatigue increase from being slightly too hot. Good stuff. After reaching all weapons to 10, 9 with short blades, you have to agree that spear's the best for. So far, build 41. Yeah, it's just better for killing in bulk. Like, they're all good and bad at different things, but purely for killing, like, the most zombies. It's like, oh, you can't argue against spears. They're just faster than everything else, and they're easier to get in bulk. So it's like, never gonna run out of the weapon. I can always make more. And they can just kill everything significantly faster. It's like, that's all. You've ticked all the right boxes for me. Loving the hammer and the hunting knife also. Yeah, hunting knives are my my second favorite. After the spears, they're fantastic. Because they just don't need to rest. We just keep on fighting indefinitely. If you have a high enough fitness level. Yeah, good stuff. Impressive. I like to imagine that every time I have like a small little flawless little group like that I don't make any mistakes on, my character can just hear golf clapping in the background. Like, oh yes, very good, very good. It's very impressive, sir, very impressive. Yeah, good stuff. I've heard it's best to find Nick at the start before I'm getting exhausted so fast. So it doesn't have any effect on your exhaustion. It does actually affect your fatigue, though, indirectly. So the way it works is your character has an ideal temperature they want to be at all times. So they want to be 37 degrees Celsius. So that's your core temperature, so this one right here. So you need to try and keep that as centered as possible. So the more that this goes to either one side, so if you become a little bit too cold or you become a little bit too hot, it affects the rate at which you gain fatigue, which is your, well, just to clarify for people who don't know, that's your tiredness, so when you need to go to sleep. And, so it doesn't change it dramatically, like, initially, but it's the difference between having, like, a day where you are awake for about 20 hours and a day where you're only awake for about 16. Like, it does take out a few hours where you just get tired a little bit early, and it does add up over the long term. So when you get to, like, this time of year, when the temperature's going, like, close to 30 degrees Celsius and it's getting, like, really hot, it is preferable to take off all your clothing if you're doing a lot of combat, because every time you swing your weapon, you're generating body temperature, which is pushing up your core temperature even further. And that just gets even worse if you're wearing a bunch of clothing that has quite a lot of insulation. So, even though I'm pretty much naked, my character is still overheating a little bit, just because of how much activity we're currently doing. And he is going to get tired a little bit early. So yeah, No Pants Gang is meta. Hey Andy. Myself and Rule have inspired you to play Time 16. Hey, good stuff. Join the Time 16 gang. We need more Time 16 players. Our numbers grow every day. You push hard. Still got West Point, the mall, and Louisville on your way. Oh, fair play. You'll find it fun. Like, you'll get into the groove of it. You'll really enjoy it, I think. But yeah, just gonna take those boots off as well, because the military boots, even though they're the desert variant, they're still quite high in insulation, so I'm gonna wear some sneakers instead, just to lower my insulation even further, because it is a very hot day, and yeah, I can't take my shoes off though, so I'll end up cutting my feet on the ground. Yeah, flip-flops. I never actually tried wearing flip-flops. I don't know how bad they are. I'll have to try them at some point, because they would have basically no insulation to them. I wonder if flip-flops are actually useful for, like, this type of, tactic. Yeah, just a few. I don't want too many of you. Just a few of you to come over. So yeah, they should stop crossing the bridge now. And let's pull them all down to this area. Didn't realize the bourbon bottle is the best in the game. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, yeah. That changed a while ago. Yes, it used to be the bleach bottle. The bleach one used to like hold a stupid amount of water and weigh basically nothing. Yeah, 12 water, 0.7 weight. Yeah. So the reason the bourbon bottle is the best in the game is because it has the best weight to water ratio. So if you were to, like, hold 1,000 units of water, or, you know, have 1,000 bottles of water, the bourbon bottles would weigh the least, but hold the most, so they have a really good ratio. And it's not super important, but another little benefit is it's also glass, so unlike a regular water bottle, if you run out of water in your bourbon bottle, but you find, like, you know, a puddle of water on the ground, or a lake, you can fill it up with tainted water and then boil it. You don't have to get, like, a cooking pot or anything. You can just boil it directly from that bottle. But you can only do that with glass and ceramic. You can technically do it with plastic bottles, but you can only do it with a microwave, of all things. You can't do it over an oven or a campfire. have a quick rest, and then we're good to go again. Yeah, Bleach Walk and Hold 20. Yeah, so... it's the same with most things in the game. It depends on what you want to prioritize. Like, if you want to have one container that holds the most water, then something like a... fuck, what would be the most? Like, a cooking pot or something would be your best choice. But the water-to-weight ratio is terrible. So if you had, like, if you took all the water you had in a cooking pot and you just poured it all into, like, multiple bourbon bottles, you could have the same water, but it would weigh significantly less. Because if I went through all the containers you can get in the game, and I think the order was bourbon bottle, beer bottle, water and orange bottles, wine bottles, and then everything under that is just dog shit. Like, anything, like, less than the wine bottles, and you might as well just not have a water container. Because the water-to-weight ratio is just absurd. It's not worth doing. Avoid water bottles. No, water bottles are like the third best choice. But you won't be able to boil water in them. But that's only like a minor thing, you know. It's only like a small luxury of life thing, having access to that. But no. The top three are bourbon, then beer bottles, and then water bottles. Water and orange bottles, but they're the same thing. They're just... they're technically different items, but they have exactly the same stats. One of those zombies has an alarm. He's just very punctual. He knows that he has to be on this road at a certain time. As per our arrangement. Yeah. I've got a few hours left though, so let's kill a few more. Yeah, this has been a very good day of killing. There should be a few more crossing the bridge now. I love the music. Very fitting for a post-apocalyptic environment. We have to keep spirits high so he doesn't lose the will to live. Yeah, it's not too many of you. Just gotta be careful that I don't grab too many of them at once now, 'cause it is almost time to start heading back home. No, let me have a quick rest and I'll finish them off. And we have 2 hours left as well, so we're not in a rush. Fantastic. Last 2 spears. Should be enough to finish them off. So normal spear or one with a knife? Just normal spears, yeah. Just regular crafted spears. The ones with knives aren't really worth making, and they're not completely renewable either. Say, even if you can find, like, even if you make the spear and you find enough knives, you still have to use duct tape or twine to attach them to one another. So eventually you'll run out of that stuff. And you can technically find more through foraging, but you'll never find enough to be like... You'll never be able to sustain it long term. Let's grab the last of you then. Yeah, 'cause there's not that many more. Fantastic. Pretty sure that was another machete. Oh, that's okay. A sacrifice to the road gods. They can take that machete and keep him. Hey, sarcastic. How's your day going? Yeah, it's all good. Nice and chilled out. Chilling and killing as always. Still slowly making our way down to the mall. And clearing out all of the zombies on the other side of the bridge. I might be slightly pissed off. No half measures, sarcastic. Fully commit. Don't be slightly pissed off, be completely pissed off. Fully commit to the mood. You're playing Ghost Recon Wildlands on Ghost mode, which is the hardest difficulty. Oh, and you're doing a permadeath run as well. Fair. So I haven't played Ghost Recon in years. I can't remember what the last one I played was called. Yeah, once you die, you restart the entire campaign. Yeah, that's gotta hurt. Died 8 times so far. So that sounds like a fun challenge. It sounds like the same thing you get people doing on Dark Souls, where they're like, I'm gonna play Dark Souls, but I'm gonna complete the game without getting hit once. And then you had that one mad lad who was like, well, I'm gonna do that, except I'm gonna do it for every single Dark Souls game. And I'm gonna do it all back to back. And it's like, what? No, you're not. And he fucking did it. There's a guy who did, like, all of the Dark Souls games back to back, in order, without getting hit a single time. On any of them. Like, if he got, like, there was one time he did it, and right at the end, he was literally at the very end on the last game with the last boss, and he got hit. It's like, fuck. That must have been painful. Happy Hob is the go. Oh, yeah, I couldn't do that. That would drive me insane. Like, Project Zomboid is like one mistake and it's over, but it's like, fuck. You don't have to be perfectly timed like you have to be in Dark Souls, you know? It's a lot harder to make a mistake when you know what you're doing in this game as it is in that one. I couldn't do what he did. That's insane. You can't play, yeah, you can't die in Dark Souls if you never play. Big brain moves. The one playing Guitar Hero. Oh, well, there's a guy who did it playing with a banana. Like, literally a banana. Like, he hooked up a bunch of little wires to a banana and he beat Dark Souls. And it's like, fuck. How dare you raise the bar that high, sir? Some of us can't reach. Kill 3 cartel heads almost every time and die on the fucking escort missions, of course. You can tell when you watch his streams the effect it's had on his sanity, I can imagine. Yeah, I'm just coming back here because I need to refuel this one. Need to get him filled up with fuel. I want to grab a few more spears from this house as well. And I also want to check my crops, because I haven't been back here for a week or two. Want to make sure my crops are still growing fine. And make sure my generator is not going to explode. Oh, well, the generators ran out of fuel anyways. Oh, hello. Over we go. Yeah, the generator's out of fuel because all the lights are off anyway, so that's fine. Yep, you're all young. And they're all seed-bearing. Yep, good stuff. Let's harvest all of these really quickly then. And I should get a... Yeah, I should get to level 7 farming. I was a bit late for these ones. That's okay, though. So we're only growing them, for the farming experience. I don't really care about using them or eating them. Really good stuff. Oh, carrots. Oh, good stuff. So let me get some sleep. I need to change my alarm as well, because I am way over my normal time. What do different farming levels do? They give you more information. So, when you're level 0, you can obviously see what the crop is. When you get all the way up to level 10, you can see what the crop is, how hydrated it is. I think my game just crashed. Yeah, not responsive. I'll give you that a second. But yeah, you can see basically all the information. So if it's got disease, if it has disease, what type of disease it is, how far along has the disease progressed, how much water does the current plant have, what stage is it in, and, you know, like how many stages there are in total as well. But, yeah, please don't crash. That's going to be a pain. Let me reboot my game. That's going to be a bit of a pain. But it is 6:30 in the morning, so I shouldn't lose that much progress. Because the game, like, has an auto-save thing where it kind of, like, it'll save the world, like, once a day, but your character is constantly saved. So if your game crashes like that, when you reload it, your character will be wherever the game crashed. However, the world will go back to the previous save, which will normally be about 4 in the morning. So if your game crashes and you're in the middle of, like, a city, sometimes you'll spawn back in and you'll be surrounded by zombies, because those zombies were there at 4 in the morning, which is always fun. But hopefully, we don't lose that much progress. Yep, I woke up 2 in the morning. But yeah, didn't lose any progress though, so that's fine. Everything should be as it was when the game crashed. Are you gonna crash again? It fucking crashed again. Why are you struggling so much? I'm literally not near anything. I'm in West Point, there's no one here. Why are you struggling so much to fucking load? Fuck's sake, let me reboot that one again. Alright. Third time's the charm. Don't crash. Just wake up. And everything will be hunky-dory. God, why is that flickering as well? Hopefully my game hasn't died, hopefully. Well, this is fun. Oh, please don't make me use a backup save. I don't want to have to fix this. There we go. Yeah, what the fuck was that about? Like, we're literally... Why is my frame rate gone to shit as well? Like, literally nothing... There's nothing out here to load. I don't know. It's a bit bizarre. That had me worried for a moment then. Yeah, trying to put some 3D items in containers. Oh, even that won't solve it. It helps a little bit, but if you have like thousands of items in containers, when that container gets loaded in, like when it's in like range of your character, your frame rate drops because the game is trying to like work out what the fuck's supposed to be in that box. I've tried testing it in the past, it's quite funny. But yeah, I think, yeah, 8 days to, yeah, I think we're all on the right time and everything. I don't think we lost any progress. I'll take all of those with me. Yeah, let's head back out towards the mall again, and I'll refuel my car as well on the way back. Using a mod for a 9,000 capacity container wasn't a good experience, I can imagine. Right, and off we go. And it's 8 AM, so we haven't really lost any time either. We're only gonna be like an hour late. PZ is having a bit of a skill issue. It does look like that, yeah. My PZ is like fucking gasping for air right now. And just holding its head under until the bubbles stop. Good night, sweet prince. Just let it happen, okay? Why's your generator off? Because there's no point leaving it running. Like, I only need it to power the gas station when I'm there. There's no point leaving it running 24/7, because when like, if I leave it running constantly, when I go back there in the future to refuel my car, the generator will either be completely broken or will be out of fuel. So, I'll be there with a generator that won't turn on at a gas station with no way to get fuel from the pumps. So, I only turn it on when I actually fill my car. One of the house freezer was off. Oh yeah, it is off. Yeah, that one's out of fuel. It's because I've been gone for so long. So the generator will either be completely broken or it'll be out of fuel. But odds are it'll be out of fuel. But I'm not using that base at the moment, so I have no need to refuel it or turn the Jenny back on over there. And the game's struggling to load in the bodies as well. Seeing as I had to relaunch my game. Sad days. Do they despawn in 3 days? No, they despawn in 9 days. That's the default time. You do get a lot of people who change that, like a lot of streamers who change it from like 9 days to 1 or 2 or 3 days. So they despawn very quickly. I really should do that in my game as well. I choose not to though. Not to be fair. I'll leave you running. But I don't do it myself because I don't like lowering the difficulty. And it's not like a huge thing, but corpse sickness does play a role in making my game a little bit harder. So if the bodies were going to despawn quite quickly, my character would never get queasy or nauseous or sick. So that's the only reason I don't do that myself, but it's only like a small thing. And the dead bodies don't really affect performance too much either. It seems to be fine. Right, but let's go let some zombies cross the bridge again. Let's get close enough so they can work out how to get over that hump. Let's drag a big number over. Yeah, let's head back to the car now and just kind of like close it off. And to be fair, I need to park my car a little bit closer to that point there as well. Just back him up a little bit. They should all make their way out to this area now. And we should be able to cross the 122,000 mark in a moment. Well, this game day, that is. Right, and there should be a nice little group waiting by my car now as well. Fantastic. Yeah, it's not too many. Good stuff. It's quite a good little setup that we have at the moment, actually. It's working out quite well. Where I can just kind of... well, not pick exactly how many, but kind of just turn the tap on a little bit and let a few of them pour across the bridge and then turn it off and stop them from crossing again by being just out of range. I think that works out quite well. Hold on. Have another rest. Never knew. Is it better to sit on the ground and click rest on furniture, not just click rest while standing? I mean, if you're standing, you won't you won't recover your stamina as quickly. So there are multiple ways to rest in the game. And in order, it's walking, standing still, resting on furniture, sitting on the ground, resting on furniture, and then sleeping. Like, those are, like, from the worst to the best methods to regain stamina quickly. So, this is faster than this. So, it's just a little thing. But I always click rest after I sit down just to make sure that I am getting all the benefits from it. Just that cheeky little bit of paranoia. But yeah, it's about 25% faster, more or less. Well, it's about 25% faster than just sitting on the ground without furniture. It is quite a lot faster than just standing and resting. Hey, premium. All the tunes. Thought it was a lack of animation. Yeah, like, I'm assuming they don't have... Well, they haven't planned on doing the animations because they're working on, like, actual gameplay stuff at the moment. Like, having an animation to actually sit on the chair would be nice, but it's like... It won't change gameplay, like, so it's not super important. It's like adding more cosmetics to the game. It's like, it'd be cool and I want them, but I'd rather they work on things that are actually going to change how I play the game. They probably will do it, because I mean, if you sit on the ground and you rest on something, they do have an animation for it, so I'm assuming it's just a stand-in. Until they get around to it. So if I sit on the ground like this now, as soon as I start resting, it's a different animation. Like, I don't understand why, but it does have a separate animation when you're sitting and resting. So, I've always assumed that that was intended. It's not a glitch or a bug or anything. But Yeah. I don't know when they plan on doing the animations for, like, that type of stuff, though, but they'll get around to it sooner or later, I'm sure. Because, I mean, there are already mods that do that. They don't work 100% of the time, but there are mods that have that in the game. So I'm sure it wouldn't take them too long to actually implement if they really, really cared about doing, like, that type of stuff. Yeah, it's a good thing there's no chance to, like, percentage chance to trip over corpses. Oh god, if they ever added that, I would just stop playing on high pops. It would make the game so tedious and so unfun playing in a manner like this. Because you'd have to micromanage how, like, what position you kill the zombie. You'd have to do it so you kill them in, like, perfect one-tile strips to maximize the amount of, like, space that you utilize on the road before you have to wait for all the dead bodies to despawn. It would be so unfun. Yeah, I hope they never add that into the game. Don't really have thought it. Nice. If they ever did add something like that into the game, I would download the first mod or toggle the setting off in Sandbox immediately. Like, I like high difficulty, but it gets to a point where it's like, you're not really making it significantly harder, you're just making everything take a lot longer. It's a bit like doing times 16 pop. Times 16 isn't that much harder than, say, doing times 8. Like, it's pretty much the exact same thing, it's just clearing out towns just takes significantly longer. And it'd be the same with, like, giving the character a chance to trip over dead bodies. Like, you wouldn't be making the game significantly harder, you're just forcing me to, like, micromanage the position I would have to kill the zombies in. And it's like, oh, so you're just making the job of killing them take a little bit longer now. Yeah, like, if you did something like sprint chance, like, you can sprint into trees and stuff and trip over, like, that would make sense. But I'm afraid that would be, like, a redundant mechanic, because, like, how often do you actually see people sprinting outside of, like, a sprinter game? Like... Just joined. What feature were we talking about? We were talking about a hypothetical, like, you know, if the devs ever decided to add a chance for your character to like trip over when you're walking over dead bodies like this. Like, every time you walk over a dead body, if there's like a 0.1% chance that your character will stumble. I was just saying that they would make the game incredibly unfun if they ever implemented something like that. Good stuff. So if you panic, things go bad. Yeah, I mean, maybe with jogging, maybe. Like, I would still have, like, personally, I would still keep, like, part of the road clear, or have an area that I could run away from the zombies in the area. Yeah, that would have no bodies. So I had, like, a safety net on standby. But, yeah, maybe. Like, if you were jogging over the bodies like this, perhaps. So, I mean, you can already outwalk the zombies normally, so there's not really too much pressure to jog in areas like this, unless you allow yourself to get completely surrounded. So, yeah, maybe that could work. It'd be so annoying, though, like, dying to, like, that level of RNG. Like, it would still be a skill issue, you know, if it was, like, public knowledge and everyone knew that game mechanic existed, so it would be a skill issue if you died that way, but it would be so fucking annoying. You set the body to despawn, like one game an hour, yeah. Like, people would just circumvent it, 'cause it just... It's one of those things where it's like, we want to make the game harder, but you don't want to cross that threshold where it's no longer a game, you know? It's like turning, like... It's like those flight simulator games and stuff like that. It's like, it gets to a point where it's no longer a video game when you're just playing a simulator. And it's like, some people are into that. But for a game that punishes you for a single mistake and takes hundreds of hours to get, like, really good runs going like this, it's like... I wouldn't want to put that much of my time on the line for, to have it all, like, snatched away for RNG, you know? It'd be like having a mod that gives my character a brain hemorrhage randomly in the future. Like, every day that passes, there's a 0.001% chance my character just dies on the spot from a stroke. It's like, oh, would it be funny for the first time? Absolutely. Would I ever play it again? No. It'd be similar to that. It wouldn't, I think it would suck all the fun out of it. As annoying as food poisoning death. Oh yeah, imagine if you could kill your character by just not preparing food correctly. Like, even if you did everything right, there was always a small chance. Like, a bit like RimWorld. Like, where, you'll have a pawn who cooks a meal, but there's always a small chance that they'll give them food poisoning. Even if they are, like, a very high level. That'd be very annoying. Appreciate the followers, oh Gloomy. Welcome on in. Makes it less painful. I don't know, you can make an argument that it makes it more difficult. It's just... It's like... If you add game mechanics like that in, it's like, is it more difficult? Like, technically, yeah. It is harder, just objectively. But... It would just be less fun, you know? It's like, it's not always the case, but it's a bit like... It's just changing, like, what the game is built around, I think. So you'd be changing it from being, like, your typical hardcore survival game that's based on, you know, decision-making and game knowledge, and you'd be changing it so that the only people who have successful runs would be people who have the most patience, you know? It's... You'd be sucking a lot of the skill out of the game and just kind of, like, gatekeeping it with people who just play the game full-time. Those would be the only people who would have, like, really good runs going. It's the same thing with, like, doing the x16 pod. Like, it's not like other people aren't capable of doing runs like this. There's plenty of people who could do runs of this caliber. But it takes too long. So it's kind of, like, got a bit of a prerequisite that if you want to play a game like this, you have to be able to have, like, several hundred spare hours minimum to, like, throw into a game like this. And it'd be similar to that, I think. Need to have no life. Basically, yeah. You either have to have absolutely no social life, or it has to be your job. Like, I stream full-time. Like, this is my job. This is my 9 to 5 currently. Even from the German community, it'd be nice that characters trip over corpses. I fucking hate that. I hate the idea of it. I wholeheartedly believe it would just siphon all of the fun out of the game for, like, runs like this. Like, I don't want to micromanage the position I kill the zombies in. That's becoming too tedious. Yeah. Wishing a mod for it. I mean, probably someone could make a mod for that quite quickly. Pretty sure it already exists. Probably. But no, regardless anyway, even if the devs ever added something like that in, they're normally really good with the sandbox settings anyway, so... Like, I don't like the idea of it, and I could piss and moan until, like, the end of time that I think it's a really bad idea to have in the base game. But they'd probably put it in a sandbox option so you could toggle it on and off anyway. So I'd have a solution for myself, at least. Even if it became the norm, I would have an option personally to turn it off if I wanted to, which I would do. So it's like, oh, you can't complain about it. If they ever add it in, can't moan about it too much, because there's always a solution to the problem. Yeah, we're all clear down here. What are we talking about? We're just talking about, like, hypotheticals for, like... if there was ever a chance for your character to trip over zombie bodies. So I'm against the idea of it. I think it would be really boring. I think it would suck a lot of the fun out of doing runs like this, because you'd have to micromanage, like, the smallest little things with combat. So it would no longer be about, you know, making the right character, choosing the right weapons, staying alive and just killing the zombies. You'd have to do all of that, but then you'd have to kill the zombies in specific positions to maximize your killing potential. Because if you do what I'm doing now, I'd have to abandon this road for at least 9 days, because all these bodies are going to trip me over if that was the case. So I wouldn't be able to come down here. So I'd be able to do, like, if I played like this, I could do maybe 1 or 2 days of killing, and then I'd have to leave. Unless I would want to micromanage, and I would have to kill zombies in, like, perfect one-tile strips to maximize. And even then, I'd only be able to do, like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. About 6 days of killing. And then I'd have to wait for them to despawn before I could come back and do it again. It seems like a lot of effort, personally. Why is the character naked? Min-maxing my temperature, because it's getting a little bit too hot at the moment, so my character's overheating constantly. And by overheating, he's getting tired quicker, so I need to strip him down so he doesn't get tired as early. Yeah, good stuff. Imagine the bodies had more volume. Oh, if they stacked up, yeah. Accidentally make a wall of bodies and block the road. Next hypothetical. Should corpses cause cars to slide? I think so. Yeah, that's completely different. Yeah. Like, having bodies actually affect how the vehicle handles. Because at the moment, it's a bit scuffed. Like, I don't think it was by design. The physics just don't agree with the dead bodies and the vehicles. They don't get along, which is why your car can roll over if you do, like, 30 miles per hour. Driving in a straight line. But, no, causing the car to, like, lose traction or damage the tires if you were driving over dead bodies. I think that's a great idea. Because that one wouldn't kill your character directly. Like, that's the difference between it. Like, if my car would have terrible handling and it would damage the car by driving over so many dead bodies, that's fine, because my character's not going to have any direct harm inflicted upon him with that. But tripping on dead bodies if you had that one moment of bad luck where your character stumbles over a single dead body, that's it, it's game over. If you're playing like this. Like, if my character tripped over for like a second, he's dead. There's too many... There'll be too many zombies, like, right next to me if I'm fighting like this. So yeah, I'm very much against anything that's purely RNG that has the potential to kill my character instantly. That doesn't sound fun. Guy doesn't take damage by passing over corpses. No, that's one of those rumors that you get from Reddit, because Reddit's gonna do Reddit. No, vehicles don't... well, the tires don't take damage by driving over dead bodies. That's not a thing. They take damage if you drive off-road. I think it's anything... It's either 5 or 10 miles per hour, I think it is. But yeah, anything over that speed, if you drive off-road, you'll damage the tires significantly faster than if you were just driving on the road normally. Yeah, like Vecht says, the driving over the dead bodies just kind of like fucks with the car physics, so your if you drive at 25 miles per hour or anything over that, if you're driving in a perfectly straight line, that is, doing anything 25 or over, your car has a chance at like flipping over. I'm pretty sure it's not by design. If it is, it's a bit of a weird one. It just, the dead bodies don't agree with the vehicles in terms of physics. But yeah, if you do anything over that, it's a bit of a bad time. And then anything slower than that, you can still roll your car over. Like, I've rolled my car over as slow as like 5 or 10 miles per hour in the past, but that's because I was driving over the dead bodies, but I was also turning my vehicle as well. Appreciate the follow as well, Jax. Welcome on in.
I have introduced myself. You have introduced yourself. This is a very good conversation.
It's a very good conversation. Didn't know PZ had Space Engineers God. Oh, here, Clang. We don't talk about Clang here, okay? Like, oh. I wonder if I could put 7 pistons on top of each other. And Clang is in the corner. Go on, fucking do it. Do it, pussy. See what happens. Hey, it's a weeaboo stick. Chinky old canine. I'll just kill you over there so I can find you in a moment. Right, I got time for maybe one more group and then we'll go get some sleep. A mighty weapon and a katana, yes. Yes, with my mighty weeaboo stick, I will purge the land. It's crusading time. Yeah, it's not too many more. Should be able to finish all of these in one big group now. With the axe. Oh, I know what you meant. I'm just, like, fucking ignoring that completely. It's like, nope. Nope, just the katana. That's the only mighty weapon there. No fucking axe. We don't like those fire axes here. We don't get along with those. Hey, Gloomy. Do you prefer spears to axes at the same level? Yes. I prefer spears to axes if axes were level 10 and spears were level 7. Yeah. Axes are, in my opinion, and I gotta stress this, in my opinion, I hate them. There's only one good axe as far as I'm concerned, and that's the stone axe. But it's only good if you take lumberjack. If you don't have lumberjack as your occupation, I don't like axes at all. I think they're terrible. Overrated as fuck, yeah. The stone axe is fantastic. But all the other axes, I think they're all terrible. I don't think any of them are good. Outside of lumberjack builds. Hand axe. Yeah. Like, the hand axe has some things going for it, but it weighs too much for what it is. So, it weighs, like, because it weighs so much, it uses up a lot of stamina, which wouldn't be so bad, but it doesn't, like, it doesn't have a great attack rate outside of lumberjack, but even with lumberjack, it's still not, like, a tremendous attack rate. And you'd be resting far more than you would be if you were using something like a stone axe. Almost done. And there shouldn't be any zombies left around my car now either. Let me top up my stamina a little bit, because that's a... Moderate exertion's fine for this time of day, but... Yeah, high exertion, that's a little bit too much. Lamprey with the hot takes. See, I follow the numbers, that's my thing. If axes were better than spears at killing, I would be using axes, but... they're not as good on any metric, really, so... That might change in Build 42, because, I mean, they're changing how the weapons are. Like, they're, well, not how they are in general, but they're adding new weapons to the game, and they're probably going to adjust some of the stats for some of the existing weapons. So spears probably won't be my most used weapon in 42 when that gets released. It'll probably be something new. You know, the status quo will probably change, as it always does when they have a huge update like this. But, yeah, until that happens, spears are top dog as far as I'm concerned. Best early game weapons? Screwdrivers and hand forks. Not because they're good weapons, just because those are the only things I'll find in bulk at the start of the game. But yeah, outside of like the very beginning of the game, still like spears and crowbars. So crowbars, because at the start of the game I'll want to be leveling up my maintenance a little bit faster, so I can go onto my spears soon after. But yeah, initially, I'll try and hunt around for anything that has higher durability for that maintenance level. So, a little bit of everything, really. Just whatever I can get my hands on. You know, there's no such thing as a bad weapon if your hands are empty. God, I'm like fucking squinting at my screen like Clint Eastwood right now, trying to see where all the zombies are. No, I think I'll run home. I always like getting my car back at the end of the day, but I can't see that much at the moment, and I'm gonna get myself killed if I try it. Nah, we'll just run. It's just not that far to go anyway. It's only around the corner. Are there VODs for the start of the run? Yeah, they're on my VOD channel. I'm a few videos behind. I need to start uploading the last, like 5 or so streams. But they're all there. If you type in !VOD, so VOD, that'll give you the link for it. Spears seem to have a faster attack. They're just faster. The spears are the fastest weapon in the game currently. Axes are not too far behind, but that is, like, as always, you have to run Lumberjack. So you have to get that Axeman trait and have an extra 25% attack speed. And even if when you do have that, they're still slower. But they're not too far behind if you have a build like that. But again, the downside is you have to run Lumberjack. So I'm not a big fan of that. Anything could change in build 42, but what will not change is me watching Lamprey. Good stuff. Axes are so damn rare. They're not too rare, but they make up for it, because axes are, like, quite high in durability. Like, the fire axes, that is. Say, I think they're the second most durable weapon in the game. They last for quite a long time. But the fire axes, they are everything that I dislike in a weapon. Which is why I shit on them so much. They're not fantastic with the damage, initially, so they haven't got that going for it. It's based mostly on durability. And it's like, oh, I don't care about durability in the late game. And it's like, okay, can they make up for it with stamina efficiency? Nope. They weigh through units. They are incredibly heavy. So that they're going to drain your stamina rapidly when you're fighting, which means you're not going to get as many kills per day, as opposed to using something like a stone axe, or a spear, or, in the most ideal circumstance, a hunting knife. So it's like, oh, no, please. Keep those fire axes far away from me. Not a fan. But who knows? It might change again, because fire axes used to be one of my favorites. Like, back in the day. It were like, there weren't as many weapons back then, but there were few were top dog. There were like, there were 3 weapons that you'd always see everyone using. You'd have the axe players, who favored it because the axes were like really easy to repair, and they were like one of the best weapons at the time. So they were fantastic to have, and they had, like, utility for cutting down trees as well, which was more useful back then. And then you had all the hunting knife players, and that was my, like, favorite weapon at the time. And those were for players who were better with timing, and liked going for longer fights, so you would never get tired, and the jaw stab animation could be performed from any position then either. So getting one-hit kills was notoriously easy back then. And because you were doing it with hunting knives, they would basically just never break, and they were far easier to find in bulk as well. And then you had, like, the last player in the corner of the room who was always sniffing glue and smelling his own farts, and that was the baseball bat players, because the baseball bat was just fucking terrible. I'm sorry, long blunt players, I gotta throw that shade your way. You all used to sniff glue. The baseball bats were terrible. Yeah, but that was like a lifetime ago. The instant kill hunting knife animation has gotten... I've gotten you killed more times I'd like to admit. How are you getting killed with it, though? I'm curious. Because I don't use the hunting knives too often anymore, so I hear mixed things about it, but from how I understand it, you can't lock yourself into the animation if there's more than one zombie targeting you. So if you're fighting a zombie one-on-one, there is a chance, based on distance and RNG and your skill level, to do the jaw stab animation from any position. But if you're fighting one zombie and there's anything else that's, like, can see the character and is pursuing you, it's a bit like doing the spear animation. It will never activate in that circumstance, you know. So how are you dying to it? Am I missing something? When using hunting knives, until I saw your stream, then I moved to spears and been having a blast for hey, good stuff. Spear gang forever. As you think it was incredible when you could hit multiple zombies. You still can. You just have to enable it. Like it's on by default in Survivor and Builder mode, and then in Sandbox you can turn multi-hit on as well. But yeah, it did used to be the norm. Like there was no option to turn it off. Everyone played with multi-hit back then. Which is why axes were more favorable as well. It's like, it's why you had players back then who were using axes over hunting knives. Because hunting knives were just better for like the jaw stab you could do back then. Because it was incredibly fast and very easy to pull off. But the axe was, like, it was better to repair the axe and you'd have a use for your wood glue and such. But added benefit was multi-hit was the norm, so instead of killing one zombie, you could kill potentially 3 in a single swing. Yeah, back in the day. The animation still triggers when there are groups, and you need to be a lot closer to do the animation. So I haven't seen that. I've not had that experience. I haven't heard of anyone else having it. I don't know, maybe it was a while ago you did that, or maybe you're doing something very peculiar. I'm getting back very unlucky with whatever it is you're doing. But I've not experienced that myself. It's a big old run today, but that's fine. You tied back in the day by backspace, yeah. Back in my day, son, we didn't have no cars. If I wanted to go from Westport down to Martridge, I had to do it on foot. And I had to carry a bar stool in my bags, because we couldn't sit down on the ground either. I remember that was a fucking thing. If you played on any multiplayer server back then, there were just fucking chairs everywhere down the highway, because you couldn't sit on the ground to rest back then, so if you ran out of stamina, you were fucked. So everyone was, well, most people who knew what they were doing would carry a chair in their bag, and the back roads were just fucking littered with furniture, where people had, like, either built a chair, because they'd carry a box of nails and have a hammer with them and a saw, so they'd cut down a tree and quickly make a chair, or they'd carry a bar stool or something with them, but they'd forget about it and leave it behind. It was great. Is there any weapon that can be repaired even after breaking? No, all of them. Well, not all of them, but all the weapons that can be repaired, they can be repaired after breaking them. So, like, baseball bats, axes, hand axes, even something as silly as a spear, you know. Like, spears aren't ever worth repairing, but I could repair a spear if I wanted to. There is a, I need a damaged one. I need something that's damaged. Well, like hunting knives, for example. I can repair hunting knives. Like, even if that was completely broken. It's not worth repairing if it's not completely busted, personally. That's where I would stand on it. But there are exceptions. Like, you can't repair crowbars. You can't repair katanas. There's probably one or two other ones I'm forgetting about. But, yeah. Yeah, fair play, Wolf. I'll take your word for it. Yeah, taking a car to go down the street 2 houses.
You don't understand, it's too far. I might get tired on the way.
No, fair enough. Yeah, I'm just used to running everywhere. Swinging a katana sideways to hit multiple zombies. No, I don't think they should ever do that. I think they've got it right how they have it now, where you have the option between having multi-hit on and multi-hit off. Because multi-hit on already does that. They've already got that in the game. The weapons with multi-hit enabled don't all hit the same amount of zombies. There are weapons, even when you have multi-hit enabled, there are weapons that can only hit 1 zombie at a time. And then there are other weapons like the katana and the axes and stuff that can hit up to like 3 zombies in 1 swing. So what you're asking for already exists, but it's under, you have to enable multi-hit to have that. I don't think they should add that into a game that has, like, specifically says multi-hit turned off. They shouldn't do that. That's a, I think that's a bad idea. Nightstick is not repairable? I'll have to keep an eye out for one. There's probably some nightsticks on the road I can find. So I'll have a quick look. Sounds like my fucking morning alarm. 9:01, 9:02, 9:03, 9:04. As I recommend to show the settings. Yeah, exclamation mark settings. That'll give you the link for that one. Did you stop updating the spear counter? No, it's still updated. I only update it once I make them. So when I craft the spears, that's when we update it. Because if I updated it every single time I break a spear, I'd be here all day. I tried doing that at the start of the game, and it was taking too long. So I only update the counter upon crafting them. So yeah, so far we've made 2003 spears. Didn't know the intricacies of multi-hit. Yeah, I don't think they've changed it. I mean, that's how it used to work back in the day, and I don't believe they've changed it since. But yeah, the thing that you were asking for, though, it already exists. Yeah, it's already part of multi-hit. And like I said, I don't think they've changed it. But to be honest, I haven't played with multi-hit in years, so it could be completely different since the last time I saw it. Let's go. And yeah, I'll go and grab another group of zombies from the bridge. I'll let them all come towards us. To be fair, there's already a few of you out here. I'll get rid of all of these guys first, so I'm up to date with what is already here. Let's bring you all out to the car. Let's have a quick rest, and then we'll go back in a second. Is it true that weapons do more damage at max range? Yes, to a certain extent. All the weapons have a minimum damage and a maximum damage, and you can do anything in between the two, and that is based on the distance from between your character and the zombie. So every weapon has, like, an optimal distance. It's why you see me, like, pre-swinging a lot of the time. So sometimes you'll see me attack a zombie, but you won't see the zombie get highlighted. But that's because I swung my weapon before the zombie was in range. And then for, like, a millisecond, that zombie was just at the very maximum range of my character. So he doesn't even get highlighted, he just fucking dies instantly, because it's perfectly timed. But, yeah, if you let the zombies get, like, ridiculously close to your character, you will do less damage when you swing at them. So I try and keep them as far away as possible. Must depart? No worry, fluid. I'll catch you later. Yeah, it's not too many more of you. So I'll get rid of these guys, and then we'll go and pull some more from the bridge. Alright, golden. Let's grab all of you. And I'll have a quick rest as well. I'll have a rest here first before I go down any further. Right, before I do carry on, I've been sat down for about 3 hours, so I'm gonna go stretch my legs, and I'm gonna make myself a very quick coffee as well. So I will be back in less than 5 minutes. Right. And I'm back. Happy days. Let me just make sure everything is still working as it should be. Yeah, we're all good. We're golden. Fantastic. Hey, Hacko. Let me just pour out my coffee. Can't just make a mug of coffee, I have to make a thermos. All the caffeine. Let's pour you out so you cool off for a minute. Happy days, and let's go run to the bridge now and go grab some more zombies. Because I would like to get to 122,500 today. Hello, Periwinkle as well. Hello, hello. Look at all the potential watches, Periwinkle. Look at all the bodies. I was thinking about actually leveling up my electrical today. Maybe. If I get to like my 130,000 that I want today, I might do level 5 electrical. It is on the table. Why are you naked? Why... well, better question is, why would I be wearing clothes? Peak performance. I gotta show off my birthday suit. I think I've grabbed way too many. Let me get out of this area before they all work out how to cross the bridge. I usually wear my drip clothing. Yeah, it's been getting too hot in my game recently. So I've had to start taking my clothes off again, because it's that time of year where it's just absolutely scorching. And it's making my character get tired a little bit faster. How'd you level tailoring so fast? Just dedicated like 2 or 3 days to it. So, you know, you do the standard things first. Find tailoring volume 1 through to 5. Find a needle as well. And then you just do a few days of killing until you have a bunch of bodies like this. And then you just walk over them. Rip up all the clothing that you can. Get like 1 or 2 full spools of thread. Get a good number of rip sheets as well. And then you just apply a bunch of patches to clothing. So the more coverage the clothing item has, the better. So something like long johns or overalls, something like that, is preferable, because that covers most of the body. And then you would just find the item. To be fair, I don't actually have any items I can look at right now.
I have introduced myself, you.
And then you would just inspect, right-click, and then just tell it to apply all the patches, and then remove all the patches, and apply all the patches, and remove all the patches. And then you'll hit, like, the first 2 levels, you'll be done with those. And then when you're done with the first 2 levels, then you read the next book, and you do it all over again. Go out, find the bodies, get more thread. Apply all the patches, get to level 4, read the next book, and then repeat, just over and over again. 'Cause tailoring doesn't take that long to max out, honestly. It's just very boring. You know, it's just a lot of clicking. This is why you play on COD settings? Yeah, fair. Hey, Dice as well. Welcome on back. Hello, hello. Welcome in Gav as well. Thanks on the info. Hey, no worries. Do added patches to clothing for protection and give them insulation as well? See, I need to test that, 'cause I don't think they do, but they might. It wouldn't be a hard test, honestly. I'll do it later, actually. So I can do that one without leaving my game, but I don't believe they add any extra insulation or any extra weight. Like, there's literally no downside to doing it, as far as I'm aware. You're just increasing the protection stats, that's all you're doing. But it's worth having a look at, because it's one of those things, it's like, oh, that makes sense. So it's like, fuck, I wouldn't put it past the devs to actually do that. Like, covering my character in leather patches, that would make him overheat a little bit faster. That sounds like something that they would actually put in the game at some point. Or, you know, something they might have already done. But if that is the case, I don't imagine it's very much, because I've never noticed it. Appreciate the follow, Wolf. Happy days. It's another Jets. That's number 206 now. All the Jets. Alright, just make sure that's all of the zombies from this area. How does Twitch integration work with PZ? Oh, so, I mean, there's different mods, like, there's tons of choices, but the one that we're running on our game is the expanded helicopter integration, so how it works is, anytime someone subscribes or donates 400 bits, that will call in a helicopter, which is very loud and very slow, and it hovers around for a while, and all the zombies chase after the helicopter. So if I'm in like a very precarious place that's got zombies all over the place, it's a way for you guys to fuck with me. And then the other option is the jets. So that one activates anytime someone follows or donates 200 bits. And it's basically just a faster version of the helicopter. And it doesn't hover around and last very long. It's just a very quick flyby. And all the zombies kind of just waddle to wherever the flight path was. And they chase after the sound as they would with any other helicopter. And so far we've had 206 of them on this game. Just like that. Appreciate the follow, Gav. How many bodies are there? Oh, yeah. We about to get sick real fast. Any advice on how to get leather patches? Yes, patches are, like, really easy to get. You need to look out for guys like that. Like, you'll know, if you're, like, specifically hunting zombies that have leather, you'll learn to spot them quite easily. But damn it, I want him. I want to show him off. But, yeah, you just need to find zombies that are wearing leather clothing, basically. So you can see this guy's wearing a leather coat currently. Meant leather. Oh, sorry, I misread it. I thought you put leather patches, not leather pants. No, leather pants. I don't know of any good places to get them. I think I found one in my entire time playing this game. I've only ever seen them once playing naturally, and it was in a 2-story residential house. They don't seem to spawn very often, but they are the best pants in the game for protection. But yeah, I don't know of anywhere that actually spawns them. Yeah, it's like Simon says, I didn't even know there were leather pants. Yeah, they're so fucking rare, you never see them. They don't spawn on zombies, so you can't get them by hunting zombies down. I don't know of any, like, clothing stores that have a higher chance of spawning them, but they do spawn in, like, wardrobes and such. But, yeah, I've only seen, like, I've got nearly 9,000 hours, and I've only seen them once in the past. Like, I've messed around with them in debug, but I've only seen them spawn naturally once. You can get them in survivor houses, can you? Well, fair play, that's a place to look then. Because I don't think I've seen any on this game. Thought biker zombies can spawn them. Maybe. Next time I see a biker zombie, I'll have a look at them, because they can spawn those biker leather jackets. I don't think I've ever seen them spawn with leather pants, though, but, you know, biker zombies, it makes sense, maybe. Level 8 artillery, you'll be able to repair holes completely with the right kind of fabric, restoring the closing original defense condition in suit. Yeah. Yeah, when your artillery gets high enough, if you have a... well, let me just pick any of you that will have a stab hole. Yeah, like if you had, this t-shirt, for example, it'll tell you, like, which part of the body has a hole in it, which part's damaged. So all you gotta do is just use a little bit of thread, have level 8 tailoring plus, and then have whatever the item is, whatever material it's made of. So this is a t-shirt, so you know it's going to be made of just cloth, so all you need is just a rip sheet and you'll be able to repair it. And then if you have like a leather coat or leather pants, you would just use leather to repair those holes. And yeah, it'll just repair it fully. It won't have a hole, it'll get all its defense stats back like it normally would. It'll correct its insulation, it'll be perfect. But there are, same with like weapons, there are some items that you can't repair. Like hazmat suits, firemen's uniforms, bulletproof vests, you can't repair any of those. But you don't have to remember any of them, because the game will tell you. You know, you'll right click to inspect, it'll tell you this item cannot be repaired. Oh, wrong one. What clothing would be worth completely repairing back to the original condition? Whatever you want to wear. Yeah. It's not like repairing weapons where it's like, you know, I have to pick and choose. Like, I've only got so much duct tape and I've only got so much wood glue. I don't want to waste any of it. I want to prioritize the good weapons to repair. Repairing clothing, getting the materials to repair that type of stuff is incredibly easy, because you can get an infinite amount of leather patches, denim cloth, rip sheets, and thread, so just repair whatever you feel like, just whatever you want to wear. Yeah, let me ditch you so I can have a quick rest. So most of them will ditch me there. The others will ditch me about here. And I'll have a rest over there. Perfect. Shops, clothing, vehicles, vehicle houses. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, because the only one I saw, I remember it was a house, 2-story house, And I found it in a wardrobe. I can't remember if it was a survivor house or not, but I'm assuming so. But yeah, it's the only pair I've ever seen. But since they made the change to make your fatigue increase based on your body temperature, it's like, oh, I wouldn't wear them myself now anyway. They're too insulated. My character would get tired way too quickly. You'd have to be playing something like Cryogenic Winter to actually make that item work now. Without any negative side effects.
I have introduced myself. You have introduced yourself. This is a very good conversation.
It's a very good conversation. Yeah, everyone's 2,000 upvotes. Huh? Need to record yourself using a fire pan as a weapon. Oh, fucking your Reddit post. Oh, fair enough. I still haven't had time to look at your Reddit post yet. I saw it on the Discord, I just didn't have time this morning. I was doing my stream setup. No, fair enough. Your internet famous Periwinkle. Yeah, you need to show off the frying pan skills. Show them the truth. Axes or crowbars? Fuck you. You can't fry an egg on a crowbar. Yeah, frying pan gang, rise up. Alright, I think we're all done. Let me have a quick rest and we'll head back to the car and see if there's anything else lurking around. Because I would like to get my car back today. I don't feel like running the entire journey 2 days in a row. You already have a video of you using a frying pan. It's like 6 in-game months ago. Oh, fair enough. Just tell everyone you're a time traveler. It'll be fine. You survive so long now that the laws of time don't, like, apply to you. Time is no longer linear. I go where I please. Yeah, there's not that many more of you left now. Finish all of you off. What's up with the stupid trend of Ligma 2 jokes? The first... What do you mean Ligma? I'll buy, I'll take the bait. What's the new trend of Ligma 2? swung and a miss. Ligma 2 balls. Nice. I was like, fuck, I know this is fucking bait, but go on. It's like, I'll be that fucking trout. Reel me in. Asshole. Fucking asshole. God, it's not even a fucking good one. I should have saw that coming a mile away. I'm losing my touch. I'm losing my edge. One lone survivor. Come back for him tomorrow. Yeah, but tomorrow game time we should hit 123,000 now. Within the next hour real time. Spicy times. We're almost a third of the way through my little goal for the day. We're actually not doing too bad, come to think of it. I should be able to... As long as I keep on this pace, I should be able to get 130,000 today. That's all good. And you're stale, but that's okay. Shouldn't be enough to make him upset. Nope, fantastic. Let's get rid of you. And yeah, they're all tiny. They're not worth recooking. I'll have them now and I'll just take some antidepressants. I'll kill that zombie that's outside as well, because I can hear him lurking. I can hear him breathing against my wall. So that'll be my depression gone by tomorrow morning. There he is. Let's grab everyone else who's lurking around here. I need to do some fishing in the morning as well. Hey, Firehoff. Welcome back as well. You just got bit at the top of a deadly staircase. Fucking rip. That's a horrible way to go. My sympathies. That's not a fun way to die. I'm surprised there were as many as there were. That's all good, though. think we're good to go. You got twisted. Oh, no, what twist had happened to him was even worse. Like, it's like, oh, dying to a zombie at the top of the stairs. It's like, oh, that sucks, because you can't even see them. But it is what it is. How Twist died, he didn't do anything wrong. Like, that's the thing. He was on the staircase, the zombie was on the staircase, he could very clearly see the zombie, he goes to attack the zombie, his character does the spear animation, so the game knows the zombie's in range, but it misses, because they're on different, like, they're at different elevations. So, he completely whiffed his hit right in front of a zombie, and it's like, fuck, it should have hit him. But yeah, that was a bad way to die. That clip's hilarious, though. I've died like that before, it sucks. Fighting on staircases is incredibly sketchy. Hope to do render system for 42. Yeah, hopefully.
What the fuck was that?
Yeah, exactly like that. Because, anytime, like, half the time when I hear zombies at the top of the stairs on the second floor, I just won't go up there, because I don't trust them. Either that or I'll just, like, run straight to the top. I won't take my time. I'll just rush through it. Because, yeah, that initial tile, you won't react fast enough. Like, they'll get you. If there's one waiting right at the top of the stairs. Anyone got the clip? It's probably on his channel. It's probably one of his most viewed ones. Let me have a look. Anytime you die on this game and you're streaming it, it's always, like, everyone always looks at the death clip. Let me see if I can find it. It's probably one of his more viewed ones. And to be fair, let me have a look at his chat as well. He might have it as his command for his last death. No. Let me have a look at your clips then. It's gotta be here. Yeah, show me clips and show me... it would have been over 30 days ago now, wouldn't it? Where are you? There's quite a few Project Zomboid clips in here. It's gotta be one of these. Fuck, I can't find it. If anyone has the clip, feel free to whisper it to me. I must have passed it. It's gotta be here. Oh, there it is. It's literally the 4th most viewed one. I'm fucking blind. Yeah, let me pull this up on screen. And I'll show you exactly what I mean when I say it was just like an unjustified death. Yeah, you watch this now. Like, as he goes down the stairs, zombie comes up, instinctively he goes to fight it, as you normally would. Spear animation, completely fucking whiffs it. Gets bit. It's like, he didn't do anything wrong in that circumstance, it's just that fighting on the stairs is incredibly sketchy. It's not something that you should do. But yeah. Because that is...
Was?
Incredibly unfair.
Alter, bin ich tot? Das war der Apfelbiss, oder?
Yes, he whiffed the second one as well.
Tot? Das war der Apfelbiss, oder?
It's, stairs are incredibly sketch. No, fucking literally nibbled his cock. Not a good time. Yeah, no. I remember when it, like, the moment it happened, I said, like, if I were you, I would have used a backup save, because fuck that. That's, that is incredibly unfair. But no, he was a good sport about it. And it hasn't taken him that long to get another good run going, because that wasn't that long ago. And he's been very speedy since that death. He's aiming off to the left? Yeah, because I thought that initially as well, but I put it down to the stairs. Because, I've had issues with the stairs like that in the past. It's only really with, like, weapons that have longer range for some reason. But, no, it is what it is. Stronger than Anakin Skywalker. You think the high ground means anything to me? You underestimate my power. Don't use the rotten fish, please. I need to throw... Well, let me throw those ones outside now. So they keep getting in my way. He won't die if he does that. My cooking level's high enough for it, but, using rotten food in your meals, they don't give that much nutrition, so they're not really worth using under normal circumstances. Did I know? Oh, I thought I picked up some socks. Grab those. Appreciate the follow as well, Simon. I was so annoying. I was there. He finished his live stream the night before. Because he was too tired and didn't want to make mistakes. Ah, oh, that's horrible. Then he started the stream again at night and the accident on the stairs happened. He was probably blaming himself for like the first few minutes. He probably thought that he made a mistake. Like a hard mistake. But no, the staircases are just not a good time. In like any scenario. Staircases are the real enemy. You did a cooking run and tried surviving off rotten food. You end up getting so fat, trying to stay fed. I'll have to try that at some point. I've never tried living off purely rotten food, because... Like, for those of you who've never done it before, it is a tactic that you can utilize. It's basically a way to turn perishable food into non-perishable. So you get all this fish that you caught, and you just store it in crates. And the same with, like, farming. You literally just throw everything into crate after crate after crate. And there's no progression beyond rotten. So if you have a fish that is, you know, let's say 2,000 calories, and has, like, I don't know, minus 50 hunger, once it goes rotten, you can still use that in your food. You know, if you have a high enough cooking level, you'll get a fraction of what it had before, so you won't get the full 2,000 calories, and you won't get the full minus 50 hunger. But you can still use it at any point in the future, like years down the line. So it's a good way to, like, build up a huge collection of non-perishable food. It is a bit cheesy doing it, but it is something that you can do. You found a hotties bag in a zombie? And he's still forever. At least he died happy. Last I checked, rotten fish adds hunger right now. But no calories. Does it not have any nutritional value? Oh, fair play. I could have sworn it did last time I checked, unless something's changed. So last time I had a look, they still retain nutritional value. Like, it's the same, like, universally. Like, if I had a rotten fish that had, you know, the hunger and the calories and all the macronutrients, it all just gets divided down, so it all remains the same, like, per kilo, or, you know, per weight. So you wouldn't be getting that many calories from them, but you'd still technically be getting nutrition from it. But if that's changed, that's interesting. That changes things for that tactic. They didn't find a zombie in a hotties mag, yes. Rotten fish has calories, but adding it to a dish adds none. Okay, I might have a look at that. That's interesting, if that's the case. Yeah, there goes that tactic out of the window. So, I mean, it could still be used. It's still useful. It's just not as useful as it would have been in the past. Oh, this fog is incredibly thick, but that's okay. I'll just kill some zombies on the highway to start off with, because I don't want to go down that narrow passageway when I can barely see anything in front of me. How aren't you getting fat from all these fish? I'm going up in weight slightly, but I'm not eating a lot. Like, all that fish I just cooked, I'm not eating it all in, like, one go. I'm spreading it out over the course of, like, 3 days. And then on top of that, I'm also being very active. So every single day, I'm always going out, I'm always running around, I'm always fighting zombies, so I'm always burning extra calories. So whereas... I didn't even see you. So whereas a normal character might need, like, 2,000 to 2,500 calories to maintain their body weight, my character's gonna need closer to, like, 3,000 to 4,000, just because I'm being so active. Like, the same as you would need in real life. You know. Need more fuel for the car. I think we're done with Valley. I think we're done with Valley Station. Also, I am going to start marking these cars, because I really should be keeping track of them. Because I haven't been doing this lately. Game? That's a new one. Hey, can you do that? Huh, you can. Can I do the other stuff? That's not what I wanted. Oh, I can as well. Fair enough. Yeah, we'll just go to this little turning and then we'll turn around again. I'm just waiting for the fog to go away. That's all I'm waiting for. Not a fucking soul. No, it's not a bad thing. Just surprised, honestly. I didn't think we killed everyone. There's normally, like, at least 1 or 2 strays walking around. Well, I'll just slowly drive down towards the little dirt road then. It is 9:20. The fog shouldn't last too much longer. A few hours at most. Respawns off for Z. Yeah, we're doing a times 16 pop run, so yeah, because there are so many zombies in the entire map, it's a bit redundant to have respawns enabled. Because there's like 4.6 million zombies on the entire map, and we're not gonna kill all of them like anytime soon. Yeah, exactly. Never get anywhere. Yeah, they would like on time 16, they would literally respawn in some parts of the map faster than you could physically kill them. Even if you had level 10 in every stat, you wouldn't be able to keep up. Unless you just spent the entire time making campfires and Molotovs. That's like the only way you could really play that game. But fire is a little bit boring. There's a few of them down there as well. Yeah, only a few of them lurking around. Just realized you're slaying zombies in your skivvies. That's freedom. I'm living the dream right now. This is what peak performance turns up. If Granddad turns up to the casino wearing nothing but his tidy whities and 2 fanny packs, you know he means business. Appreciate the follow last as well. Last right. Welcome on in. Any mods or vanilla? We are doing a vanilla plus run. So, like, all the gameplay is pretty much vanilla, but there are, like, a small handful of mods. So we're running only one mod that changes the gameplay, and that's the expanded helicopter mod with the Twitch integration. So that's where you just saw the jet flew overhead. So that is, anytime someone follows, it calls in a jet, which flies overhead really quickly and makes a bunch of noise, which attracts all the zombies to wherever we are, like wherever the helicopter flies over, wherever the jet flies overhead. And the other mod I'm running is the craftable headgear mod made by Dylan. And that's because he was nice enough to make my own Plague Doctor mask and put it into his mod. And he named it after me as well, because he's a champ. But that one is purely cosmetic. Let's have a quick rest. Appreciate the follow as well. Mr... Fuck, how do I say that? I need to get better at reading people's names. I'm so bad, I'm sorry. Keanu? I don't know. I'm looking at it and I'm thinking Keanu Reeves. I am sorry for butchering your name. Yes, he's cooking meth. You're right, it is Keanu. Oh, fair play. See, I know how to read names. I went to school. I don't want to brag, but I do speak my own mother tongue. No, the amount of times I butcher people's names is it's not funny how often it happens. I read names like a child. Is it important to bury these heads or let them rot? Been burying around my base. Now it's not to get sick. No, you can just ignore it completely. It's one of those things where, you know, you can bury the bodies to get rid of them so you can avoid corpse sickness. But it's completely unnecessary because the problem takes care of itself, even on the default settings. So the way it works is, I kill a zombie, that zombie dies, the body goes to the floor. After 9 in-game days, the body will despawn, and it will disappear, and it will take all the effects with it. So, you can bury it if you want to avoid the corpse sickness, but the corpse sickness doesn't transfer through buildings and through different environments. So if I have like 1,000 dead bodies outside my base, it doesn't matter, because if I'm inside my house, it's as if there are no dead bodies next to me, and then vice versa. If there were 1,000 dead bodies inside a building, but I'm like right outside, like literally 1 step outside, none of those bodies are going to affect my character. So you can just ignore it for the most part. It's only if you shit where you eat that you have to worry, you know? If you're living inside a house and you have zombies break into your building and you have a bunch of dead bodies in your living room, yeah, you need to pick up those bodies and take them outside. Because you are going to die in the building if you stay there. But, it's anything over 20 bodies and you start getting sick. Anything under 20 and you're fine. You can just completely ignore it. You know, if there's only 1 dead body inside your house, you don't even have to pick him up. You can just ignore it completely. It won't make you sick with only 1. Yeah, I think the fog is starting to lift, so I'm going to head down towards the mall now again, back down to the bridge, so I can actually see what's around me. Anyone know how often hordes are rolling on you? Completely random. When they don't target the player specifically, it's random, but it's random with prediction. You know, for the player, that is. So, how it works is, you have the entire map like this, but the game can't obviously load everything in at once, because that's going to be too demanding. So what the game does is, it's divided into what are referred to as cells. So a cell is just a smaller portion of the map, and a cell is a 300 by 300 tile area. So this entire area is made up of hundreds, if not a few thousand cells. Now, when you're in the game, every cell has a current population, a maximum population, and a respawn timer. So, let's say just for like, to make it easier to visualize, let's say that every one of these little blocks is its own little cell. This cell, let's say for example, this had like 500 zombies. Like, they all have 500 zombies. Let's just make it easy. If I killed like half the zombies in this little cell here, so there's 250 of them left, and let's say I did it on this half over here, every 12 hours on the default time, the zombies on this half are gonna say, hey, there's a big empty space in my cell. I'm gonna go migrate over there and fill in those empty gaps. You know, they're gonna redistribute and kind of spread themselves out a little bit. So that's where it feels like the zombies are targeting you, because you'll kill everything around your base, but you'll always get zombies kind of like walk back towards you, and that's why they're doing it. They're just filling in like the empty space in their cell. But what can't happen is, if I wiped out everyone here, for example, so this one went from 500 to 0, I'm not going to get zombies from here, 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 and here, or look at this one and go, hey, this cell's empty. Rattle them boys, and they're all going to, like, come to me, and, like, they're all going to try and gank me. They can only move around in their local cell unless something attracts them over. So it has to be, like, they have to be able to hear a gunshot, or a car driving, or they have to be able to see the player, or hear a helicopter. There has to be something that, like, physically attracts them over to this new cell. They can't cross over the cell border on their own. So that's where you get, like, people misunderstanding, like, certain things. Like, you hear some people every now and then who say they were in, like, Moldra, for example, and they were getting attacked by zombies from Martridge, but they're playing on default settings. And that doesn't happen. It's too far. There's too many cells. They can't do that naturally. Unless you turn on, like, pinpoint hearing or something like that. But that's how that one works. Oh, my bad. I think I ran your settings time 16 no respawn. Oh, fair play. If you're doing my settings then, it gets a little bit hairy with the migration. Just because every cell has so many zombies, like, in one little area. So when you, like, chip away at it even a little bit, you know, after, like, 6 or 12 hours, whatever you've got the migration set to, they tend to fill in those gaps that you cleared very quickly. But, yeah, it's not too much different. Well, with migration, it's not different at all, honestly, in terms of, like, how they redistribute and migrate around the map and such. But if you're running pinpoint hearing as well, things change quite a lot. Like, the whole game changes on how they redistribute, just because of how far away they can hear things. And I just realized I've gone way too close to the bridge. I need to back up. I've driven way too close. I wasn't paying attention. Nailed it. Like a glove. Oh, I'll leave him there for a bit. I'll roll him over later. But I'm gonna leave the engine running, because I still want to attract all those zombies. Skill issue, fucking right. I don't want to brag, but I can roll a car over at 5 miles per hour while reversing. I got my forklift license. But that's fine. This is really easy to fix. It doesn't take that much time. But, yeah. So all I gotta do is run back up, go grab another car, come back down here, tow him, and he'll just roll himself back over. It's a nice easy fix. It happens far more than you think it would. I just want to get rid of all the guys who crossed the bridge over there. Hey, it's Bonsai. Appreciate the raid of 17. Welcome on in. I'm assuming you were on the sprinters again. Naked Man is destruction itself. Everything I touch turns to shit. Oh shit, that would make a really good channel redeem, I just realized. That scene from, Wolfenstein, where Blazkowicz confronts his father. Everything you touch turns to shit. That'd make a good channel redeem. I do not need your stink on my name. You flip the car? Yeah. Literally doing like 5 miles per hour. I was backing him up, and I just wanted to do like a quick U-turn. Just to like line him up on the road so I could drive away later. And I tuckered him out. He's very tired. He's having a little power nap for a minute. Anyone clip it? Maybe. Yeah, this is clear enough now. So I'll go grab a quick car, and then I'll flip him back over. So that'll only take a second. But yeah, it literally only just happened, though. Yeah, for those of you who haven't seen, if you haven't seen Bonsai before, let me get you a shout-out. Yeah, Bonsai is probably the best sprinter player that I know of. So, definitely go have a look at him. I don't know anyone else who's better at sprinters mechanically. Yeah, that's your one and only compliment for the day, Bonsai. But yeah, definitely go have a look at him. If you want to see how, like, someone who knows how to play sprinters plays sprinters, have a look at him. He's very high risk, high reward. Yeah, he's the best at surviving 2 days in sprinters. Yes, he is the candle that burns twice as bright. Hey, Zora as well. Hello, hello. Alright, but there should be a working car over here. Oh, what? Fucking... How fucking dare you? Oh, that's the first time I've had that happen. Oh, I'm uninstalling that immediately now. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. No. How fucking dare you do that? I wasn't even tabbed into Chrome, and this shit popped up. Your ad block has been updated. Fuck yourself. If I was fighting zombies, I would have died. We were literally talking about shit tabbing you out of the game yesterday. That is not a good time. Hey there, as an ad block user, yeah, not anymore. Go fuck yourself. No. You nearly killed my game. That's, oh, I'm so lucky I wasn't fighting zombies. Go do one. No, I'm uninstalling that right now. Let me get rid of you forever. Yep, and remove from Chrome. Yep, remove you. Adblock has been uninstalled. Yeah, I wonder why. Jesus Christ. uBlock all the way. I may have to try that one. Oh, that's... Yeah, we were literally talking about that yesterday. And I was saying I've never had my game get tabbed out because of a pop-up before. That's so fucking scuffed. I don't think there are any cars down there, are there? No, I might have to head further back over here. Appreciate the follow as well, Horizon. Does uBlock Origin block Twitch? I don't know. It doesn't. Yeah. I mean, even if it doesn't block Twitch, I can live with that, you know? If I'm watching someone on Twitch, I'm normally just lurking anyway. There are jets now. Yeah, we passed the 12-month mark, so jets are on now as well. So anytime someone follows, it calls in the jet. So yeah, lots of noise. It'll make finding all the zombies who are hiding in the woods so much easier. But, it does have the potential to be very, very spicy. Yeah, appreciate the follows as well. Tuck Norris and Talaf. Basically, nothing blocks Twitch. Yeah, they've integrated it now, haven't they? So, you can't avoid the ads. Like, if you run an ad blocker, it will just tell you, you know, it'll block the ad and you won't see it, but it'll give you a big purple screen that says, a commercial is now playing. So you still have to wait it out. Which seems really fucking petty, to be honest. Like, if the ad blocker can block the advertisement, but they're still gonna block you from watching the stream and just make you look at nothing, that seems incredibly petty. Like, I'm not happy with that. Submit feedback. Why was I alt-tabbed, you absolute buffoon? I mean, I could type that. I might use a bit more, like, some more colorful language other than buffoon. But yeah, no, that's incredibly scuffed. I love your Broken Spear's environmental footprint. I don't know what you're talking about. This could have been anybody. I don't know, like, what you're accusing me of. I would never litter like this. I'm very responsible. I am a responsible spear user, and I always recycle my weapons. This is what I get for rolling my car over. But ah well, there's a few more cars on the bridge I can hotwire and use. And there should be a taxi here as well, if I remember rightly. You just watch the streamers say they make nothing from AdSense. No, you make quite a bit of money from it, but you have to be a partner. Like, that's the caveat to it. So, for reference... Oh, the battery's not got enough. When I was... Like, when I wasn't a partner, I would make less than $30 in a given month with the hours I stream currently. But now, I can earn anything, like, beyond, like, 700 from ads. Like, it fluctuates. It depends on, like, how the month is, and obviously it's dependent on, like, multiple things. But you actually make money from ads now. But you have to be a partner. Alright, to be fair, I'm pretty sure you still work. You're my old truck. Are you gonna save me one last time? You are gonna save me one last time. You valiant steed. To be fair, let's get rid of you. Yeah, wooden spears by the grid. Well, exactly. I got that green thumb. It's pennies for even larger streamers. Yeah, like... The way they changed the revenue split between Twitch and their creators, it doesn't hit people like myself very hard, because obviously I'm not earning that much money from ad revenue anyway. But if you're someone like, you know, Amaranth or XQC or... I don't think Ludwig streams on Twitch anymore, does he? But just say him, hypothetically. If you're earning, like, you know, a few thousand, like tens of thousands a month from Twitch, just from, like, the ad revenue, like, not looking at any of their other things, that's quite a big dip in revenue. Like, they'll be losing thousands from the change, whereas I might lose, you know, 100 or 200 from it. It's just the same for me, myself, personally. Nice wheels. Thank you very much. 3 wheels is now the meta. Also, let me just get rid of you. How likely were you to get 10,000 in 14 hours before you flipped your car? I mean, not too far off, really. Like, I've not lost any severe time. I've done 2,000, like, we were on pretty much 120,000 at the start, so I've done almost 3,000 in about 4 hours. So I'm more or less on track, I think. Like, I might come up a little bit short, but I might be able to get the 10,000 in 14 hours. So I still have, like, just under 10 hours to go. Got plenty of time. It's not a shtick, it's a spear, you're buffoon. I think buffoon is probably, like, my new favorite insult, actually. You are a fiend and a buffoon. Hey, Ryo. Welcome back as well. Hello, hello. Now, prepare to see magic. Whoa, it's a miracle. If only rolling a car was that easy in real life. It is literally as simple as that. Nice and easy. Alright, let's go grab a bunch of zombies from the bridge and bring them back here. You won't flip this car while trying to flip another one. It'll be like that picture that someone photoshopped where it's like, it's one of those cranes, but it's like fallen into a canal, so they get another crane to try and lift that one out of the canal, but then that other second crane falls in the canal. So they get a third crane to lift the other two cranes up, but then the third one falls in. Yeah, spicy times. Oh, it's beautiful. They're just standing there, menacingly. So yeah, I'll let some of you cross over the bridge. And I need to skedaddle past this area here, because that's pretty much the tap. If I get to this area here, they can't work out how to cross over the bridge. It's out of, like, rendering distance. So I should have quite a few of them who are making their way down here now, but not all of them. Like everyone else who didn't make it across the bridge in that time, they'll be stuck on the other side now for the most part. Saying if you're alive, I don't think you get stuck again. Oh yeah, no, I did the roll. The 5 mile per hour roll. It was beautiful. Does burning corpus help? No, like it would technically. Like if I got rid of all these dead bodies, yeah. Like just objective fact, it would be easier to drive up and down this road. However, all of these bodies are going to disappear in 9 days. Just naturally. The game is going to get rid of them for me. And it would take me far longer than 9 days to burn them myself. So, if I started, like, burying or burning these dead bodies, by the time I even make a dent in the numbers that we have here, they'll all just disappear normally. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, the return on interest for, like, the time invested for that type of job is just not worth it. They should be making their way out to me. Yeah, if you put the fire in, let it spread between the corpses. Oh no, that one doesn't work, no. No, you have to burn the tile that the zombie body is on. So... like, if I lit the ground on fire, like right here, everything on that tile will burn. That's how you see people burning stuff with campfires and such. They're basically just piling all the bodies on a single tile. Also, appreciate the raid, Peter. It's been a while. Welcome on back. Have you rejoined us in the promised land of Project Zomboid? Now, how is the stream? Welcoming Joey as well, and all the other raiders. Avoid the bitey hugs. I will do my utmost to avoid the bitey hugs on your behalf. I'll catch you later. It's better with using the ancient PC strategy of driving for. Yeah, it's just a lot faster, just to like ironically, it is faster and more time efficient just to drive slower. Yeah, it's one of those things, like, anytime the game hands you a free ticket that is, like, there's a problem that's gonna cause you issues. However, if you're patient enough, the problem will solve itself. It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take that ticket. Give me that freebie. A problem that is self-solving? Absolutely. I need that in my life. Means less work for me, then. Yeah, hello, Amaral as well. You have joined us. Hey, good stuff, Peter. It's been too long. Had a feeling, missing something in your life. You have, like, that subconscious PZ craving. Like, you know what I haven't done for a while? Suffered. I need more pain and suffering in my life. Yeah, I hope you're well. Yeah, I'm all good. Nice and chilled out. We're on a... I don't know if you saw this one. I don't know if this is the same one as before, or if it's a new one, but we're on another long-term game anyway. So we've just gone over a year. Fuck. I've dropped Rebecca somewhere. Shit. That ain't good. I've lost Rebecca. Shit. But yeah, no, we're, yeah, just over a year in, and we're on 122,000 at the moment. Oh yeah, all ones as well, yeah. That is adorable. Shit, I'm trying to remember that. Where have I put Rebecca? When was the last time I had a rest? By the truck where I picked it up, maybe? Yeah, shit. I mean, I might need to go grab another Rebecca, because I honestly don't remember where I dropped her. I don't deserve Rebecca. No, I keep losing her. Feels weird not being at work. I'm hoping the good kind of weird, though. Freedom. Absolute freedom. What did you say about Rebecca? I've lost her again. I don't know what I did with her. I need a brave soul to scour the VOD. I need someone to go through the VOD for the stream. Fine. When was the last time I had Rebecca in my inventory? I have lost her. I have misplaced Rebecca somewhere. Yeah, there's plenty of Rebeccas out there, but there's only one for me. Yeah. Yeah, there's plenty of Lampreys out there as well, but there's only one for Rebecca. Let's have a very quick sit down and then now I'll go grab my car again. Yeah, that should be good enough. I just need enough to get to my car. So I don't have to run the entire way. Because I'm going to drive back to the school today, maybe. Maybe tomorrow, actually. Because I need to go pick up another piano stool. Until I can remember what I've done with my true Rebecca.
You have introduced yourself. This is a very good conversation.
It's a very good conversation. Also, my exertion is very high. I may need to run. Yeah. Fuck. I'll run home. I'll come back here tomorrow. So I can't see anything. Between, like, the darkness from night and the storm, I can't see a fucking thing. I'm gonna get munched if I stay here. But I'll have a quick rest once I get to, the drag strip. And Rebecca is the heart of the army. Exactly. Remember what you're fighting for. Scary. Yeah, it gets a little bit sketchy like this. Normally it's not that bad. Like, fighting on a road like this, at night, incredibly easy. Very chill. Fighting on a road like that, once it's been covered in dead bodies, so I can't actually see the silhouettes of the zombies against, like, the nice bright canvas. Like, oh. Oh no, that's bad. That's really bad. That'll do. I'm out of here. Right, let's go back, get some rest. Rebecca of Troy, yep. Nah, it's not that far to run anyway. Patch... oh, yeah. Yep, build 42. Rebecca has been nerfed. They probably will do that, honestly. I don't see why they wouldn't. But they probably haven't done it yet, because, I mean, who gives a shit? It's not something that's, like, integral to, like, the game design, but all the other chairs in the game weigh 5.0 or 7.5. It's only the piano stool that weighs 2.0, which is significantly lighter than everything else. So they'll probably just make it weigh 5. They'll probably just increase the weight of it. There's no reason why they wouldn't do that. You know, they might keep it there, like, they might leave it for memes, but I think they'll probably increase the weight of the chair. Either that, or they'll decrease the weight of all the other ones. Like, it'll be one or the other. They should fix the double rest. I'm pretty sure that's by design. It's gotta be. Because they have unique animations for it. Like, they had to have made a decision to do that. So I assume it's a standard for actually sitting on the chair physically. But they haven't done the animations for that yet, but they have other animations in place instead of that for some reason. It's weird. But I've not ever heard the devs talk about it, so... it could be a bug. It could be intended. I don't know. No one else does either, as far as I'm aware. I don't think they've ever mentioned it. Almost there. Also get some rest after almost 10 hours today yourself. Oh yeah, go get some sleep. Got the real life exhaustion boodle. Fair. Have a good rest of the stream. Appreciate it. Thanks for the raid also. And yeah, good luck with your streams in the future as well. I'll probably pop around at lurk at some point. I always do. In the shadows. Let's get some water while I'm here as well. When you sit on the ground, it does the same animation whether you right-click and rest. When you sit on the ground, it does the same animation. No, they're different animations. It's not the same thing, the leg stretch out thing, unless... I don't know, maybe we're disagreeing on it. No, it's only like a small difference, but if I just, like, get rid of some of my stamina now... Oh, to be fair, there's a chair out there I can use. But, like, if I sit down on the ground normally, like on my character like this, but if I click a rest, he does that extra little animation, and it's a bit weird to have that if it wasn't intended under any circumstances, because there's no animation for standing up and resting normally or anything like that. So I don't know why they would do that if it wasn't by design. I mean, maybe it is a bug. Maybe that just doesn't make any fucking sense. I don't know. I'm not a game developer. But, it looks intentional as far as I can see. But unless the devs actually clarify and they say, nope, it's a bug, or nope, we did it by design, it's just a stand-in, you know. Unless they actually say it, I'm not going to agree with anyone. Because we're all just guessing. It'd have to be a developer who actually clarifies to put it to bed. You finally got the gem mag? Hey, good stuff. Congrats. Let's make sure my weight still goes in the right direction. I'll take you with me. Got it in the yacht club. Oh, good stuff. You did find it in the place that we suggested then. Now, happy days. The best outcome. think it makes sense. I feel like it'd be better. Yeah, because, I mean, I assumed... Well, the reason why I assumed it was intentional, like, beyond just the animation, is it just makes more sense that I would probably feel a little bit more well-rested if I was sitting on a comfortable piece of furniture as opposed to just sitting on the ground. You know? Like, that kind of makes sense, and it would incentivize you to actually use furniture, because otherwise people are just going to sit on the ground constantly. And then couple that with the animation, like, the separate animation for doing that thing specifically, it's like, I don't know, it all kind of, like, adds up to be an intentional choice in my mind. But yeah, like I said, though, I don't actually know. Like, just to clarify. Like, I don't know if it's intentional. I don't know if it's a bug. But, nah. It'll come to light anyway, because if they remove it, well, you'll know it's a bug. But if they refine it, well, you know it was intentional, but that'll happen in the future at some point. Yes, I can tell you with 100% certainty that I have no idea exactly, yeah. Unless it comes directly from a developer, everyone's full of shit. It's like, you're guessing. You're guessing, I'm guessing, we're all guessing. It has to come from a developer. That's the only way to know for certain. That's like God's word right there. Do the same mods have any effect on resting, or is it just visual? Oh, I wouldn't know. Personally, I don't know, I don't know the specifics for those mods. I don't know. I imagine they do provide bonuses. Probably similar to like what we're doing when we sit on the ground and rest. It's probably the same thing. But, yeah. It probably says it. Like, under those mods, if you go on the workshop and look at the description, it will probably tell you. Like, mods like that get quite popular, they normally give you all the information that you would ever need. Lamprey walk all the way from West Point. No, I lost my car yesterday. I overstayed my welcome by the bridge, so... At the end of the day, it was a little bit too dark between the lack of light and the storm to be able to see the zombies around my car, so I didn't want to risk trying to get into my vehicle and getting munched. But it's not that far to run. I think you might have left Rebecca up on the highway. That's what I was thinking. Because I think the last time I had a rest was all the way back up there when I picked up the SUV. I think. And I might have forgotten because I was focusing on getting the car working. So I'm gonna go grab my car now and have a little drive up there and see if Rebecca is on the road. Because that's the only place I can think where I would have had a rest. I'm not homeless, Lodi. I'm free. I'm a well-traveled man. Let's get rid of all of you. And my car shouldn't be that much further now. There should be a little group waiting for me as well. Do you have a main base or just live by the river? I have a main base. Like, I'll go back there today if I can't find my piano stool. But it's, the school in West Point. It's on the west side of town. But, yeah, at the moment, because we're trying to clear out the mall, I have been living a little bit closer, just to save myself some travel time. It's a lot of zombie bodies. You almost can't see the zombies still walking. Oh, yeah.
You have introduced yourself.
I swear to God, by the time I'm done with this run, I'm going to be an apex fucking predator. I don't see anything now. I sense movement. That's all I can see. I'm looking for like the small handful of pixels on the dead bodies that are moving, because that's a zombie that's still alive. That's all I keep an eye out for now. Yeah, they become a bit of a hassle to spot. It's why I'm always running up and down the road and I try not to walk too much. Because if I'm walking, I'm being too quiet. And if I'm being quiet, any zombie that's on the road on top of the dead bodies, they're not moving and they're not chasing me. So they're so much fucking harder to spot when they're like that. So I try and be as loud as possible so they're always moving. Because, it's just kind of cool. It's a real life thing, but your eyes are drawn to movement. It's the first thing that they pick up on, beyond anything else. So, if there's even like a small, like a small zombie hidden somewhere that he's just shuffling around a little bit, my eyes are drawn to that immediately. Same as everyone else, which is fantastic. No, she's not there. I must have left her somewhere else. She must be on the road down towards the mall on the side, like in the grass. That has to be where I left her. That's fine though. Rip. Pretty sure there's one in the church, isn't there? You are now my Rebecca. Come, new Rebecca. You will make a fine addition to my collection. On the highway to Louisville, closer to Louisville. I don't think so. I mean, maybe. But I haven't done anything in that area, really. No, like, large killing. Like, we did do a little bit of killing down there earlier, but I wasn't there too long. But yeah, maybe. Oh, god damn it. I wanted to do like a little drift around the corner. How dare you deny me? Where's the fancy car? Oh! What do you mean a fancy car? Well, the SUV. I haven't been using that for a while. That's down by the mall. You're in fog. I'll have a quick look then. You know, if you check the VOD, I'll have a quick gander on the highway and see if we spot it. For fuck's sake. Look at these load times. People say the game is good. Oh, the devs probably hate me streaming this. Because this is like a very poor representation of the game. They're like, wow, look how poorly it loads. It's just my computer's fucking dying. No one else has this issue. It's literally just me. It's my, my SSD is hanging on for dear life, I think. It's not having a very good time. Yeah, because I haven't seen anyone else on single player who's had black boxes like that. It's only on a multiplayer, really. Stare into the void, and the void stared back. All the spears on the ground. No, 'cause there are people like Twist on Fire and Rule Storage and people like that who do like pretty much the same game as I play, and they don't have this issue. So it has to be something like client side. It has to be something on my computer that's causing it, because Rule Storage has never had this issue as far as I'm aware. I've never seen it on Twist on his streams either, and they're both killing just as many zombies as myself, and they play on very similar settings. So it has to be something to do with my game specifically. And I didn't have this issue on my old PC either. So it's gotta be something, like, in terms of hardware, that's something that's dying. I'll kill these guys on the way back. How much is the SSD? Oh, I don't know. I haven't bought any components for my computer for a while. I have no idea what they cost at the moment. It wouldn't be too much, I don't imagine. Like, buying a hard drive or an SSD isn't going to be, like, breaking the bank. Fine. Don't mind me. I'm just going through my settings on Twitch at the moment. I'm just making A1J a VIP. You went through the vault and you found Rebecca. That's VIP worthy right there. You're getting VIP right now. I must reward him. Fuck, I can't even remember how to fucking VIP people. I will find it. Where is it? The honor is mine. I'm giving you VIP. Oh, there we are. Yeah. Show me, how do I add VIP? Oh shit, I can't remember how to fucking do this now. I can see all my current VIPs. How do I add more VIPs? Also, apparently I can make roles. I didn't know I could do that. I'm a terrible streamer. I'm learning stuff today. It's got to be under community. Yeah, role manager, activity. I can't find it. Either way, I'm gonna make you a VIP at some point. I'll probably do it after the stream. Otherwise I'll be here, like, being an old man, not being able to find things. Slash VIP? Ah, that's fine, I'll do it later. I think the roles thing is new. Yeah, I don't remember seeing that before. Looks new to me. I'll tell my family over dinner. Mother, father, I have great news. I have moved up the corporate ladder. I am now a VIP in the community I serve. It bears no responsibility and has no extra benefits, but it is a title. Do you have glasses and shit on the ground? Oh, no, no, none of that. No. No, that would break my game if I left that on. Yeah, having hats and glasses stay there indefinitely. I know, having 2 Rebeccas, yeah. Well, it's this stream again. Whew, be gentle. But I have to keep the true Rebecca alive, so... Backup Rebecca is staying in the trunk, where she belongs. Hey, Willem. Good day. Welcome on in. How's Commando's zombie murdering going? It's going very well. The tighty whities are still tight. And we just recovered Rebecca.
It ain't easy being cheesy.
Very cheesy. Because I may or may not have lost her. Again. But thankfully I have my ace team of detectives to recover her. Anytime I'm the fucking vegetable. I wish someone would keep me in the trunk as backup. Same. I don't know, now there's 2 of them. This is getting out of hand. Cat fight. I'm just picturing like one of those like really awkward like keyframed animations where there's just 2 piano stools just slamming into each other. Like a really shit animation that you would make in school or college. Slapping 2 JPEGs together. When are you gonna let an ambulance or something siren blare? No, we stopped doing that, 'cause every time I use a siren on an ambulance or any other emergency vehicle, they always break. For some reason. It's strange, like all the other ones, like all these like police cruisers, they'll last for a few seconds. The ambulance will last for a really long time, but inevitably, the light bar always breaks. Which is a bit weird. So we stopped using those, and now we just use generators for noise. And just the horns. Hey, Habs. Maybe read the instructions next time? No, reading the instructions on how to, like, assemble or use a piece of hardware is for pussies. I'm a real man. I don't need no instructions. I'll do it from instinct alone. Just hold the torch steady. I know what I'm doing. It can't be that complicated. 20 minutes later after I've destroyed the hardware. Fucking piece of shit. I'm gonna take you back to the store for a refund. I've been having the worst day. I'm hoping that's sarcasm. And to quote Homer Simpson, the worst day of your life so far. I hope you're all good, though. You have a generator by the bridge. Technically, it's not running at the moment, but there is a generator over there. But it's, it died a while ago. And it didn't explode, but it's on 0% condition. So we left it for so long. But there's so many zombies on the bridge currently that I don't actually need to run the generator. There's so many of them waiting to be killed. No sarcasm, rip. Well, I hope whatever it is isn't too bad. Let's take a beer, chill, just relax, forget about everything. So what are the speakers in the game, but they don't do anything? Yeah, I got a pair of speakers. Well, I got a set of speakers in my base, but yeah, I can't use them for anything. Right. Yeah, let's make our way down to the bridge, start grabbing a few more big groups. I'm a little bit behind, because I should have hit 123 by now. So I'm being a little bit slow now. Because I should have hit 123,000 about an hour ago. That's 90. Yeah, I got the 90s boombox. Yeah. Walk around with it on my shoulder. I'll actually have a reason then to use one-handed weapons. You know? A hammer or a hunting knife in my right hand, boombox in my left. The ultimate strategy. Why is there so many zombies along this tiny road? Oh, it's because all these zombies, like this area is normally empty, but because we're playing on pinpoint hearing, all of these zombies are from the mall. And they're the car park and everything in that surrounding area. So, let's make sure I'm clear. Yeah, so on the map itself, even though we are kind of stuck on this road fighting thousands of zombies, we're pretty much fighting everything in this collective area. And they're all just... well, they've already all filtered down to the river, but they're all slowly making their way down towards us every time we drive down this road and we make more noise. Just because they can all hear my car driving around this area. So they're all, like, slowly filtering down to this zone. But eventually they'll run out because we don't have zombie respawns on. So, while it is very time-consuming and it is taking a very long time to go through it all, our victory is inevitable, so long as we don't make any mistakes. As long as I stay alive, I can play the war of attrition game with them. So I can make more spears than they have zombies. Welcome back, Strider. Let's go grab some from the bridge again. Let's have a quick rest before I go any further, though. Yeah, so I'm ready to fight. Yeah, he's on 160. See, I reckon... Oh, hello. I thought he would have passed it by now. Like, I had it in my mind that 150 would be the upper limit, but he's on 160. I don't know, maybe he's been fighting zombies elsewhere, but he should have been done by now. Like, I don't know how he's still got zombies in that area. He should have been finished. And that's not a comment on his skill, it's just... I'm perplexed as to, like, where the fuck he's getting more zombies. Like, where the fuck are they coming from? Chinky shoulder bump. It's a lovely carpet. Thank you. I have been growing it myself. Everyone's got a hobby. What's rarer, the Franklin All-Terrain or the Jeep-looking vehicle? Franklin All-Terrain, I would say. That's not a fact, that's just me guessing. But I see way more Jeeps than I do Franklin All-Terrain vehicles. So I think I've seen like 3 or 4 Jeeps in my game currently, but I've only found one Franklin All-Terrain. So that could just be my luck, you know? Just spawning them in before the stream starts. He's inflating those numbers, yeah. No, see, if he was ever doing that, that is like true masochist, because Jesus Christ. I'm like 30,000, well, over 30,000 kills behind him currently. And I'm mentally done with this road. I want to go somewhere else. So, yeah, to like purposely keep yourself stuck here. Oh, my god. That's a sociopath. But nah, you would never do something like that. I spawned in the forest. Yeah, but there's... I had it in my mind that maybe he's drawing zombies from the outskirts of the map, but it's too far. It's not close enough. Like, even with pinpoint hearing. Like, a few of them would come in, but not that many. Unless I've just completely misjudged it. 'Cause like, where we are currently, we're not in range to attract anything from the edge of the map. Like, you'd have to drive all the way out to the mall to actually get any of them to start coming towards you. There's nothing else in this area. There's nowhere else they could have been coming from. Oh, you're on about Jeeps. Oh, sorry. I thought you were on about, like, Twist and his, like, high zombie kill count at the mall. That's what I thought you were talking about. Yeah, no, you get the Jeeps, yeah, because I had 2 of them that were meta events. They spawned from the campsites. I think 2 of them were natural spawns. Yeah, okay. 123,000. Yeah, we're living the dream. Oh, Oh, I just realized as well, we're very close to getting the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, the perfect kill count. Though they just migrate. No, it's not how migration works. They can't travel like that far. They can't traverse like great distances like that on their own. Like with pinpoint hearing, they can be assisted with it, so they can travel, you know, from one town to another, because they can hear you in another town and they'll chase after the sound. That's what attracts them. But there's nothing around this area that you could be pulling from, really. Like, the only thing, really, is the outskirts of the map, but I still think it's too far. But, you know, he has to be drawing zombies from somewhere, so, you know, maybe. Like, it's like, even if the answer seems, like, really far-fetched and unlikely, fuck it, if there's no other option, it's probably the right answer. So, yeah. Boy, there's a gap, they basically teleport. No. There's no mechanic like that, as far as I'm aware. There's no... Zombies don't teleport around or do anything like that. Not last time I checked, anyway. Beautiful. Imitates Attenborough. Oh yes, fascinating. No, I wouldn't want David Attenborough to narrate my zombies. I'd want Steve Irwin. Like, oh, cool. What a beaut. Oh, I do like the gnashes on this one. Oh, what a specimen. I want, like, old Steve Irwin, or, like, literally, like, any stereotypical outback Australian man to just, like, commentate on the zombies. Like, oh, what a fucking violent one this one is. Oh. Oh, he's a bit enthusiastic, ain't he? Yeah, it's like, yeah, full stereotypical, like, not a normal Australian, like, oh, crikey. Just throwing out all the stereotypical phrases. Don't let him near alligators. Didn't Steve Owen... I thought it was a stingray that got Steve Owen. Pretty sure it was a stingray. Yeah, it was a stingray. Yeah, I mean, I was young at the time. But I remember that. He died doing what he loved. Yeah, I mean, he was really supposed to be really chilled out, because his son and daughter kind of like picked up the mantle and everything. I know he's got kids, and I'm pretty sure they do the exact same thing he does. I don't know what they're called, but I vaguely remember seeing like a post about his son, and he's like pretty much doing the exact same thing. They both like really love animals as well. Grab some more of you. So I don't want to grab too many, because it's almost time to head back. He died. He died to a stupid fish. Don't trust him. Yeah, don't trust a man who doesn't like animals. Well, so yeah. Someone that hates animals, I'm like, oh, something's wrong with you. You're a weird one. How could you hate animals? You're saying you love mosquitoes. That's not an animal, that's a mistake. Same as, like, ticks and wasps. They're not animals. They don't count. They are God's mistakes and they need to be corrected. John Knockout has a bitch slap. Bitch slap brown snakes. That sounds about right. Parasitic wankers are non-human, are not non-animals. Yes, they must be purged, every single one of them. They are a plague, and this rolled-up newspaper is the cure. You have a job in every ecosystem. Yeah, like that argument comes up quite often, but not everything is actually important to the, like in an ecosystem. It's like ticks, for example. Ticks don't really matter. You could get rid of all ticks. It wouldn't make much of a difference. I don't know about wasps. I don't know what they actually do, to be fair. Beyond strike fear into every tourist. But, I'm sure you could probably get rid of wasps as well without making too much of a difference. Wasps are like bees. The bees are actually important. Wasps don't actually contribute anything, do they? Like anything important. Like bees, absolutely, but yeah, I don't think wasps actually do anything, right? Or have I just, like, completely missed something important that they do out of sheer anger and spite? Like, I got stung by a wasp as a child, and they were no longer redeemable in my eyes. Like, no. Purge. Burn. There's no coming back from this. They have to be cleansed. Do they pollinate? I don't think they pollinate, do they? Do they? You say they do pollinate. I'm curious now. Google. Give me a one-line answer. Some wasps are considered generalists. Okay, no, some of them do, apparently. Not all of them, some of them. What do so they overlap between the pollinators, such as bees. Okay, fair play. Okay, they get a pass today, but tomorrow we'll purge. We'll give them a one-day head start. Somewhere there's a savvy wasp grinning. Run my babies. Oh yeah, that fucking episode. Yeah. I think we're pretty much done for now. Oh, good stuff. Yeah, 10 o'clock though, so let's head home. Interesting choice by the council to pave this road entirely with dead bodies. I mean, they couldn't afford, like, the traditional materials to fill in the potholes, so we're just working with what we have. You know. Unfortunately, they've chosen something that's biodegradable, but it will do temporarily. We just stuff all their bodies into those little crevices and all those cracks in the road. And it'll hold for a short while. Space monkey, why would you say something like that? How dare you? How long does it take for the bodies to disappear? 9 days, exactly. So exactly 9 days on the dot, you'll see bodies disappear. Like sometimes we see it in our game where we'll be walking down a road that we've been going down for like quite a long time, and you'll see bodies like literally disappear right in front of you. You know that exactly 9 days ago you were stood exactly where you are now. Because we saw it like back at Westport, it was quite funny. There was a long trail of dead bodies that went down the road, and we would just see the bodies slowly disappear one by one down the road, because that's where we were fighting 9 days ago. Like, that's where we had a trail of zombies that we were just slapping one after the other. But yeah, you can't change the time. You can make them despawn faster or slower, or not at all if you really want to. Although I wouldn't recommend that, because that is going to chug your game if you kill too many of them. Am I fishing tomorrow? No, I still have enough food. I can last for a few more days. Like one more day without fishing. He's protesting against it in Sweden. What's she protesting against? Like, specifically? Because I don't really actually... I don't even know what Greta Thunberg is actually protesting. Like, in the past, all I know is the memes. I don't really follow any of that type of stuff. I tend to lose interest. Not really too interested myself. Press F to turn on and off the lights. Damn. I don't think I've bound mine. I think I bound my flashlight to L. I think. But yeah, dead battery. No lights. Only darkness. Hey, sad. Welcome on back. So why do we exist Wednesday? Happy days. Everyone, existential crisis time. Especially lobbied for wind farms. Fair enough. And then she protested again when the government was trying to build wind farms. Okay, that's an okay. I'm sure there's more to it than that, but yeah, when you phrase it like that, that is a bit funny. No, fair enough. We exist to annoy Lamprey. You do. You keep me nice and healthy, though. Because the more of you that join, and the more of you that annoy me, the more I'm gonna outlive you all just out of spite. That's my mission in life. I don't care about anything else. I just want to outlive all of you. I will be the last one left. That's my victory. It's my magnum opus. I must be the last one standing. These are wind farms kill whales. I mean, if the point was to, like, get my attention, they have it, I would definitely have a discussion with that person, whoever came up with that. I would genuinely want to hear what they have to say.
Stop building those damn wind farms, you're killing all the fucking whales.
I'm like, okay. I'm willing to hear you out on this one. Like, I want to hear the correlation. You've won, so I am going to take that bait, hook, line, and sinker. I'm definitely interested in this discussion. Non-believer. Oh yeah, we're not doing any gamblers for a while. I just, like, stopped doing those. Someone with a sense of humor. I would hope they were being, like, 100% serious just for my own entertainment. I love it when people come up with, like, really weird theories and stuff like that. It's like, oh, you're full of shit, but I will have a full multi-hour conversation with you just to hear how you think. Please, reveal to me the inner machinations of your mind. How the fuck do you come to these conclusions? I think Flat Earth is, like, my most enjoyed, like, category. I could watch Flat Earth videos for hours. Like, the shit they come up with is fantastic. The birds aren't real. Everyone knows the birds aren't real. They're all drones. It's why they sit on the power lines. It's because they're recharging. Everyone knows this. It's not even a theory anymore. It's fact. The government won't deny it. They know it to be true. All those pigeons are secretly surveillance drones. Alright, but I've been set down for another 2 hours or so, so I'm gonna go stretch my legs again. So I'll be back in less than 5 minutes. I'll probably only be about 2 minutes. But yep, I will see you all in a second. Right, and I'm back. Happy days. What have I missed though? Best one I heard was that if we put up enough wind farms, we'd choke. Oh, I saw something like that. I think it was with solar panels. It was an American politician. I don't know how long ago this was, but they were saying that we shouldn't use solar panels because we'll suck up all the energy from the sun. Like, it was something like that. I remember saying that one years ago. Yeah, it's always funny when they come up with stuff like that. It's like, we can't have, like, wind farms. We'll take all the air will disappear. We'll run out of wind. It's like, no, we can't have solar panels. We'll lose all the heat from the sun, and we'll kill everything in the solar system. Oh, funny stuff. Never argue with stupid people. No, arguing with stupid people is fantastic. It's like playing, like, a debate on hard mode, you know? It's like, oh shit, if you manage to convince a stupid person that they were wrong, like, oh shit. Like, a stupid person who's also got an ego, like, fuck, that's playing on, like, maximum difficulty. You have got to sharpen that silver tongue of yours before you go into that fight. Because no matter how sound and logical you are, ooh, they aren't gonna move. It's like doing times 16 pop. It's like doing sprinter runs in a debate. It's like, oh shit, this man is a master debater. Wind turbines cause cancer. The one that always comes up that I hear about is noise pollution. But I've lived near wind turbines almost my entire life, and I've never heard them. Like, ever. Like, you hear them if you go up close to them, but they don't make that much noise, honestly. Like, you have to be living, like, directly underneath those fuckers to actually hear anything significant. He's a master debater. So like you said, masturbator. That was the joke. Good stuff. Let's get some of those zombies to cross the bridge. Beautiful. Right, let's drag some of you across. You built a wind turbine on your house. I'm shocked it's loud. Yeah, it's a bit funny. 'Cause, I mean, there's a person I went to school with. He was called Jack Slade. And he's a farmer's son. His dad owns a lot of land, like, literally not that far away from where I live. And, all his fields are, like, right at the fucking top of the hill, so obviously when someone wanted to install wind turbines up here, they propositioned him and said, hey, we'll pay you a shit ton of money to let us build this on your land. And they did that, and I've been up to his farm, and I've done work around there. Never heard those turbines. Because I remember when they installed them up there, my dad was pissed. It was hilarious. Because he owns a farm as well, but they didn't ask him to put any wind turbines on his land because it's right at the bottom of the hill. So there's no wind down here. Oh, good stuff. How tall are you? I am 5'8" or 5'9", one or the other. Somewhere in between. selling land is good short term, but priceless long term. But it's like, and anything like that is fantastic. If you own land, and the local government needs to like install something like an easement, they need to put like a transformer, or they want to install wind turbines or anything like that on your land. Oh, you've hit the jackpot. You get to keep all the land and all the benefits. You also get to have grants paid annually as well, normally. It's great. It's like having a paycheck that comes in every single year. You literally do nothing. And you get to retain all the land and still get all the benefits. Wish I had a fucking farm. I don't own any land. I'm too young to own a farm. I do not have the monies for that. You guys are really taking your time to come up to this area. It's very, yeah, they're all polite. They're all British zombies. They're all queuing up, yeah, the cross. Farms and dynasties. See, there's another one. There's a family called the Averys who live not that far away. I've done work around there as well. And, I always find it funny because his son, I went to school with him as well. His son's great. All he does is post pictures of himself, like, flexing with all the hardware they have. Like, you'll get someone, like, showing their little tiny shitty, like, you know, Ford Fiesta that's been, like, souped up. And, you know, all the, like, the rims are worth more than the car itself. And then you'll have, like, Avery's son posing with his, like, £4 million tractor. That's great. Oh, you don't belong there. There we go. I thought there'd be more crossing the oh, there we go. I was gonna say, I thought there were more of you crossing. So we barely had anything so far. Just want to have a quick look at his temperature and make sure he's fine. I haven't seen this unpleasantly hot moodle pop up for a little while now. I just wanted to see if I could get away with wearing more clothing, but I don't think I can. But that's fine. Let's go have a rest, and I'll finish you off in a moment. Does hot temperature decrease stamina regeneration? No, it's any fluctuation in core body temperature, like being too cold or being too hot will increase the rate you gain fatigue, so your tiredness. So you gotta... If you want to try and, like, squeeze the most out of every single day, you have to... try and balance your body temperature as close to 37 degrees Celsius as you possibly can. And just to make it easier, it literally, like, dead at the center. Like, as close to the center as you possibly can for the core temperature. That's what you're aiming for. Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with stamina. Directly, at least. It's just... It's the difference between my character... Like, this character specifically. It's the difference between him being able to go around and fight zombies for, like, 20 or 21 hours. But if I'm not managing my body temperature, I might only be able to fight for about 17 or 18 hours before my character gets tired. So, it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's worth doing, seeing as it doesn't take any extra effort. You know, all I gotta do is just not wear any clothing. Or if it's too cold, just wear a little bit extra. It's a tiny bit of micromanaging, and I can squeeze a few more hours into my day where I can kill more zombies. Summer means sushi. Yeah, in the summer when it's like anything like over 20 degrees or even close to 20 degrees Celsius, you kind of got to be naked all the time if you want to like really perfect your temperature. Like you can see, I've only been jogging for a short while and my character's already getting hot now, and he's not wearing anything. So, yeah, it's a little bit annoying, but there's no negatives to being naked, apart from, you know, obviously, if I make a mistake and I get grabbed, bigger chance of me getting injured, but so long as I don't do that, I'm fine. Where are you? We're just east of Valley Station. So, northeast from West Point, and we're right between Valley Station and the mall. Pretty much right next to the drag strip. If that helps. I used to live alone, you could be naked and at home all the time. See, the trick is to have roommates, but also be naked all the time. You gotta be that roommate. You're from the UK, but you moved to Australia. The heat is... Yeah, it's just different. Yeah. I've never been to Australia, but I don't think I could live there. I don't even think I could visit. I would die. Yeah, like anything that approaches like 25 plus degrees Celsius, that's like very uncomfortable for me. I don't handle the heat very well. Anything over 30 and I'm catatonic, I'm dead. Bury me, please. It'll be colder in the ground. Pale skin isn't built for sun. No. I don't tan. I burn. I look like a rotisserie chicken. some of this year was getting 42, 45. Yeah, because where I was, I think it peaked at 39 degrees in the southwest, which is insane. And it didn't help that I was living in a loft conversion at the time. So I was like, I was fucking right under the roof. And I was trapped in there with all that fucking heat. And there was a single, like, Velux window to air it out. My god. I don't know if there's any clips on their stream when I was, like, streaming during there, but I was off. There's a reason I don't have a webcam. I was streaming fucking naked half the time. I was physically dying. Yeah, not a good time. Are you playing on extremely rare? Blue Saints? I think we're on insanely rare. So the lowest you can set it, you know, beyond just turning loot off completely. But it doesn't really matter at this stage in the game anyway, because I think we've found pretty much everything. I think the only item I don't have currently is a welding mask. That's like one of the few things I haven't actually found yet. But we have everything else in the game that I can recall. Oh, yeast, yeah. I found everything except for the things I need to bake a cake. Yes, yeast for ye, but not for me. Let's have a quick rest, and then we'll go grab some more from the bridge, because we're slowly getting there. Like, I don't think we've killed most of them. Like, I mean, going from, like, Twist's game, probably nowhere near. But my FPS isn't dying every single time I go back to the river now, so it's getting better. At least in this area, at the moment. Yeah, let's bring some more into this area. Oh, hold on, there's still a few of you left here. Oh, well, you can all come over here then and fight me. Yeah, good stuff. It'd be cool if there was a chainsaw in PC. There is. There's a chainsaw. You can't find it, it doesn't spawn. But there is a chainsaw in the game. At least there's a chainsaw model in the game. You have to load up debug if you want to find it, though. But, yeah, there is a little... It's a little orange chainsaw. But it doesn't have any unique attributes to it. You know, you can't fill it up with fuel and use it. It, I think it has a different attack animation, but it's literally just a melee weapon. Like a baseball bat. But no, it would be cool if you could actually get a chainsaw in vanilla. In an actual game to cut down trees. Yeah, but I think we can go to the bridge now. I think we're clear. Yeah. Change to the cut down. Zombies. Who knows? Maybe that'll come in build 42, because I mean, they've already got the model for it, so you know they've been thinking about it. In the past, at least. So who knows? Maybe it'll, get added next build. Glorious purpose. Come. I believe in all of you. And let's turn off the tap for that one so they don't all cross over. Yeah, Mulder Highway. Yeah, it is very reminiscent of that, isn't it? Hold on. Right, so the rest of them are going to chill by the car for a minute. While they do that, I can top up my stamina. Wonder how many years it would take. Thank you to forget how to talk. That is a question. I wonder how long that would actually take. Fuck, why have you put that question in my head now? That question needs an answer now. Shit, how long would it take to forget how to talk? Hey, Kiona. Welcome on back as well. Hello, hello. Doing better, yeah, doing better than the military. Yeah, I like to imagine that the military in Project Zomboid is the same as every other piece of media. Where the armed forces have to be, like, the dumbest entities on the planet just so a zombie apocalypse could actually happen. It's like, oh no, we forgot how to use all our guns, and none of us know how to aim. And all of our drone pilots mysteriously had a stroke at the same time. It's like, oh shit, it's okay though, we got armor. It's like, no. We've misplaced all the gas for the tanks. We can't use any of them. And all the shells, they've all expired. You are a bastard. That's going to be on my mind now. Wonder how long it would take. Use the armed forces or stormtroopers. Oh, you wait. I hope they actually make, like, when they inevitably add NPCs into the game, I hope they make them into, like, fucking Marines at some point. Like, they'll give you the sandbox options to dictate how hostile the NPCs are. And then adding on to that, how skilled are they? Like, you come across, like, three, like, you know, 3 ex-Marines surviving the apocalypse, and they just gun you down before you even see them. That'd be hilarious. So frustrating, but it'd be hilarious. Because I've heard stories, I've never really played with the Superb Survivors mod, but I've heard tales of people losing their characters to NPCs with firearms almost immediately, and they never even saw the NPC, apparently. Google says you can never forget how to talk. You can lose proficiency with your native language as early as 3 years. Really? That's cool. Give it 50 and get back to me. We need someone to take one for the team. One of you needs to, like, take a vow of silence and just don't talk for the rest of your life. Right. Yeah, let's go grab some more from the bridge then. I think we're all caught up here again. And how's my FPS? 35. It's gotta be a few of you then at least. Let's go grab some. Let's get rid of these guys first, because they're going to be in my way, on my run back. Get rid of all of them. Yeah, at this rate, the 200,000 zombies are going to be buried right next to the 100k. That'll be fucking adorable. There's not that many more of you, just a few that didn't follow us from before. Gamba today? No, we're not going to be doing gambas for quite a while. I might do like the odd one here and there, but I won't be doing them like every day like we've been doing in the past. Hey, Nashul. Welcome back. How was the sleep? Damn, you were gone almost exactly 6 hours. Fair play. Yeah, let's go grab them from the bridge now, though. It's almost 7 o'clock, but I got time for another big group. And there's Mr. 100,000 again. In his grave, chilling out. Yeah, I can't even look at them for too long. Tanks my FPS. Yeah, let me get out of here before too many of them cross over.
None of you seem to understand. I'm not locked in here with you.
You're locked in here with me.
Oh, here's a rod. Hello, hello. Welcome on back. Yes, the notorious sprinter run killer. Now, how have you been, though? Also, hello, Crest. It'd be a shame if a jet were to fly overhead. You wouldn't dare. I'm just gonna turn the engine off because I just realized I basically got no spears left. I might not have enough to kill all of them, so I don't want to lose my car. Right, last 2 spears. Fantastic. You don't have chipstone anymore? Ah, time to scrounge around in the dirt. Alright, I'm on high exertion though, so let me ditch all of you. And I'll finish you off in a moment, but I want to get my stamina back. That should be far enough. No, Zerot. You little shit. That'll be a helicopter. There he is. Oh, he's gonna fly up here as well. You fucker. Oh, I should be able to get my stamina back before they chase me. Got most of it back. So many bodies. Let's make some more. It's not enough. We need more. I can still see small bits of the road. It's not perfectly covered. Hey, pal. Welcome on in. Hello, hello. Appreciate the follow as well, Barker. Welcome on in. Last spear. Last one. Yeah, back up to high exertion again. Rip. Ah, well. I'll leave all of you back there for a moment while I have a full rest. Heard your... Yeah, I saw Twist gave me a shout. Yeah, fair play. Over 3 years. Yeah, so I got the highest... I still have the highest survival and the highest kill count currently, but Twist is, like, right behind me. Like, he's on 160 on his current run, hasn't he? But he's also got his 230,000 run. I think that's still alive. So, in the next, like, month or two, Twist is probably gonna overtake it. Because I'm a little bit behind him at the moment on my new character. I think I'm about a month and a half or 2 months behind him, at about 40,000 kills behind. So I've got a little bit of catching up to do on my character. But yeah, if you want to see the death for that character though, it's PBTwitch for the command to get the clip for it. gonna see if I can scurry past like a rat. Just want to get my car just to save myself a little bit of time. Appreciate the follow, Bal. Happy days. Welcome on in. Let's grab all of you. Waterloo. But yeah, just drag them all into the woods out here so I can circle around and go grab my car. Waterloo. Now, to be fair, I might have to run. I might have to go on foot. Yeah. I'll come back for my car tomorrow. I'm in no rush. That works for me. I would fight them, but I don't have any spears left. I've only got this half-damaged one. So no one's ever lived over more than 3 years. Oh no, that's the Twitch record. So, the ones that are higher than 3 years, there's my 10-year run, but that one's offline, so there's no clips, there's no, like, VODs of that, so it's one of those things where it's like, you either believe me it's real or it's not. There's kind of no way to, like, show people that game. There's a 5-year run, supposedly, on a leaderboard. I think there's a name tied to it, but it's the same thing as my 10-year run. Like, we can't find any info about it. And then there's my 3-year run. And I think after that, it's like, it's either Nomus or Cromulent Archer. I'm pretty sure one of those had like a 2 or 3 year run on YouTube. And then there's like tons of us who've done like 2-year plus games, like multiple times after that. Sit back, I'm secretly praying for your downfall. Yes. How fucking dare you? You keep those intrusive thoughts away. Don't manifest it, okay? I'm gonna live forever. For all intents and purposes, I'm immortal until proven otherwise. I want to see the wind. Yeah. That'd be great. You survive 1 century, your character dies of natural causes. You get like a really anticlimactic, you won! And confetti shoots up as well. And this is how you died. The grass wants you to touch it. I refuse. Grass is the real enemy. Yeah, we did 769 kills today. That's nice. But yeah, what are we on? 100 and... Oh, we're on 124,000 now. That's good. But I think I have enough spears at the outpost to stay here 1 more day, and then I'll have to make some more. Or go back to the school in West Point and pick some more spears up from there. 'Cause I have quite a lot of them still like lying around on the floor. So I'll probably take the trailer back and head back out that way. Time to wamp. Oh, time to beat Wampy's 3-year run. You can do it. I mean, what are you on at the moment, Periwinkle? Because you said you were close, weren't you? You're on 2 years and something. I know you're not that far off. 2 years, 11 months. Yeah, you're like right behind it then. Yeah, because it was 3 years and 6 days. Like literally just over the 3-year mark. Also, I forgot I didn't add that gifted to the counter. There we go. 219. Literally at 10. I'm pretty sure Periwinkle has level 10 in everything with that character. Yeah, he did get level 10 before me. I'd never done electrical 10 before my last game, because it's like so much effort for no reward. Yeah. Right, let me change my alarm as well, because that's going to be a little bit too early. Let's give you 5 hours. No, it's always... Oh, I always run around naked. Yeah, I'm just managing my temperature. So in the summer, when the temperature goes up to like 20 plus degrees, I just need to like make sure my temperature stays balanced. Otherwise, my fatigue grows a lot faster. And then I have to start sleeping more hours per day, which is just wasted time. I want to know exactly where you died. Oh, type in !PBTwitch. It's on the road by Moldra, on the highway out of town south. And my minimap would have been open as well, so you probably could find the exact tile I died. Oh, you're the one who clipped it, fair. What made you die on your 3-year run? Skill issue. Like, I can show you the clip really quickly. I'll pull it up on screen. So I can explain exactly what happened. But it was a mixture of both my computer fucking me and me just being an absolute twat. Let me pull up this clip. I'll pull it up on screen. But yeah. So, I was fighting just south of Moldra. But yeah, I got dragged down by zombies. But you can see, as my character turns around, if you watch my cursor here, my screen went black. Only for a few seconds. I don't know why it happens. Supposedly it's supposed to be something to do with my cables. But when that happens, I normally just turn around and run away. And I look at my other monitor. Because I have my OBS up, I can still see what's going on, more or less. So, when my screen went black here, I immediately turn around to run away from the zombies. And I start looking at my OBS, so I start basically looking at my other monitor to see where to run. But when I do that, I'll put it in slow-mo as well. You'll be able to see my cursor go up here, and I click off. I clicked out of my game. So I tabbed myself out of my game, basically. So my monitor fucked me initially, but I had a skill issue. I tabbed myself out of the game, which is why my character stops walking. And why he stands still. And you'll see my cursor reappear in the center of the screen, so that's when I tabbed myself back into the game. Yeah, like right there. So it goes off there. And then... there he is. But yeah, by the time I tabbed myself back into the game, it was too late, I was already getting grabbed. But yeah, it was self-inflicted, you know, it was something I did myself. But I was on... what was I on? 3 years, 6 days, 9 hours, 297,000 kills. Or just under 298,000. But yeah, that was a really good run, though. Shame that he died, but, you know, it is what it is. Nobody lives forever. but we'll have to clear out this little road here now. I don't have as many spears as I want, but I should have enough to get my car back. Beautiful. Everyone has to go at some point, yeah. Yeah, we all have to die eventually. It's always my trump card I pull out of my back pocket for, like, to win any debate or any discussion. That's my get out of jail free card. It's great. It's like, oh yeah, but this would be better hypothetically if you don't make any mistakes and you don't get grabbed by zombies. And that's when I whip out the trump card. I'm like, boom. Literally have the world record for the game, and I'm fucking trash. Like, I died too, just like everyone else. Your point is invalid, because we're all fucking papagas and we all fuck up eventually. Yeah, it only takes that one silly mistake. Like, that game was perfect. I think I had 2 injuries on that entire game, outside of getting dragged down. So I averaged like 1 injury per year. But, yeah, everyone fucks up eventually. It's always, like, something really simple. Like, you tab yourself out of the game, or you accidentally misclick, or you accidentally trip over a fence. It'll be something, like, really silly. It always is. Yeah, I'm gonna live forever. Yeah, exactly. For all intents and purposes, I am immortal. I have never died in real life. Therefore, you cannot prove that I'm a mortal man. I may be the exception to the rule. Until I die, I am immortal. On paper, at least. Oh yeah, or a sneeze makes you miss the pause button. Yeah, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about the dark days. Hey, monkey. Welcome on in. Immortal intent, yes. For all intents and purposes, yes. The tents will give us immortality. Is there a way to avoid triggering the one-shot? Yeah, so you can't choose when to do the one-shot animation, but you can choose when not to do it by playing with the game mechanics. So it only activates if you're fighting a zombie one-on-one. So, like this guy, for example. He's all on his own, there's no one near him. So it is still RNG, but you have a very good chance doing the one-hit animation when you're fighting a single zombie like that. Like this guy here. And this one here, probably. No, not him. But when you have one zombie that you're attacking, but there's also another zombie right next to them, like within one tile, the game won't ever do the one-hit animation. So if I get this guy, I'll get rid of you. But if I group these ones up together, these won't be stab animations because they're right next to each other. So it's the game basically, it knows that it doesn't need to lock you into that animation, because if it does that, you're gonna die. The issue is, if I attack a zombie like these guys here, so if I went to attack this one, and I had a zombie like directly behind me, the game isn't gonna register that zombie, and know not to lock you in the animation. So you have to make sure that when you're attacking a zombie, there's another zombie next to the one you're attacking to avoid the animation. But if you want to do the animation, you just got to make sure that there's no zombies like directly behind you or directly next to you that are going to grab you while you're doing the animation attack, because you can't cancel it once you activate it. Yeah, it's not as complicated as some people believe it to be. It's really simple, actually, at face value. I was scared to use the spirit. Yeah, I mean, to like settle your mind a little bit, you are gonna die when you do it. More than likely. It's kind of like a rite of passage. Everyone has to do it at least once. When you use spears for the first time, most people, if not everyone, fucks it up the first time, because you're still getting used to the timing and how it works. But it doesn't take a lot, honestly, to get used to it. Just try and make sure that if you are going to use spears for the first time, try and do it on like a throwaway character while you practice. Just while you experiment with it, because there's nothing worse than losing a long-term character to an experiment. Oh, it's me. It's Ghost Me. Where did I go? I've disappeared. I saw a few of the bodies despawn. That means I was here exactly 9 days ago. It's like a remnant from an old time. When you start seeing zombies disappear like that, they've been there for exactly 9 days on the dot. So if you have like a trail of dead bodies, you can kind of follow where you were and where you ran off to. It's like chasing after a ghost. Spear is the best. Goddamn right. Spears for life. Best DPS. Time travel. It's great. It's like an echo. Nine chipstones so far. Ooh. Think of all the stone knives you could make. And think of all the spears you could craft with those knives. Got him. 54 spears incoming. Beautiful. Love it when the kills match the beat of the music. Yeah, we're actually, we're accidentally making one of those YouTube edits. I'm gonna sync every action in my game to the beat of the song. You love finding 3 katanas in the survivor house, all in absolute shit condition on extremely rare loot. Then find another sledgehammer on the road, as you do. The RNG gods have named you victorious on this day. Right. And off we go again. Hey, Artis. How is your afternoon? Yeah, it's all good. Nice and chill, as always. Still pushing towards the ball, as before. But we're up about 4,200 kills so far. Slowly getting there. But today I want to try and do a full 10,000. That's the goal anyway. So I got 14 hours in total to get that done. And I am 6 hours in. And I'm almost halfway to my target. So I think I'm a little bit behind schedule at the moment, but I have had a few mishaps with rolling cars over and losing vehicles today, so I have had a bit of wasted time. I hope you're all good, though. The game is being nice. It knows that you want to play with spears. The RNG gods are being very generous on this day. You get a spear, and you get a spear. You all get a spear. Oh, there's my car. So I just want to get rid of the last of the zombies around this area. And then we'll drive off, because I don't have that many spears left. I need to go back to the school and pick up some more. First time you managed to farm, grow some broccoli. Hey, good stuff. He's moved up the civilization tree. He's discovered agriculture. Oh, good stuff. Pile of bodies. Hey, Mal, it was self-defense, okay? I can explain everything. My character just has a very punchable face. It's all self-defense, okay? I'm justified.
I thought we'd agreed never to lie to each other.
I would never lie to you. Why do you think he wears a mask? He's fuck ugly. He has to hide his punchable face. Alright, let's drive off now then. Hey, it does. So yeah, start a fire on the road. It'd be cool if it would spread like that, but it doesn't work like that, unfortunately. The fire won't spread, like, through the dead bodies and such. It would be cool if it did that, though, because that would be hilarious. Yeah. Little carpet bomb of dead bodies just, like, combusting down the road. That'd be great. Smelliest road I've ever seen. Oh, God. Could you imagine? Jesus. Anyone know how to flip a car back up, right? Yeah, you just, tow it with another vehicle. So if there's a car on its roof, just literally attach it like what we've done there. So if that was a car on its roof, for example, you would just do that and then drive forward a little bit, and the car tends to, like, roll over on its own. Like, if you just drive forward and turn slightly, it tends to correct itself. Alright, that's all good. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go back to the school now so I can go pick up some more spears. Yeah. I'll try and show you in a second. Seeing it's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I got time. I'll try and roll my car over so I can show you. Just for fun. So I can roll my car over. You need to channel out inner Vin Diesel for this. I don't have spears. I have family. I can probably roll my car over. Hey, Dotsan. Welcome back. Character's filthy. Nice. He's wearing his natural armor. Exactly, like Duz says. I'm slightly more harder to catch now that I'm covered in blood and grease. Disclaimer, he's not, but you gotta have that wishful thinking. Oh, don't crash now. Bad time to crash. Let's see if I can roll my car over. I'll ditch the trailer first, but the highway down here is wide enough and long enough that I should be able to roll my car over, so I can show you how to roll it back on its wheels again. Anytime today, game. I believe in you. God, you are really struggling. What happens if you drive in the black? Nothing. I'll do it now. Just... Oh, I'll try to. But no, if I drive into the void, my car will literally just stop. No damage. No harm. Yeah, just like an invisible wall, basically. Alright, but let me ditch the trailer. I'll ditch the trailer here, and I'll try and roll my car. We did it over here before. We did a barrel roll. Yeah, let me leave the trailer off the highway just so I don't crash into it by mistake. I need to go quite fast for this. I got a bad feeling about this. It's fine. What's the worst that could happen? Barrel roll. We're getting too good at that now. I can't land on my roof. Can you not die in a car crash? Oh no, you can die in a car crash. I keep landing on my wheels. I have perfected the barrel roll. I'm something of a professional driver myself. Let me try 90. No, 90's not fast enough. Oh, yeah, it's a request, not a question. Yeah. But yeah, there's no collision with the ground in terms of, like, applying damage to your vehicle. So if you do anything, like, silly like this, you can't die directly. Unless you do that. So crashing into walls, lampposts, and trees and stuff like that, that will do damage, but when you roll the car over on the road, no damage, and no harm to your character. I will get him to roll again. I will land him on the roof, I swear. I just need to find that perfect speed where I have enough to roll him, but not enough to land on my wheels again. It's got to be about like 100, 110. There we go, that's the perfect speed. So let me go grab that car now.
Fucking bozo, look at this idiot crashing into a tree.
No, Periwinkle, you gotta clip the ones where I'm doing perfect barrel rolls back to back. You gotta showcase my finest moments. Oh, you did? Oh, good stuff then. Fantastic. On Discord, perfect. But yeah, if you ever do this to your car where you roll it over and it's like, it's on its roof like that, you literally just tow it. Nice and simple. So yeah, just attach the vehicles to one another. Nice and easy. And then boom, done. That's literally it. And that's just how you get your cars back on their wheels again if you roll them over. Whether it's on the roof, it's on the side, it doesn't matter. The physics are just a little bit janky. Gotta ignore that. Let me leave you there. There's actually a zombie there as well. Hilarious. Right. Fucking, there we go. Let's move that one where it should be. They heard about my impressive driving, they've come to have a look. Just realized you left your PC open without pausing. Ah yes, a tale as old as time. I hope you're still alive. And I'll quickly go and refuel my car as well, seeing as I have a little bit of time left in this day. Hey, AC as well. Hello, hello. Can we test if you can survive from a 3-story drop? No, because I know the answer to that one, and you can. It's just down to RNG. So yeah, anything that goes over like anything over like 1 story, you can kill yourself. It is it gets to a point where if you start doing like 3 or 4 floors up, you can survive it, but it's down to luck. Like there's nothing that you can do as the player. So yeah, I will not be doing that. I'm quite fond of living. Chilling in a car, luckily everything was clear, 4 months. Oh, good stuff. No character death then. Beautiful, that's what we like to hear. Hang on, kids. Well, come on in. Such a specific pop. Yeah, fuck doing times 4. 4.5. It's perfect. Yeah, there's still a few zombies lurking around West Point as well, which is surprising. Let's go grab all those spears. And they run with rubber bandage you back. Oh, rip. Haven't slept in a long time in real life. Just watching the stream, playing World of Warcraft, and playing PZ. The ultimate multitasker. I admire your drive. I need more spears. All the spears. Really like the song. Well, you can enjoy it some more, because I need to go and check something quickly. Pretty sure my window's dying. Now, give me a second. I just need to go quickly check something. I'll be back in less than 1 minute, so ignore the timer. I'm back, and I lied. I owe you 8 seconds of streaming. I will write you all an IOU, I promise. To be fair, let me grab all of those. The counting was my job. You have been outsourced. ChatGPT is going to replace you. I know you have been outsourced. Let's get rid of those. All the Canadians. Beautiful. Seeing as I'm here as well, let me replace the battery for my flashlight. Pretty sure I have some batteries out here. Yeah, good stuff. And I might as well wash my character as well. Oh, he's pure. He's clean, untainted. It's an abnormal sight. Right. But yeah, we'll make our way back out to the outpost now as well. Oh, that's the thing, actually. Seeing as I'm back here, I'll check my crops so I don't have to come back here again for a while. Oh yeah, it's a good thing I chose to as well, yeah. Alright. Let's get that farming experience. And to be fair, I might as well replant them seeing as it's raining as well. Let's say I'd be coming back here for quite a long time then. Just open Twitch and it showed your car upside down. Oh, I don't know what to tell you, Zero. That must be a visual bug. So I would never roll my car on purpose multiple times to demonstrate how to roll it back. Like, who would do that? What type of madman would purposely roll his car over on a highway when he's trying to do a marathon run and set a new world record? Who would risk such a thing? It must be a visual bug. Military genius. I'm something of a strategist myself. Yeah, if you forgot them, yeah, they would have died last time, because my potatoes are all dead. Because I left them for a long time. But we're not too interested in farming, to be honest. It's literally just to do the, get farming to level 10. That's all I'm doing it for. Literally just to max out the skill. That is the only purpose it serves. A true farmer, yeah. Ugh.
Sorry, Steve, I accidentally let my taters die. Yeah. I forgot. Oh, I went out to the field yesterday, Tater, and I noticed all my plants were dead. I know, come BR. Next thing you know, I'm gonna forget to oil my tractor.
Yeah, I would be a terrible farmer. Appreciate the
I
follow.
have introduced
Hilo.
myself. You have introduced yourself.
Welcome on in.
This is a very good conversation.
It's a very good conversation. Yeah, welcome on in. Yeah, I'm not that far away from level 8. I wish we actually hit level 8. Would have been able to read the last book then. Get that one ticked off. Yeah, I'll leave those ones. Haven't found any radishes yet. Yeah, Lab's be like, I had to feed the animals? No, you don't understand, Dad, alright? I played Project Zomboid. I know a little bit about farming. Ain't no animals in there that need to be fed, alright? They can't possibly be dead. Is there a zombie upstairs? There is. Hello. Let me see if I can run around and get you before you break that window. They don't normally find their way up here. But I suppose the generator isn't on, so that's fair. What was I doing? Potatoes, that's what I was doing. Which I've done. Feel like I'm listening to the archers. Fair. Farming level's still useless? I mean, it makes farming a little bit easier, and supposedly you get a bigger yield the higher your farming gets. Whether that's true or not, it's kind of irrelevant. You always have too many crops and too many seeds, you know, after a couple of harvests, so... It is not really worth maxing out, honestly. But it's nice to have anyway, you know, it's never a bad thing to have more levels. It's always nice. But I am really just doing the bare minimum. I'm not really putting a lot of effort into my farming, honestly. Bigger yields are complete like, yeah, because I heard that. It sounded plausible, but I was like, I've never seen that. And if it is true, it's like, it's got to be a small amount, because I've never noticed, like, a big disparity between level 0 and level 10. You know? But... it makes sense on paper. But no, it literally just gives you information. So when you go for the info tab, it literally just makes it clearer as to how much water the crops have, any disease, how much disease do they actually have, how healthy are they, and, you know, their growing phase and all that stuff. But most of that information you don't actually need. And I'm not gonna war team myself. If you die, you die. That's fine. I can always replant. Alright, let's get some sleep. And then we'll head back and do some more killing tomorrow. They last 700 days before going rotten in the... Oh, before going rotten? No idea. They last longer than I need them to. So, you know. If they're still fresh by the time I eat them, cool. Anything longer than that? I don't know. It's not something that's worth looking at, honestly. You know, as long as they're still fresh when you need them, that's all that matters. Hey Kiki, where are you located? Oh, we're in West Point currently, but we're gonna be going back out to Valley Station in the morning. And back to killing zombies close to the mall. Alright, let's head on back. Too far. Too far. No time to charm. Yeah, are you full? Oh, you still have room. Good stuff. Fridges make things last longer. Yeah, I mean, fridges are useless. Freezers are good. But fridges aren't really worth having. Like, it's why the popsicle freezers are, like, the best. But yeah, it's nice to, like, cool things down so they last a little bit longer, but if you're gonna do that, you might as well just freeze everything. Freezing things makes them last so much longer. And it doesn't take that long to thaw things out when you actually want to eat them afterwards. You seek numbers. There should be a kind of... Yeah, I mean, it's in the video game. There'll be code for it. There will be numbers. What those numbers are, no idea. Like, I'm sure if you, like, messaged any of the code divers, anyone who's into that kind of stuff, someone's bound to have had a look at, like, what the actual numeric values for, like, fridges and freezers are. Like, they'd have the answer. Well, I don't know, personally, what the exact number would be. It's a rough 25 times multiplier longevity. Where's that number come from, then? Is that from, like, the wiki? Is that from word of mouth? Have you looked at it yourself? Like, where's that come from? So I've never heard that 25 number, but to be fair, I've not been looking for it. And now we wait. These are all outdated and from people testing. Oh, fair enough. Yeah. When it comes to, like, numeric values like that, I think they're a bit irrelevant in terms of, like, actually knowing what they are, because it's like, if I put something in a freezer on day 1, and let's say I fill the freezer up completely, I'm probably gonna eat all of that food well before any of it even goes stale. let alone rotten, so it's like, do I really need to know exactly how long it's gonna last? Probably not. Be cool to know, but... like, would I ever use any of that information? No. It's like... I don't tend to plan out my character's meals, like, you know, 100 or 200 days in advance. I normally just do about 3 or 5 days worth of food, and that's about it. Yeah, 5 and then 25. Yes. Sounds about right. Right, let's go drop off this trailer first. Fucking hell, you need to calm yourself. Oh, I need to go online and buy a new SSD, because this is just... it's been going on for so long, I've been putting it off for months, but I need to fix this. I think I might have to kill my SSD and get a new one. What happens if you go for an unloaded area? Nothing. You can't go there. You just hit like an invisible wall, and then you just bounce back. On multiplayer, it's a little bit different. Like, there's different states for that, but it's more or less... like, if it's a Black Void, it's the same thing. But on multiplayer, you can go to an area, and if there's, like, severe latency issues, it basically won't load any of the zombies in. So you can run around freely. It's quite funny. But that's a little bit more complex and beyond my understanding on how that works exactly. Right, that's all good. What's my weight currently on? 78. Yeah, I can skip all the food making and stuff today. Go straight back to murdering. Gonna do freezing testing then. Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't take that long. You could do that within a few minutes. You can speed up time by times 1000 in debug. So, you could literally do that within, like, 30 minutes at the very most, and that's, like, being quite extensive with the testing as well. It wouldn't take that long. Let's go pull some zombies from the bridge. See how many more there are chilling out around this area. Oh, there's already a few of you waiting for me. Good stuff. Let's pull all of you. Get rid of all these guys first, and then we'll go grab another giant group after this. Gotta get that on that debug game, yeah. Thanks. Debug is just such a good thing to have. It's like, oh, do I want to know what the exact numbers for everything is? I would like to, but I'll settle for an approximation. You give me something that's like reasonably close, that's fine. And you can do that in debug. Just test things out of log. Nice and easy. Like, if you throw a bunch of stuff in the freezer and it comes out as like close to times 25, you know, 25 times as long, it's like, oh, that's fine then. That's a close enough approximation. Why this bridge has 30,000 zombies? It's because they're all from the mall. If you're playing a normal game, this area will never be like this. It's only because we're playing with pinpoint hearing. It's the only reason why there's so many of them around this area. Pinpoint hearing just increases the sound radius of literally everything, so, you know. If you're driving down a road and on normal settings, and everything, like, you know, maybe 50 tiles out might hear you, on pinpoint hearing, that 50 would become something stupid like 300. Like, everything is super loud. So by the time we get all the way out to the mall, it'll be empty. Like, there won't be anyone left out there. I know, what is this? Clean Lamprey, and I'm sparkly and clean. I just wanted to flashbang everyone in dark mode. Just this pearly white character just appears on screen. Flashbang. The pasty boy, exactly. He fears the sun. And that should be all of them, or at least most. He's got a tattoo on his right leg, yeah. Oh, that's the thing we'll actually have to try and pull off later in the game. Like, this will be years from now in game time. But if we're gonna go for like 100% completion, we'll have to be super risky later on. Because part of the 100% completion, and not a lot of people actually know about this, but you can scar your character. You can get scars on your legs and on your arms and your hands and your torso. Like permanent markings that you can't get rid of. But it's like... I don't know how it works exactly, because it doesn't always happen. But you have to have a wound on that body part. But it doesn't always occur, like, after it heals, you won't always get the scar. But we'll have to try and get an injury on every single body part. And just see if we can unlock every scar for every limb. Fully customized veteran character. He's got those war wounds. Sexy lamp. Is there any other kind? There are 170 flamingos and 53 gnomes in the world. Well, I need something like a step further now. I need the actual map that shows every single location. For research purposes. Respawn is active? No, this is just normal zombies. This just speaks volume of the quantity of zombies that are in the area. No respawns, nothing like that. Literally just, as soon as they're dead, they're gone forever, but there's just so many of them. Appreciate the follow, Case. Welcome on in. I'm an idiot. I thought I didn't see the one on my back. Lots of zombies, right? Let me go have a quick rest, and I'll come back for you in a second. This is Tarzan. I don't recall Tarzan having a fanny pack, but if he had the option, I'm sure he would have one. Save money by swinging, for fuck's sake. We've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. Why does Space have weird animations when attacking sometimes? What do you mean by weird animations? What, do you mean like the one-hit kill? Or you want about other ones? There they are. Hey, Myth as well. Welcome on back. Are we using mechanic overalls? No, it's too much insulation. Couldn't wear that. Right. You can see my character's body temperature now. So, I am literally wearing nothing. I have no insulation protection, with the exception of a small amount from my sneakers. And my character is still slightly too hot. If I wore coveralls, my character would start getting too hard. He'd start building extra fatigue. It's the only reason why he's naked. I'm not doing it because I like being naked. I'm doing it because I have to actually keep my character awake for a longer period of time. So, it's a small thing to do, but it doesn't cost me anything, so that's the only reason why I do it. But it just means I have to stay awake for a little bit longer, which means I get to kill more zombies per day. When I attack, it doesn't do the swing. What, you mean you're doing the stab attack? That's because you're fighting zombies that are isolated. Or, you know, single targets, basically. So if you're attacking a zombie that's on its own, it is RNG. You can't make it happen 100% of the time. Guaranteed, regardless of where you are or what you're doing. But if I drag this guy a little bit further forward, because this guy is on his own, and there's no one else near him, depending on how much damage I'm dealing, so based upon my strength, my spear skill, my moodles, all of that stuff, the more damage I deal, like from what I can tell, it'll increase the chance of you doing the stab animation. So early game, it's all over the place. Sometimes you'll do tons of them, sometimes you won't do any. But if you have zombies that are grouped up together, so like these guys here, you'll never do the stab animation under any circumstances. But you have to make sure that the zombies are all stood next to each other if you want to avoid doing the stab attack. Which is why you have to be a little bit more aware, like more so than other weapons, about what's around your character. Because if you have a zombie behind you, you'll lock yourself into the animation and then that guy will grab you. And then goodbye run. Hello Millie as well. How do your spears last so long? Maintenance. So it's a mixture of both maintenance, like high maintenance and high spear skill. So the higher your maintenance gets, that increases the durability of all of your weapons. And then the higher my spear skill gets, the higher my durability with spears also. Not as much as maintenance, but it's about 50% as effective as this skill here. But this is like the golden ticket, the golden goose. Having a high maintenance level makes any weapon last a long time. That's the one you want to max out. Looks funny, just standing there naked, only in a doctor mask, killing zombies en masse. Yeah, due to, like, budget cutbacks, we are only able to supply the mask now. You will have to supply the leather robes from home. That's a small sacrifice, but, you know, the company has deemed it necessary. Really enjoying the stream past 2 days? Hey, appreciated. Happy days. And welcome on in. No, stab is different. I think it's a bug on your PC. Sometimes I attack a horde, it doesn't do the animation. Sometimes I attack a horde, it doesn't do the animation of killing, but 1 or 2 seconds later, I'll fall to the ground. Oh, are you on about, like, the zombie animation, not the attack animation? Oh, if you're on about that one, it's weird. It's a thing with the spears. The higher your... I know the answer to this one if it's what you're talking about. It's really silly. So if your character has got, like, extreme fatigue or extreme exertion, for some reason, when you do a normal slash attack and you kill a zombie, they won't do the typical death animation. They'll do one where they kind of... like slump over, like it's kind of hard to explain without showing it, but they get like hit in the head and then they fall forwards. Is that the one you're on about? Because that comes from having high exertion and high fatigue when you're fighting. I don't know why that happens, but it's just what I noticed in the past. It's the only time that animation seems to play. But I think it only happens with the spears for some reason. I found out today that you can get into this experience from hitting vehicles with weapons. Yeah, you get it if you hit, well, weapons, trees, doors, pretty much anything, really, that can damage the weapon. And so long as the weapon doesn't take damage, you get experience. More cutbacks. Yeah, due to, like, several cutbacks for the NHS, we are now employing plague doctors. So you have a bag named clothing. How do you name containers? Oh, you can name bags different things. Like, you can't do it with every item in the game, but backpacks and stuff like that, you can just right-click on them and just change the name, like normally. Right there. It'd be the same like with the military backpack as well. I could right-click and rename this one. So that's all vanilla. But you can't rename things like I can't rename my watch, or I can't rename my holster. There are mods for that, but in vanilla, it's only the backpacks that you can do that for. You can do it for keys. That's another one you can do, you know. If you want to make a note on the go, but you don't have a notepad with you, you can right-click on a key and just write down something on that one. That was a good tip that I got given by someone in chat. They were saying that they use the keys to write down the emergency broadcast frequency. And it's like, oh, that's a really good idea, because you always spawn with a key ring, and you always spawn with a key at the beginning of the game. So it's like having a free notepad wherever you go. So it's like, yeah, that's actually a really good idea. I never thought of that. Lost pinpoint hearing? Yeah, pretty sure you know that, Andy. You've been here for a long time. You know what pinpoint hearing is. How do you set up trapping in the game? Kind of confused. Oh, trapping is like something I don't really ever do. The wiki's up to date with trapping, I'm sure. Like, if you want to know how trapping works, you can read through the Wikipedia page. And, yeah, that should have all the information you need. But I don't know all the ins and outs of trapping. It's a bit of a redundant skill for how I play the game, so I don't know any more than most other players. Just a single point lets you rename everything. I mean, just download the mod. There is a mod that lets you rename literally every item in the game. I can't remember what it's called, but if you just type in, like, rename item on the workshop, I'm sure it'll pop up almost instantly. Are spears associated with a skill? Yeah, they literally have their own weapon skill. They're spears. Yeah, that one got added a couple of years ago. When the I Will Back Up My Save beta for 41 came out. Just haven't noticed. Yeah, I just forgot about them, yeah. Everything has a name. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds like the mod. Lamprey is not a nudist. Of course not. Look at him, wearing underwear like a civilized human being. Disgusting. Alright, let me go have a quick rest, and then we'll come back and we'll go grab another big group from the bridge in a second as well then. PZ month have different amount of days in it. No, they're all 30. So a year doesn't actually have 365 days. A year in Project Zomboid has 360. You have a mod that makes you fully naked. Only in the necessities, of course. Why don't you use hunting knives? I use hunting knives. I don't use them as my main weapon, but I do use them. They are my favorite short blade. They're my second favorite weapon. They are goat. You never need to rest. Yeah, like, they are literally the best at stamina efficiency. Yeah, you're 100% right on that. There's no weapon in the game that's more efficient in terms of how efficient you can be with your stamina. They literally do not need to rest at any point if you play perfectly and you have a high enough fitness level. Because, you will literally regenerate stamina while walking, like in the combat stance, faster than you can actually use it. Which is great. But, the reason why I don't use them as my main weapon is because, one, they're not 100% renewable in terms of, like, the quantity that I would need them in. So I would have small periods of time where I would run out of knives. Not, like, all the time, but that's a little bit of a hassle when it does happen. And then, like, more so than that, they're not very fast. So while they can fight for, like, an indefinite amount of time without running out of stamina, they can't do it very quickly, you know? So, if I played a character who had level 10 short blades, and I had played another character who had level 10 spears, even though the spear player has to sit down and rest periodically between fights, the spear player can kill more than the hunting knife player just because they kill things significantly faster. So that's the reason why I'm using spears over hunting knives. The God Fork is fucking stupid. It is fucking stupid. The Garden Fork is just trash. Like, for the name that it has, it's literally just a spear. The Garden Fork is almost identical to the Crafted Spear. It's just slightly more durable. It has nothing special about it. So the fact that it gets called the God Fork is hilarious, because it's literally just a regular spear. Did you know that over time you lose strength? Yeah, you lose like 1 or 2 experience, like, periodically. Same for fitness. Not for any of the other skills, though. But it's like such a small, inconsequential amount that you'll never actually notice until you get to level 10. Because you can't go any higher than level 10. So the second you lose 1 point of experience, you immediately go down to level 9. Like, level 9.999. And then the second you fucking breathe, you get 1 experience and you immediately go back to level 10. So yeah, it's a little bit annoying later on in the game. Because when you max out your fitness and strength, every single day, your character is leveling up to level 10 fitness and strength. It does get annoying, having that notification go off every other day. Using knives... is using knives for carving planks for spears more efficient? Sorry, is using knives for carving planks for spears more efficient than directly using knives in combat? I mean, in terms of, like, time, yes. Like, if I gave you 1,000 zombies to kill, and you had to use spears or hunting knives, spears would get the job done faster. In terms of, like, which weapon type would kill more, so if I gave you an infinite amount of zombies, but I only gave you 100 of each weapon, or, you know, I gave you, like, 100 knives, and you had to choose between using those 100 knives to make 100, like, how many ever spears you could make with them, or use the knives themselves, you would probably kill more overall just using the knives themselves. Probably. I don't know that one for a fact, though, but they're not, like, super fragile weapons, so they'll probably outlast the spears. But, yeah, I go for DPS, personally. Like, I don't care how many weapons I have to go through, personally. I just want to be able to get the job done as quickly as possible. That's why I prioritize. So weapons that have high DPS, like spears, are my choice. The God Fork is just a crafted spear with... Yeah, literally just a little bit more durable. Yeah, and... Oh... That's a fucking thing, knife. No one fucking believed me.
You all said I was crazy. The Garden Fork is like 0.03 shorter in terms of max range. I remember talking about that. I said, I swear, I'm not crazy. The Garden Fork doesn't reach as far as all the other spears, because I kept missing my swings. Because I normally, like, perfectly time most of my attacks, but I was missing more often with the Garden Fork. And I remember looking at the stats, I was like, I fucking told you. I told all of you. It's such a small, unnoticeable amount, unless you play for, like, thousands of hours. But yeah, the Garden Fork is slightly, it doesn't have as much of a reach. But it's so short. Well, such a small amount, I mean. It's, like, basically nothing. It's like a millimeter. What a good alternative for spears. Well, like, if you just don't like spears but you want a fast weapon, Lumberjack Stone Axe. Well, Lumberjack Stone Axe or just hunting knives, with any build. Do you have respawn on? No, respawn's off. We're doing time 16 pop, so once they're dead forever. No respawns. For psychotic and deranged after spending even a month in time 16. Hey, he's sound of mind. 100%. You know, if you take the average. No. It's the helicopter pilot, sociopath. My character, in comparison, he's a saint. Completely sane. Let's have a quick rest, and then we'll go back for them. Around 49. That's, wow. It's longer than you would ever need, then. That's good. Hey, axes. Yeah, axe is way too much. The stone axe is the only good axe, personally. Because the, like, the hand axe weighs 2 units, the fire axe weighs 3 units, pretty sure the pickaxe weighs 3 units, but the stone axe, the stone axe is the supermodel of the axe category, it only weighs 1.2. Now, the stone axe is actually lighter than most of the short-handed weapons. it's hilariously light. And, by virtue of it being so light, it doesn't use that much stamina either. And if you combine that with Lumberjack, and you get that extra 25% attack speed, well then you've got a weapon that's renewable, can almost one-hit every single zombie at level 10, is incredibly fast, is actually the second fastest weapon in the game, and is an absolute fucking bamf. Like, Stone Axes are chads. Stone Axes are fantastic. The only downside to them, like, compared to the spears, is they take slightly longer to make. But, apart from that, like, tiny little detail, they're great. They're just slightly slower, and they don't deal as much damage. So at level 10, they don't consistently one-hit everything. But, you know... it's not, like, a huge negative. It's only a small thing. Oh, fuck, I gotta memorize you now. I didn't see you had a katana. Fuck. Ugh. How many more are there? Ah, oh, fuck's sake, I gotta memorize where that fucker is now. I saw the katana at the last fucking second. I normally kill them off to the side so they're easier to find. That's gonna be a pain. I hate fucking memorizing shit like that.
Where did you find the backpack? Military checkpoint, so further north. So just at the entrance to Louisville. Up a highway from where we are currently. What new player? I know. He was at such an awkward angle where, like, I couldn't see it. Like, he was looking straight on, so the handle for the katana and the blade, they weren't visible. And then he turned at the last second, and I could see the blade as I was swinging my weapon. God damn it. Ah, well. He shouldn't be too hard to find. It's not like I killed him in the middle of a giant group. He was on, like, the edge, so he should be able to see. I should be able to see him easily. He's just east of where we are, south side of the road. And he was wearing a lovely white shirt, so I should be able to see him. Goes to a corpse with a yellow dress. I'll keep an eye out for him. There he is. I can see him. Yep. Grey trousers, white shirt. I can see like a pixel, a single pixel where the blade is poking out. I can smell the long blade experience. Just gonna get you over here. Is that not him? No, that is him. There he is. You can't hide from me. I can smell you. I can smell the superior Japanese steel. The weeaboo stick is mine, and mine alone. Isn't he already level 10 Taylor? Oh, level 10 Taylor. Yeah, we've already done that. Yeah, we've already finished. Yeah. We did that one a while ago now. They can round it to 50, I think, now that we know. No, Buck. No, you gotta tell everyone that it's... Well, you gotta tell everyone that it's 50 to begin with, and then you can be really pompous down the line. When someone says, like, oh, how long does it... Like, how much does it extend the life of something if I put it in a freezer? And then someone's gonna say, oh, it's 50 times longer. And then you can go... It's actually 49 times faster. But you would know that if you'd played the game a little bit longer. Like, you can be that real pompous asshole that has to be really specific with every fucking answer. Like, actually, I think you'll find it's only 49 times longer. Only 49.75 times longer. Can you live with canned food from Burger Flipper? 30% chance junk food foraging. I mean, you could. you wouldn't want to, but you could technically, but it's all down to RNG. So you'd have to, like, level up your foraging level to, like, level 10 to get the maximum search radius and all that stuff. And then you would just walk around town foraging in urban environments looking for junk food. And then every now and then you would get a little bit of food. But I don't think you'd be able to maintain your body weight. Like, once in a blue moon, you'd find, like, a box of cereal or some junk food that had a lot of calories. But I don't think you would find them frequently enough to actually be able to maintain, you know, whatever weight you were currently at. Well, I think you'd... If you were going to rely on that exclusively, I think you'd eventually die to weight loss. Like, months down the line. You think it's 50? I like to imagine the devs put it to times 49 just to fuck with people. Like, just make it a really odd number. Golden. Actually, the shotgun won't pull every fucking zombie inside Louisville if you shoot it. Only reaches 100 tiles. How dare you, knife. You lie. It's actually 98.75369854, but you would know that if you actually played the game. Yeah, fuck's sake. Oh, very quiet all of a sudden. But it is 11 o'clock, so I'll start heading back now, get some sleep. But let's grab a car. Oh, and you're empty as well. No zombies. Beautiful. The more time you spend playing this game, guns just become more trivial, yeah, to the point of being boring. Yeah. I mean, guns are really fun, but it's like... The more you... Well, you don't even have to play for that long, to be honest, but... You learn, after like a few dozen hours of playing, that guns are just shit. Like, they're really fun to use. They're just really short-lived, because there's not that much ammo in the world. And it's like, guns are good for, like, sprinter runs. God damn, that is very loud. But, no, guns are good for, like, sprinter runs or, like, lower populations, but the second you start playing the game on anything, like, goes be, like, up to, like, ×4 and beyond, it's like, you'll run out of ammo before you actually make a dent in their numbers. Like, so you kind of get forced into using melee weapons, again, unless you are running, like, absurdly high ammo spawns, or you're running, like, British gun mod or something. But I still like using guns every now and then. Once in a blue moon, once every few months. It's the reason why I take the shotgun and the handguns off every cop. Well, not every cop, but a lot of the cops that I kill. I'm not doing it for, like, no reason. I'm throwing them on the ground so the guns don't despawn. And then in the future, when I feel like doing it, I'll go around and collect all the ammo from them, and then we'll do a little bit of shooting. I will do some fishing in the morning, so I need some more food. Let me set my alarm for 4. So it's... Police also, if you're not going to go guns. I mean, if you're not going to take... if you're not going to go guns at all, then taking police officers is a bit of a waste of time. Like... The only reason you would take police officer, really, is if you want to specialize in guns, and you don't want to have to... Well, you want to specialize in guns, and you plan on living for a while as well. You're taking police officer so that you can level up aiming, reloading, and you also get a bonus towards your nimble skill, so it's a really good occupation. But if you've, like, sworn off guns, and you're like, nope, I'm not going to use guns at all. I refuse. I will never touch a gun. I'm a pacifist at heart. Or at the very least, I want to stab people instead of shoot them. Then it'd be cheaper just to buy gymnast. Or, you know, take not burger flipper, sorry, burglar. Like, take literally anything else, because all the other options for getting a nimble bonus are significantly cheaper. Good stuff. Let's get this all cooked up, and that'll be my food for the next few days. You don't really need more than 1 level in nimble. Oh, sorry, maintenance or nimble. Yeah, exactly. I've said that for years. It literally, if you want to make the most of all the points that you spend in your skills, like when you're doing your character creation, if you want to, like, if you wanted to max out everything in the game, the most effective way to do it would just be would be to get 1 point in as many skills as possible. If you spend extra points to go over level 1, you're getting less for what you're spending. You're not really getting the full effect from it. Like, you're still getting a bonus, it's just significantly less than what you would normally get. You know? If I start at level 0, my experience rate is ×1, or, you know, 25%, or 0.25. If I start with 1 point, that instantly goes all the way up to 1.0 experience, or ×4, you know? It's like I'm quadrupling the amount of experience I gain just by getting that 1 point. But then I go up 1 more, and it's like, oh, what do I get for this? I get ×5. And then ×6. So it's like, yeah, ×1, ×4, ×5, ×6. So you don't really get that much more by buying these extra 2 at the end. It's only really worth putting 1 point into every skill that you actually want. But, You know, if you really want to, like, sweat out, like, one specific thing, then yeah, by all means, sink as many points as you want into it to level it up as quickly as possible. You know, player's decision and all that stuff. And you don't see a reason not to take Handy, unless you're a burger flipper or a pepman. Yeah, like you want... Handy's a great one. It's the only trait in the game that gives you a bonus towards your maintenance skill. Otherwise, you have to choose an occupation that has that bonus. So even though it's, like, really expensive, and it's, like, it's not worth the points, to be honest. Like, 8 points for 1 in maintenance and 1 in carpentry, that's so fucking expensive, but it's literally the only option. Like, it's the only trait that you can take that has that. So it's like, fuck. It's like, I want to buy a specific car, but there's only one dealership that sells it, so they can charge whatever they want. It's expensive as fuck, but it's not bad. Oh no, it's just objectively bad. For the cost, I think. Bit of an exaggeration, but yeah. 8 points for, like, 1 in carpentry and 1 in maintenance. That's way, way expensive. But, yeah, like I said, though, it's the only trait that has that. So if you want to take, like, lumberjack, for example, or you have another occupation that you really want to take, like, for whatever strategy you have in mind or whatever playstyle, but you also want to get a maintenance bonus, Handy's your only option. You have to buy it. What do you on the fridge multiplier? Less than 10 and more than 10. Oh, I'd probably say more. Like, if you got 50 on the freezer, I'd probably say more than times 10. 8 points is pretty goddamn terrible for cost. Yeah, it's really expensive for what you actually get, but like I keep saying, it's like, if you can only, like, if it's really expensive, it doesn't matter how overpriced it is. If it's literally the only place you can buy said item, well, dictated by the market, you know? They can charge what they want for it. So, they could charge, like, 12 points for Handy. I'd still buy it, because it's the only option for maintenance outside of occupations. It's 5, really? That's incredibly fucking low. That's hilarious. Why not using Burger Flipper this run? Unemployed better. I mean, I took it on this one because I wanted to get a carpentry bonus, because I didn't really want to level up my... So I had it in my mind that I was going to go into Spears almost immediately. And to go into Spears early on, you need to have at least level 3 carpentry to make it work, like, effectively. So I took Handy for that one. You know, we've been shit-talking Handy for so long. It's like, oh yeah, I took Handy on this run, yeah. But yeah, I went unemployed. Because Burger Flipper would have given me a bonus towards cooking, short blades, and maintenance. But I wouldn't have had a carpentry bonus. And I had no use for a cooking bonus or a short blade bonus. So yeah, we went Handy on this one. No, he's talking about freezers and fridges. It's something that we were talking about earlier. He was looking at the life... Well, what would you call it? Like the life extension for like perishable food when you freeze them or put them in fridges. And we were talking about it earlier, but he's done his little test. And he's found that his items are lasting 50 times longer in freezers and 5 times longer in fridges. That's what he's talking about. Should have gone insurgent. What does the insurgent occupation actually do? 'Cause I've seen, like, people like Wickhammer and such. They've got their insurgent runs going, but what does it actually do? Because I know, like, it spawns you in a random location, doesn't it? Like, you get airdropped into a random part of the map. Like, you know, clues in the name. But, what does it actually do for the character? Like, do you start with, like, unique traits? Do you get bonuses and certain stuff? Like, what does it actually do? Because I've seen the mod. I just haven't played with it. Why does Chef... Oh, why does Chef exist? Oh, yeah, it's just a worse version of Burger Flipper. Yeah. They should add a streamer occupation. Well, they already have. It's called unemployed. Yeah, I have that plus 8 points in real life. Alright, let's get rid of all of these guys. It's an odd event to have. Yeah, past a year. It is always a bit weird when you get meta events like that. It's like when you hear people, like that blood-curdling scream from the woman as well, like as she's dying. It's like, oh, I'm the last survivor in Kentucky. Everyone else has died years ago. And then you hear, like, screams every other week. Yeah. Unique profession, 24 plus unique traits. Wait, what? Wait. You start with 24 unique traits, or do you get to pick from 24 unique traits? Because there's a big difference between those two. Start with gear based upon choice. Oh, okay, no, so you have 24 to choose from. Yeah, I misread that initially. I was like, fucking what? Like, how much shit are they giving you? Yeah, I was gonna say, like, fucking Chris Redfield is dropping into Kentucky, apparently. He's found the Umbrella Corporation. They got a bunker located around here somewhere. Super Soldier Chris is gonna come down and kill everything. After 8 hours, you are still on this exact road. For more than 8 hours. I've been here for, like, how long? How many weeks in real life? Like, I've been here for at least 50 hours at this point. That's an odd looking speed you got there. I don't mind him. He's, you know, he's just autistic, but he's really chilled out. You know, he only sounds funny when I swing him, it's just because he's got autism. But no, he's a vamp anyway, we love him for it. He's just a more durable, hardy spear. Katanas can just be honorary spears. Can you recommend me 3 occupations for long runs? Worth points. For long runs, unemployed, burger flipper, and lumberjack. If you're really adamant about choosing an occupation, unemployed if you want to go for more trades, because you'll get those. You get 8 points by choosing it. Burger flipper if you want to go down the maintenance route for like the cheapest amount of points. And then lumberjack, but that's only if like exclusively if you plan on using axes as your main weapon. Knock down zombies while running. Oh, that's hilarious. Just sprint into a group of zombies and knock them all down. +1 aiming, +1 reloading, +1 running, survivalist. Oh, so it sounds like the insurgent ones just give you, like, literally all the experience. I don't know, it still sounds fun, though. I might download it later so I can have a little read through all their traits and see what they've got. Because balancing, like, mods like that must be a fucking nightmare. Because they always end up overpowered, but I am curious. No worries, Astro. Being strong, fit in some should incur greater calorie requirements. I mean, for strength, yeah. Fitness, no. But yeah, no, that would be a good idea, because they already have, like, that system kind of in place. So you can burn calories, and, like, the more active you are, the more calories you are required to maintain your body weight. And then your calorie requirements also do fluctuate depending on how heavy your character is and how thin you are. So if you have like an obese character who weighs 105 kilos, even if you did the exact same actions as someone who weighs like 60 kilos, each of you are going to require a different amount, because the guy who weighs 60, he's like, a strong breeze could take him out. So he doesn't need that much to sustain himself, whereas you are going to need a lot of calories to maintain that body weight. But yeah, having an extra one for, like, having level 10 strength, that would be kind of cool, yeah. Make it more difficult to actually maintain that level of strength. But fitness is something that doesn't require any extra calories. In, well, in-game or in real life, anyway. You know, you're basically just making your body more efficient at processing oxygen and improving, like, how it transports blood around the body. Generally just improving your cardiovascular system, which doesn't require any, like, extra calories on a day-to-day basis. As opposed to, like, Eddie Hall Mountain Man, who's, like, fucking 300 pounds and built, like, of nothing but muscle. Like, that's insane. Like, literally a human tank. Do you play 1 hour or 2 hour day? 1 hour. Yeah, always 1 hour. If you put the time up to 2 hours, it kind of throws the difficulty out of balance. It doesn't make the game, like, incredibly easy, just a lot of things just become very boring and very easy to get done. Such a mod is not balanced. It's not meant to be, but yeah, it's just supposed to be something that's fun. No, that's fine. Yeah. No, it sounds cool though. You play as an insurgent, you're just meant to be a Chad, yeah. Just, I am literally good at fucking everything. Behold my insurgent prowess. I am a spec ops man. You're calling wicked casual. No, Wick's built different. What's the mod for the Plague Mask? Craftable headgear, made by Dylan. Yeah, if you want the mod ID, just type in !mods and just wait for it to pop up on the video. If you want the, like, the actual ID for it to find it instantly. But, yeah, he put in, I think, 3 Plague Doctor masks. So, yeah, he put in the Blighted Beak, which is one that you can make with a low tailoring skill and just, like, planks and scrap wood. Then he put in my mask, which is just called Lamprey. That one requires charcoal leather, I think level 2 tailoring, again. Yeah. Then thread, scissors, glue, twine. Oh, 0 tailoring, sorry. And then there's one more. Yeah, that's it, plague leather. And that one requires 1 tailoring. But yeah, those are the 3 masks they added into the, into his mod. Yeah, Dylan makes really good mods. He's really fucking good at it. So I remember being in a Discord call with him for like a good few hours while he was making his, he was making a mod for Djax, or for his server. He was doing a currency mod. And he was just like, just watching him like work it was great. He's really good at making mods. He's really fast as well. $35 levels, quite a big number. It's not too bad if your tailoring level's high enough. You get quite a lot of it. Need a monkey mask. I'm pretty sure there's a monkey mask. Oh wait, let me have another look. I swear he added the masks from GTA 5. And I know GTA 5 has like a little monkey mask. Can't remember what it's called. Yeah, well, he's got the Pepe mask. There has to. I swear there's a monkey mask in here. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, it was literally right next to it, oh, no wonder. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's the one from GTA 5. I'm saying uses it in his playthroughs. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, good stuff. Alright, let's go grab some more zombies from the bridge. It's only 3 o'clock. Got plenty of time. Yes. Any second there, we will behold another beautiful sight. It's always fun seeing the zombies on the other side of the bridge. There's so many of them. Neom. Oh god, my game's gonna fucking crash. It's beautiful. Right, and let's close the hatch again. Let's get far enough so they can't work out how to get across the bridge. You know, there's a few of them, you know, there's at least 12, you know. And we're out of range now, so whatever's crossed the bridge, they'll come down to this area. Propane bomb needed on the bridge, I know, right? Yeah, roughly more than 20 for sure. Possibly. I don't know. 20 is a pretty big leap from 12. No, I will get back to you when I can count the numbers that high. My character's like looking at the horde of zombies, like furiously counting how many fingers he has in his hand. Like, shit. I don't know. I got the 10, Chief. I don't know if there could be more than that. That is a bird knife, not a machete. Alright, while I let that group form around the car, I'm gonna go top up my stamina for a big ol' fight. Let me see your skills. You can have a gander while my character rests. Behold, the yellow. All the yellow. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry, let me count, Chief. There's one, there's two, there's many, yeah. There's a lot of them, Chief. Yeah, it gets to a point where you get to like 4 digits and you're like, oh, it's just quicker to write down a lot instead of the actual number. There's a lot of them. Let's see how many actually made it. That's not a lot. I don't think a lot of them actually came up to this area. I'll have to make some more noise. So I saw there were definitely more of them who crossed the bridge, but they're probably just like, just a little bit east. Just out of range of hearing me shout. No, that must have been all of them then. That's strange. I thought there was a lot more than that. Having fun though? Always. Anytime I get to murder zombies is a good day. There we go. Let's let them all come up this way. Seven days that I play traps, yeah. Now, what I need is the gyrocopter from 7 Days to Die. That's what I need to, like, traverse the map faster. Because there are helicopter mods in the game. They take so long to repair fully, and they spawn in really funny locations. Because they're technically vehicles, they'll spawn in just random car parks. So, you'll go through, like, West Point, and you'll go to the Gigamart, and there'll be, like, a fucking Black Hawk helicopter just in the car park. Parked out front. Already tired. Rip. Good stuff. So yeah, we'll kill these last two, have a rest, go grab more. All the zombies. Ah. Too slow. Let's go and grab some more. It's 7 o'clock. I still have a few hours left. Disney's next live action movie is coming up quick. They're gonna shoot Bambi. Think you got blood on you? Nah, it's jam. Gotta keep it PG. It's jam, okay? I swear. Gordon. Are you winning, son? Always. Always victorious. Only because I repressed the memory of all of my defeats. See, son? As long as you go into denial, you can always be a winner. You know, test car loudness without any actual numbers. Oh, I mean, that one's not too bad. There's actually already a system in place for that one in debug. So, when you load up the game in debug, I can't remember how to toggle it on. It's basically the little menu you have at the top of the screen, all that stuff. After you press like F11 and stuff. But you can turn it on so it displays the audio range. So if you have like a generator running or you have a car running, it'll basically have a little circle around the sound source to show you how far out it's going. Same with the player, like if I start walking, there'll be like a little circle around me displaying like how loud my character is. Like I know Red knows how to turn that one on because I see him using it every now and then, but I'm pretty sure it's in that little menu. But yeah, you have to press... I'm pretty sure it's F11. It's either F11 or F2. And it's at the top. There's like a little context menu where you can play around with a bunch of different things. Has the character received any scratches on this run? No injuries from zombies, no, we're pure. We are untainted by the filth. Yeah, it's beautiful. No, I'll max out his first aid at some point. But I'm not planning on doing it any time soon. How fast do we... Oh, do the feet wounds heal from that? Not too long, like 24 to 48 hours. Like, they heal pretty quickly. Like, the wounds don't last that long, honestly. So you get 2 deep wounds, 1 in each foot. Well, with slow loading, it'd probably be a bit longer, to be fair. But after, like, the first day, like, you stitch them up, you throw a bandage on it, it doesn't make any difference to you. Your movement speed will be exactly as it normally is. So you can just ignore it for the most part. Then after like a day or two, the deep wound heals. You take the stitches out, it turns into a scratch. You bandage it again, wait another day, boom, fully healed. It's basically something that you can do at any time with no real consequence. You just gotta make sure that when you are stepping on all the broken glass to get the experience, you're somewhere where the zombies aren't gonna find you. Because there's nothing worse than, you know, having absolutely zero mobility and having zombies chase after you. It's not a good time. So, make sure you're in somewhere, a base that's safe before you do it. Yeah, it's either 0 experience or, yeah, or max level. Anything in between, shame. Shame on you. Don't you accidentally stand too long? Huh? You've lost me. We're all done here anyway. And it is 10 o'clock, so let's head back, get some rest. Is running a useful skill, or not that good? No, like, it's nice to have. There's nothing bad about it. It's just not useful, really. You just get from A to B quicker if you're running. It is useful, however, on sprinter games. Like, I wouldn't even say it's useful. It's fucking necessary. Yeah, being able to jog faster than the sprinters becomes a necessity. So, yeah, sprinting is a very, very useful skill in that game, but on Fast Shamblers, no, it's just... It's something that's nice when it levels up, but you don't really ever pay any attention to it. You just let it do its own thing as it slowly levels up over time, you know? Appreciate the follow as well, Ninja Mittens. Welcome on in. If you stand on the glass too long, you could die. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, if you stand on the glass too long, yeah, you will bleed out. Yeah, definitely. Basically, don't be an idiot. Yeah, it's basically just common sense, you know. If you're gonna shove glass into your feet to level up first aid, yeah, make sure nothing can find you, for one, because you're basically putting your mobility to 0. And 2, pay attention and don't bleed out. Oh, and probably like 3, before you even start doing it, make sure you have either the suture needles or the needle and thread you need to stitch your wound up afterwards. Yeah, just like real common sense stuff. Nothing like... It's not like a super complicated thing. It's not even worth doing, to be frank. It's just something that you can do if you really want to. But yeah. Yeah, well, welcome on in. It's insane. Hey, good stuff. Very new to this game. Oh, fair play. Well, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Always happy to answer what I can. Think you can die from standing on glass? No, you probably can. You'll bleed out. You'll have 2 deep wounds in the bottom of your feet. You will bleed out. It's a bit of a weird thing. Like, when you do it, what you'll notice is you start to, like, rapidly bleed out really quickly. But the lower this gets down to you actually dying, it starts diminishing, like, slower and slower. Like, you won't bleed out rapidly when you get down to this part. Like, you start losing health very slowly down here. But I'm almost certain you can bleed to death. I don't think I've ever bled out doing that, like leveling up my first aid, but I wouldn't put it... Well, I wouldn't try it on an actual game, personally. You know, something about leaving 2 deep wounds in my feet doesn't really sit well with me. That's a question, how long does it take to bleed out? Depends on the body part. Like, different wounds and different body parts bleed out at different rates. So if I had, like, a scratch on my hands, that's gonna bleed out significantly slower as opposed to having a scratch on my neck. Like, if you get a neck wound, because just saying the phrase neck wound just gave half the people in chat, or people who were lurking, just a cold shiver down their spine. Neck wounds are horrible. They bleed you out so fucking quickly. You have to be on that instantly, otherwise you die. But, yeah, it's only really necks and heads you have to worry about. Everything else bleeds out quite slowly, regardless of the wound type. But they all do it at different rates. Everyone don't go down anymore from that limb. Well, that makes sense. So it's like similar to like Kenshi and stuff. That makes sense. Oh, well, there goes a tire. That's fine. I'm not gonna stop. 3 wheels is enough. That works. No. Maybe you can't bleed out from doing your feet. Definitely worth having a look at. Like, the method to doing it wouldn't change anyway, regardless, but it would be fun to know. Yeah, we almost at the mall? Yes, technically, we are very close to the mall. Are we gonna get there anytime soon? No, way too many zombies, but we are very close to it. I can see it in the horizon. Before I carry on though, it's been another 2 hours or so, so I'm gonna go stretch my legs and have a bathroom break, probably grab another coffee. So I'll be back in less than 5 minutes. Nope, fucking everything's all over the place. There we go. It's having a left arm injury, does do anything in game? Not that I know of. If it does, it doesn't affect you that much. 200 weapons are slower. See, if it does do that, I don't notice it. It's, to be fair, I don't injure my arms. Well, I don't injure my character very often, so maybe. But yeah, the right arm, definitely, yeah, that does fuck with your attack speed. The left arm, if it does mess with your attack speed, it's basically nothing. Not that, it's not something I've ever picked up on, although I can remember. The inventory speed stuff as well, I don't know about that. I don't think it does affect your inventory speed. I mean, it would make sense if it does, but I don't recall, you know, like, I don't want to sound like an asshole saying this, but I can't remember the last time I injured my character. But no, I don't remember. It's been a while since I've messed my arms up in game. Alright, let me just do my checks and make sure everything's still working. Yep, everything is still working a-okay. Beautiful. Checking a debug. Yeah, just give yourself an armor injury, just see if it does anything. You know, if it does actually affect you, it'll become pretty obvious. %of your injuries come from, getting trapped, having to wait for zombies, yeah, and then eating shit inevitably, yeah. Like, wow. I'm so glad I get to run into all these zombies and find all these fucking pennies on the ground. Living the dream. Yeah, it's not a good time. Appreciate the fellow clock. Welcome on in. Golden. Any injuries you get are the ones when I die. Cat mentality. I don't get injuries, I get dragged down. It takes multiple motherfuckers to take me down. No, not dying to a scratch today. Oh, I wish I could say that. The amount of times I've died to like a single laceration or single scratch is just not funny. Like, you play perfectly for hundreds or sometimes thousands of hours. Make one mistake with a zombie. Scratch my left arm. Dead. Yes, this is how you died. Let's top up my stamina, and then we'll go... I can probably go all the way to the bridge, because I don't imagine there's that many more lurking around here at the moment. The game's way of keeping the cosmic balance, yeah. I don't know, maybe, like, the game is, like, self-aware. It knows everything and everyone, so when the average skill level, or the average survival time, like, slowly starts going up too high, it smites down the players who've got really good runs going to keep the balance perfect. We can't let anyone fly too close to the sun, we gotta keep swatting them as they fly higher and higher. Like, it'll be, seeing as there's so many people who are joining the game now, it'll get to a point where the skill level and the survival time gets to, like, such a high average that the zombies will just start pulling out pocket knives and guns. The game will stop playing and it'll stop pretending. You'll walk up to a zombie one day and it'll just shank you. Alright, I think we're all done back here for now. So let's go to the bridge. Have a rest first, then go to the bridge. And we're all good to go then. Yeah, like the Romero movies, yeah. Zombies are gonna start, like, wielding weapons from their previous lives. Like nightsticks and stones and stuff. Do you ever respawn on in this map? Nah, there's no respawns. No, once they're dead, that's it, they're done. No respawns. But we're doing times 16. The times 16 being the highest zombie pop that you can have. So, with numbers that high, it gets to the point where you can't really play with respawns turned on with this many zombies. Because by the time you kill like a few hundred more are going to spawn like right next to you, so you'll never actually be able to make any progress. You'll be stuck forever wherever you spawn in. So it's a little bit tedious like that. Like, it's already taking me like dozens of hours in real time just to like clear out what I've done on this road, and I've been stuck here for a while. Turn out your pockets, this is a robbery. Let's grab a lot of you. And we'll drag as many of you as I can back to the car. Damage to arms left and right does affect inventory transfer speed. Oh, fair enough then. It's both arms that actually do that. Is it quite a lot or is it like barely anything? That's a good start. Yeah, secure these last few, have a rest. We are doing very well. Eight hours on the same road. Yeah, if you include only today. Yeah, we'll ignore all the other streams that we've been stuck on this road for. We've been here for a very long time. It's like March Ridge all over again on the last run. We've been here for a few months in game time now. Speed and seem OP? Nah, they're pretty well balanced, to be honest. They look really OP when you look at them as they are now, because they're at max level. And they have the best swing speed in the game, so when you see, like, someone machine gunning zombies down, all one-hit kills, it does look pretty OP. But it takes an incredibly long time to get them to this stage. Appreciate the 500 as well, AC.
500, sir, for your troubles.
Much appreciated. Probably another 5 streams. That sounds optimistic. It might be a bit longer than that, maybe. But yeah, I need my Beskar spear. Is March really this bad? No, Marchridge wasn't... It's not nearly as many zombies as this. The issue is, though, Marchridge is very close to the edge of the map, so... If you're doing pinpoint hearing like what we do on our games, because it's so close to the edge, even though you wipe out the entirety of Marchridge, you have to wipe out tens of thousands that come from the outskirts of the map as well. So when we wiped out Marchridge, we ended up killing, I think, just over 120,000 in total. But most of those guys came from the outskirts. So, yeah, it's like it's only a pinpoint hearing problem. And you wouldn't get that on a normal game. When you get to the morning, you have to fight the outskirts too. Maybe, but I still think it's out of range. I don't think it's close enough to the edge of the map to actually bring any of those guys in. Like, it might be. I haven't tested it, to be fair. But, I don't imagine it's close enough. Because the only reason why Marchridge and pinpoint hearing was so bad for us is because I think on that game specifically, we tripled the volume of cars. So between making the car 3 times louder, and then also adding pinpoint hearing, it was covering thousands of tiles. Like, it was a huge, huge range. Like, I could encompass multiple towns by driving one vehicle. But, on this one, we're only running the default vehicles, and we're not making them any worse currently. So, I don't know if it'll have the range to be, like, that troublesome. But we'll find out anyway. It is inevitable. Golden. Alright, let me top up my stamina, and then we can go grab some more. Yikes. Yeah, it's still the start of the day. I've got plenty of time. Can you show your stats all maxed out? I can show my stats, yeah. They're not all maxed out. My spear and my maintenance are. Among a few others, but I still have a long way to go to finish doing all my combat skills and some of my crafting skills as well. How's one not roll over when driving down a road of, like, filled with corpses? And keep it to 20. If you drive in a straight line, you won't roll your car over at 20 miles per hour. Anything faster than that, like 25 is pretty reliable, but there's still a small chance of it like teetering over. But if you do anything that's 30, 30 miles per hour plus, you're pretty much guaranteed to roll your car over within, like, the first 60 seconds on a road like this. But the key point is 20 miles per hour, cruise control, straight line, don't turn. Because you will roll your car over, even if you do, even if you're going as slow as like 5 miles per hour. The second you start turning your car on a road like this, oh, it fucking bows instantly. You start like rolling over. It's hilarious. It's like a ship capsizing. Just see if there's anyone I missed. And we'll give them a minute. Let's give them a few seconds to come out. Nope, seems pretty clear to me. Let's get rid of these ones. Yeah, there's a few of them. It's not many, though. It's like just enough to be an issue, but not enough to actually be a good fight. Almost missed you. Just let them all congregate to the car, just so I can get rid of them all in one go. Whatever turns up, I will kill them all, and then we'll do them all... sorry, do the bridge straight afterwards. So I can grab a bigger group. Smell on the road, it must be unbelievable. Nah, it smells like progress and success. I can literally smell my achievement. Didn't even see that zombie. Yeah, he was blending in like really well. Yeah, I almost missed him. I feel so bad right now. You died. 27,000 kills. Wait, 27,000... Wait, sorry. 27,000 kills world for Windows. Oh, you got tabbed out? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. That's hilarious. Hopefully you had a backup save that you can go back to. So, like, that's 100% justifiable. Like, if you got tabbed out of your game for a fucking Windows update, no, I would just use a backup. So that's something that's, like, completely out of your control. That you wouldn't have been able to predict. And it has nothing to do with the game. Your false skill issue. Nah, that one is, like, completely unfair dying like that. Alright, let's have a quick rest. Yeah, it's always really annoying when, like, outward elements mess with your game. Like, whether it's hardware or software issues, it's like, oh, no. Sucks the fun out of it. Like, when I die, I want to die because I fucked up. I want to die because I made a mistake. Not because my computer decided to have a stroke, or, you know, the game decided to bug out. You don't have it. RIP. I mean, is your character bit, or are they actually dead? Because if they're just bit, you can fix that in debug, but... if they're dead, I don't think you can bring that character back. I think they're done. Yeah, I mean, you could always do debug and just give yourself, like, the stats that you had. You wouldn't have the kill count or survival time, but you could give yourself back whatever skills you earned and read all the books and stuff. On the, and play on the same world, obviously, you know, don't delete the save. It's dead. Ah, rip. Yeah, there's no fixing that perfectly. Never use debug mode. Oh, it's really easy. It's, like, really user-friendly. You basically just have a cheat menu. And then you can just alter the game with debug. Like, you have a little context menu here, little insect, you know, little bug. And then with that one you can change. You can spawn items in, spawn cars, change character stats, traits, stuff like that. So, if something glitched out in your game, you could fix it, but you can't resurrect dead characters, as far as I'm aware. And, yeah, there are, like, a number of limitations with it, but, like, for small fixes, it's nice to have, like, when the game has a little bit of a stroke and you have to fix something minor. Don't have to use a cheat engine. No, you wouldn't have to use cheat engine. Literally just debug. Like, you go on, fuck, what is it? What is it on Steam? Yeah, you just go on your Steam library, right-click Project Onboard, go to Properties, and then under the General section, at the bottom where it says Advanced Users may choose to enter modifications to their launch options, you type in -debug, lowercase, and then that'll launch the game in debug mode. So that's what people... if you ever see, like, hear someone saying, oh, I went in debug and I did it, they've either... well, they've done that, and they've done that to do their testing, their fixes, or their cheats, or whatever they're doing. That's what debug mode is. Well, there's a lot of games that have that. It's always nice to have. Let's wait for all those guys to make their way down over here now. Cheat menu sounds... yeah, sounds very related, yeah. This is my cheat day. Super great for testing things. Oh, yeah, definitely. Like, I would only know a fraction of what I know now if I didn't have access to debug. Like, anytime I want to find out how something works, like, not exactly down to the letter, but get, like, a really good understanding, just by testing things like analog, debug is fantastic for that. Like, it's the only reason I know how the temperature system works for, like, fatigue. I did that in debug. I did that when I was in Discord talking to Retinaru, and then he made a video about it, and now everyone knows how it works. Like, it's little things like that that you can just mess around with and test in that mode. It is really useful to have. Yeah, I can finish off all of those before I rest. Maybe. Let's have a quick rest. Whatever, start again. Yeah, it's fine. Well, so much potential electrical experience there is. I may do some at some point today. I'm still gunning for my 10,000 kills first. So I am... well, I say I'm a little bit. I'm quite far behind, I think. 'Cause how many... What do I need to average? Let me just see if it's even feasible. Can I still get 10,000 today? In the time I have left. What do I need? I need 4,000... 300... Oh, sorry. 4,245. And how long do I have? Almost 5 hours on the door. Oh, no, I can't do that. Well, that's the answer to that question. Will I get 10,000 kills in 14 hours? No. No, I need to average 800 and... Actually, no, to be fair, I might. Fuck, what would that be? No, shit, it might actually be possible. I was thinking of the wrong thing. Yeah, I need to average about 800. Yeah, 849 kills per hour, real time, which will add up to about 566 kills per day. More or less. Or a little bit over that. Yeah, it's still possible. Oh, I've already rested, haven't I? That's all fine then. The non-believers get paid today. Oh. Oh, wait. Yeah. Yeah, I've been doing like 680-ish per day. Yeah, so we should be able to do it. Maybe. Like, just about. I don't know. We gotta hit it harder. We gotta just drive our car straight across the bridge. No hesitation. Straight through the horde. And we'll live on the other side of the river. We'll live in enemy territory. No time lost then. Perpetually surrounded by zombies. It's possible means Lamprey will do it. Oh, anytime you hear me say it's technically possible, that means it is technically possible. I just don't think I'll do it. Like, I'm sowing the seeds for my inevitable failure. I'm like, oh, you know, technically I could get it done. I just don't believe I will. I don't think I'll... I might be a little bit sure. But I don't know, the math adds up. Oh, I didn't even grab you out of my bag. It just depends if I get delayed with anything. Like, that's the main thing. If I have to spend time recovering my car, or if I roll it over by mistake, or if I have to make any more spears. Like, things that might slow me down for a few minutes, if not an hour or two. But I think we're okay for the time being. Oh, don't mind me. I had to fucking sneeze. That's like... I could feel it. It was building up for a while, but like, oh, I'm not gonna pause my game. I know how that story ends. We've done that before and I've failed. When in doubt, run away. Good stuff. Yeah, happy days. Alien. Welcome on back. What are you doing? Why do you build these tables? Oh, they're all piano stools. So, it's a furniture item. It's technically a chair. So when I sit down on it and I rest on it, I'm getting back my stamina a little bit faster in game time than if I just sat on the ground normally. But the main benefit of it is getting that progress bar, so I can see exactly when I'm fully rested, so I don't waste any time in-game. So I don't sit down any longer than I need to, but I don't sit down any less than I need to either. Perfectly rested. Nice and efficient. But we use the piano stool specifically because it is incredibly light. And yes, she is also called Rebecca. The best support you could ever ask for. Also, I'll grab that hunting knife. I can see you. Yeah, it's not as many as last time. We should get through these ones really quickly. And then again, I only have 3 spears left. Ripperoni. You can use the foraging menu to check roughly your stamina. Elaborate. When are you shooting some guns? No time soon. I'll probably end up shooting some guns when I'm done with this entire area. And I make my way out to the mall. Sorry, when I make my way out to the military checkpoint. That'll probably be the next time I shoot guns. I refuse to rethink it. Fully committed.
It ain't easy being cheesy.
Super cheesy. I got them. And hopefully there's not that many more zombies left around my car now, because I am down to my last 2 spears. So, hopefully we got most of them. Save me running home. Search radius thing goes down when your stamina's low. It does, but there's so many things that do that, it wouldn't be an accurate representation of how tired you are or how exhausted you are. So it's like everything from the the weather, well, the time of day, the weather, your foraging skill, whether your character's in pain, panicking, anxious, exhausted, fatigued, what type of items are they wearing for clothing. Like, there's so many things that can affect your search radius, it'd be kind of hard to, like, narrow it down. Like, you could tell if you were tired, but you wouldn't be able to tell, like, how tired you are any more accurately than you could just by looking at your moodles, you know? And once it stops going up. Yeah, like, you could use it for that, but it would depend on the time of day as well. Because, I mean, it gets to a certain point where... I don't know, actually, maybe. I'm trying to, like, run through all these different scenarios in my head, like, what would happen in, like, at certain times of day with different moodles and such. I don't know, maybe. I don't think you'd be able to use it consistently and accurately a lot of the time, but you could do it, I think, like how you've described it. I just think it'd be like too... You'd have to wait for like the circumstances to be too specific to actually get any utility out of it. But no, maybe. Are you planning on adding more? Oh, for like channel redeems. Yeah, I really do need to add some more. Appreciate the resub as well, Cookie. Happy days. 15 months, very long time. Oh yeah, nausea as well. Yeah, that would affect it also. Doesn't work at night. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I'll try it tomorrow. I'll have a quick look and see if I can, if it would be, like, well, not accurate, you know, you've already said, like, just to get an approximation, just see if it'd be worth looking at. Like, I wouldn't use it at this stage because I have access to, like, chairs and much better methods of resting, but, you know, hypothetically, if I lost access to all of that, that might be a tactic that would be worth knowing about, maybe. Plus, there's no harm in having a look at it anyway. Worst case scenario is, it's just not useful. It's like, oh, fine. Yeah, we won't know unless we have a look at it, though, so that's a good shout. You're gonna lose all your tires if you keep driving on those bodies? Nah, it doesn't have any effect on your tires. They don't damage you. Driving on dead bodies literally doesn't do anything apart from give you really funky physics. You already lost one, what do you mean? Oh yeah, that's just by driving though. That doesn't have anything to do with the dead bodies. Like, I know they look correlated, but they're not. It's like, anytime you drive your car around, your tires are always passively losing durability. And I've been driving this car now for like, how many months? Without changing the tires ever. So eventually, like, when the tires get to a low enough percentage, they just explode. But it's inevitable that it's gonna happen. No tire stays, intact forever. They always explode sooner or later. All you gotta do is just hope that they don't all explode at the same time in a really annoying place. Like in the middle of nowhere. Right, I don't need to do any more fishing or anything, do I? No, I got enough food for one more day. Let me grab my spears, though. Get my weapons ready for tomorrow morning. Obviously, when you start to fight zombies, swing your weapon twice, it's like, hey, it's down the middle, shows up. Yeah, it is incredibly annoying when that happens. I try to rest as much as I possibly can, to be honest. Like, any chance I get to have a rest prior to having a fight, always do it. Stamina management is like one of the most important things that you can actually learn in the game. Just getting that drilled into your head that no matter where I am and what I'm doing, if I had a fight with some zombies, I need to rest afterwards. No exceptions. Just always rest. Yeah, Rednar's already made a video about that, yeah, with the tires and stuff. Yeah. Thanks. It's one of those old wives' tales that get, like, it always starts off the same way. Like, there'll be someone who has, like, a theory on how something works in-game. And then they'll present that theory as fact, normally through Reddit. So they'll tell everyone, hey, this is how this game mechanic works. And they don't do it maliciously, but they word it and articulate it in a way that presents it as a fact. And then a handful of those people who read that post will take it as gospel, and then they'll tell all their friends about it. And then it turns into one big game of Chinese whispers, and then eventually you get people who believe they can survive bites and tires explode when you run over dead bodies, and, you know, Fort Knox is going to get added within the next 2 months, you know? Really weird things. But, yeah, it's a little bit random, and because the game gets updated so often, and there's so many different, like, little niche bits to learn in the game, it's kind of hard to keep track of, like, what's real and what's a rumor. So you can't blame people when they, like, believe information like that, because I fall for shit like that all the time. I fall victim to believing rumors every now and then. It's true that if you get bitten, you blow up a tire while running over a body, you get cured. No, that's speculation, Mel. There's, like, you have to play on time 16 population. It's the only time it actually spawns. So once you play on time 16 pop, and you have 4.6 million zombies on the map, one of those zombies will have a syringe that has the cure. But you gotta keep an eye out for him, because he looks like every other zombie. So you gotta go through all their inventories one by one and search them. Appreciate the follow as well, Cloned Kitty. Welcome on in. It's a lot of zombies. I don't see any zombies. All I see is a road. A perfectly paved, smooth road. To survive, you gotta jump out of a 4-story building, yeah, while spamming crouch on the way down. That is the way. Oh, my character's actually getting cold for once. I may actually have to wear some clothing today. Do you know Private Line? I know Private Line. Like, we're not in each other's DMs, we're not giggling and texting each other at 2 in the morning, but we know each other. Yeah, we played, we've played on a few servers, a handful of times together, on a few different ones, because he joined my Permadeath Sprinter server, like, ages ago. And I'm pretty sure we raided him, what, like 2 days ago, didn't we? Like, we know of each other. No, he's a good streamer, he's definitely worth checking out. So a few of those cross over the bridge. But yeah, no, Lime makes really good videos because he's doing his oh, what was he doing like 2 days ago? He's doing like quotations, the worst character ever. And it's like he's running I don't know how many mods he's running, but his character is just stacked fully with like 50 traits and they're all terrible. It's like he gets sunstroke, he's always overdosing from taking medication, his character has allergies and hay fever, he's weak and unfit, he's got asthma as well, he's hemophobic, he's cowardly, he has claustrophobia and agoraphobia, he's basically got every negative trait under the sun. And he's gonna turn it into a YouTube series, he said. So I'm gonna wait for that one because it sounds hilarious. He's just running so many negative traits, trying to keep his character alive. It's funny to watch. It's like the ultimate 0 to hero build, but he never gets to the hero stage. No hero, only 0. No progression. Permanent pain. Good stuff. But while I go and have a rest, I'll just let any of the zombies that we missed come up to the car, and I'll have a little rest back here where they can't see me, and then we'll fight them in a second, and then we'll go back to the bridge again. Beautiful. Did you know that in Project Zomboid there's a naked man? Naked man with a spear, with a spear, killing thousands of zombies. I need my own custom Easter egg when NPCs get released. I want to be able to kill this man in the future. Like when build 43, 44, I want to see a naked man running around in the woods with a stick in his hand, and I want to gun him down from afar. Gun him down, steal his spear, live his life, become him. Like, I will commission someone to make that mod for me so I can hunt down my previous character. Yeah, rinse and repeat. Back to the bridge, grab some zombies, bring them out here, murder everyone, have a rest, back to the bridge. Slow and steady progress. Let's go grab some zombies. So we're getting there. I can tell that we're making progress because my FPS keeps improving. Like, every time we come down here, my FPS is just a little bit better. Let's grab a giant chunk this time. If vanilla steel spears are added, will I use it if they get added into the game? If they're better, then yeah. Like, I don't have any bias for a specific weapon type in the game. I use whatever is the best weapon at the time for a specific job, you know. Whatever the best tool for the job is, that's what I'll use. So spears are currently the best for killing this many zombies on these settings. If they added steel spears and they were better for doing this job, I would absolutely use them. I wouldn't handicap myself for no reason. I think people who do that are a little bit strange, but I get it. But they've never added a weapon into the game that's, like, been overpowered. There's been, like, quite a few good weapons in the past that have had their moment in the spotlight, but there's never been anything that's, like, been game-breaking. But I imagine if they added, like, metal spears into the game, like actual metal spears, like full metal poles, like scrap pipes and stuff, I imagine to balance them, they'd have to make them weigh a lot more, which would nullify them, basically, in my mind. They wouldn't be worth using, personally. And, like iron tip spears or steel tip spears, I don't know. Maybe. Like a spear that's more durable, if it weighs the same, I don't know, that sounds like it'd be a little bit too overpowered, because low durability spears, well, having low durability with the spears is really like one of the only things that's balancing it. So I don't know how I would feel about it personally. So the only thing to, like, compensate for that is to make the weapon heavier, like all the other crafted spears. So when you attach a hunting knife to a spear, for example, you're making the spear more durable, but it also weighs more. But because it weighs more, it's not as good of a weapon for, like, doing this job. So it's like, okay, that's balanced. You know, that makes sense. But if you made it more durable, but it retained the same weight, that would be incredibly overpowered, I think. Appreciate the follow as well, Conran. Welcome on in. Yeah, steel spear with heavier and slow. Yeah, so if it was heavier and slower, it just wouldn't be as good as the crafted spear currently. Yeah. What about reinforced grips, wooden spear, just to add more durability? I don't know, 'cause it's like... At the moment, the two things that balance the spear, like the two main things that is, the spear is incredibly fragile. It is the most fragile top-tier weapon that exists. It is dog shit for like lasting long in a fight, which is why we make so many of them. So that keeps it grounded. And then the second thing, there are no traits and there are no occupations currently to give it an experience boost. So if you want to get the spear to a good level, where it can actually get to this level, like this stage of the game where it's really strong, you have to kill tens of thousands. Like, you're looking up to a minimum 25,000. You gotta do it the hard way. You can't just level up really fast by choosing the right traits for it. So that makes it more balanced. It keeps it grounded in reality in terms of, like, evening the playing field for all the other weapon types. But if you took those things away, like, if you gave traits and occupations into the pool so you could level the weapon up quickly, and you also added a variant of the spear so it was more durable and it didn't break as fast, you've just taken away, like, the two weaknesses the weapon has. So now it's just good at everything. It'll be the fastest weapon in the game with insane crits, awesome damage, a unique one-hit kill animation that can level up insanely fast, and is also very durable. It's like, oh, and it's craftable as well. It's like, oh shit. This weapon has literally no drawbacks to it then. Yeah, that would be very overpowered. That would break the game. Duct tape a frying pan to a spear. Yeah, like, that's the way they could do it, like Marcy says. So if they added a new spear type into the game, they could balance it and make it good, but they'd have to, like, nerf all the other spears. Like, I said that a while ago with, like, the crafted spear as it currently is. So they nerfed all the spears in the game. So all the spears that have weapon attachments, they used to be just objectively better at everything. They had more damage, more durability, they didn't weigh as much, so they were better with stamina. They were better in every way. However, they changed it so now when you attach weapons to spears, they weigh more, so it combines the weight for the attachment and the spear itself. So now, because they all weigh more, they're all terrible. And now the crafted spear is just better, and that's why we only use the crafted spear. But they should have, in my opinion, nerfed this spear into the ground, and then you'd have a reason to use spears that have weapon attachments again. Like, but they could do the same thing if they added a metal spear, or a spear that has, like, a steel or iron tip. You know, you'd have to nerf this one into the ground, so the default spear just isn't as good anymore. And then you'd have incentive and reason to actually go for the higher tier, like the higher upgraded weapons that may not be, like, super overpowered, but they're just objectively better than the default one that you can make on day one. I don't know. Game balance is hard. Especially with, like, this many weapons in the game and this many skills. It sounds like a fucking headache trying to, like, keep everything in balance without breaking anything, without upsetting somebody. Because somebody's always going to be mad if you buff or nerf something, even in a game like this. I don't know how they manage it. Tactical flashlights on the spear. I won't be satisfied until I can attach my ×8 scope onto my spear. Please, let me attach my red dot sight so I can improve my accuracy. Sharp and probe, yeah. Just, who would win? 4.6 million zombies or one angry boy with a stick? Let's have a gander back over here and grab a big old group again. So I need more of you to cross the bridge so I can stop having to run back here every 5 minutes. Yeah, that should be enough. That's a big group. That should tide me over for a couple of hours. Who needs cushion support shoes? Exactly. I'm making the world my cushion. Alright, so they should all make their way out to that area. I'm gonna chill out here for a second. Out of sight. Out of mind. Yeah, red dot for a javelin. Yeah, laser pointers. Yeah, laser pointer as well. Tracker, everything. I need a silencer for my spear. I'll let him rest a little bit longer. I'll give him until 11 o'clock. That'll be fine then. Oh yeah, too many. Yeah, too many. Let me go have a rest. How to attach assault rifle buttstock to the spear. Yeah. Underslug shotgun attachment when. I need like full customization for my spears, okay? The devs will give us what we require. They are good developers. They listen to the community. I need a bipod for my spear. Yeah, and a sling as well. How many kills do you average right now? A day? I think I'm on about 330-ish. I mean, it's not hard to work out. Let me whip out the calculator. What am I currently on? So I'm on 360 plus 18 and I'll round down. We'll just say 378 days. Yeah, like Bug says there. What kills am I on? 126, 203. 333. Yeah, math. Disgusting. Yeah, 333.87 at the moment. But we're killing like 600 or 700 per day at the moment, so it's like slowly, like steadily increasing. So all we're doing is killing with our main weapon at the moment. Not the total average. Which average?
Pathetic.
What, you want about like just now for like the last like handful of days? Yeah, like 600 or 700-ish, give or take. Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't be able to find like exactly how much I'm averaging now, but yeah, it's around like the 600 to 700 mark. Sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less, but yeah, close to those numbers. Golden. Why you banned on Reddit? Oh, I got banned. It's one of those fucking auto mod ones. Fuck. What did they ban me for? Oh, I'm trying to remember what it was next. I remember I got the email for it, but it basically just stops you from posting stuff. It was something stupid, but yeah. I tried appealing it, but it's one of those auto mod ones, but basically just says no. But they accused me of doing something like altering upvotes or something like that. So, implying I had multiple accounts, I think. Which is like, fine. That's, like, fair play. But yeah. So after that, I just deleted my Reddits. Like, what's the point of having a Reddit account if I can't use it for anything? But that was, how long ago? 6 months? It wasn't that long ago. Yeah, I love auto mod. It's great. Just red paste. Red paste where cheese. Oh, the post. Oh yeah, no, that account. Yeah, that's deleted. Yeah. Yeah, the same account. Yeah. But no, that account got deleted a while ago. But yeah, it's not deleted. It wasn't banned for anything to do with Project Zomboid. It's literally Reddit. It's one of those like shadow ban ones. So basically, they don't ban your account, but they lock you out of like doing certain things. So I think that account got locked out of doing posts. So it's like, oh, so if I can't post anything, what's the point of having my Reddit account? You know? Dick pics. You got me, okay? I had to show my weenus penis, and Reddit did not like me for it. How'd you even get banned on Discord? On Discord? I don't know how you would get banned on Discord. I've never been banned on Discord. Can you even get banned from Discord, actually? Like, you can get, like, I imagine, like, getting banned from a server, sure, but can you actually get banned from Discord, like, the actual app itself? Like... like, DMing stuff. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, because I know Discord has their terms of services, but... no, I've never been banned from Discord. I don't do anything on Discord, to be frank. I don't message anyone, and I don't really reply to a lot of messages either. You're not allowed to say, penis on Twitch either. Oh, you're not? Wait. I'm curious now. Is it banned? I have the power. You can't stop me. I can say whatever I want. I can type the weenus penis. I have the power. I said penis. Periwinkle said penis as well. We all have the power. With great power comes great responsibility. Wield this power with care. No, it's... some things are like really weird on different platforms on what you can or cannot say or do, but... yeah, I try to fly under the radar wherever I go. I don't like getting attention from whatever platform I'm using. I like to be ignored by them. Like, please, just leave me alone. Anytime, like, I get contacted by anyone, it's like always a bad sign. Like, oh, people don't message me very often, so anytime someone does message me or talk to me, it's something bad. I have grave concerns. You said the P word, I have to leave now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know. I'm gonna find my Twitch account banned tomorrow. Your son managed to get his date of birth wrong in an age check, whilst he was racing to do something. You're too young, instant ban. Fair enough. Wait. Surely whatever he was doing, like, he could just make an, like, he was probably doing his account creation, right? He could probably just make, like, start over. If not, that is incredibly scuffed. One misclick and you're gone. That's it. First answers only, I'm afraid. So Twitch bans those terms. Yeah, because I know Twitch does have its auto mod for, like, text and such, but I don't think they're, like, super on it. I think they just have, like, the basic stuff, like racial slurs and stuff. I know, it is pathetic. Don't ban me from saying the weenus penis. He says, with a consistent PZTwitch streamers with an average of 112. Hey, okay? I like to fly under the radar from the establishment, okay? Fight the power. I don't want the people at the top of the chain to notice me. I want to fly under their radar. Because those are the ones that normally fuck things up. Kick might be a good alternative. Oh no, Kick's gonna die. I don't think Kick will be around very long. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Kick will replace Twitch. Anything's possible, but I don't see that being a thing. Kick is Groom Essential. No, Kick, that's something different. Kick is a new streaming, a new streaming site that's basically just Twitch with a different name. Like, literally everything's identical, the entire layout, it's all exactly the same. Yeah, no, what you're talking about is for pedos. Yeah, pedo and pervert central. Don't think Twitch is immortal. No, like, Twitch could be replaced by, like, quite a few different sites, but like a new underdog, Kick, made by streamers who were banned or pretty much alienated by Twitch themselves. Like, I don't see that being a thing. Like, I don't think Kick is gonna, like, you know, get shut down immediately, but I don't see Kick growing. Like, it's an alternative to Twitch, but, you know, it's like streaming on Facebook. Like, you can do it, but I don't think it's going to yield the results you think it will. But no, if I ever stopped streaming on Twitch, I would just go to YouTube. Like, YouTube isn't as, well, it's nowhere near as good for streaming, but it's not horrible. It's not horrendous. If YouTube decided they... Oh yeah, if YouTube, like, kicked up their game for streaming, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, like, any site out there that could replace Twitch for streaming, YouTube is the closest. And they could do it relatively easy, if they really wanted to as well. They wouldn't have to improve on much. No, it's like... There's already a lot of incentives to go over to YouTube for, like, anyone who does streaming. The only people who wouldn't, well, the only people who shouldn't go to YouTube are people who want to get into streaming. If you're brand new, no, it's a terrible decision. You won't grow unless you make YouTube videos. If you just stream and you do nothing but streaming, you won't do any, you won't succeed. You won't do any anything successful on YouTube like that. But if you have a following already, then yeah, absolutely, you can move from one platform all the way over to YouTube and do great. But now, the only people you have who actually do well on YouTube with streaming are people who either have moved over from a different platform with another, well, with their community from elsewhere, or they're people who, they do streaming on the side, but they mostly make YouTube content, so they have, like, proper, well, maybe not long form, but they actually have edited content. Like, YouTube has absolutely no discoverability for, like, people who have no experience streaming. Like, if you start from the ground up, you won't get anywhere on YouTube. I had a look at it, it's terrible. You can't find anyone. Like, oh shit, if you had like 0 viewers or 1 viewer, how the fuck would anyone find you on YouTube? Especially for something like this niche as well. Kick pays you immediately. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything, though. Like, it's a nice incentive to have. Like, Kick has a much better revenue split. And I hear they are a lot better, like, frequent with their payouts and such, which is cool. But if the site doesn't have any viewership, and it's probably gonna die within the next few months, or, you know, first couple of years, it's not really a selling point, you know? And besides, let's say, like, let's go, like, down to the deep hypothetical. Let's say I said, yep, I'm gonna start streaming on Kick. And I started streaming there today. And I wrapped up all my shit on Twitch and I moved over. How many of you would actually come and watch me on Kick? Like, let's be real. Like, how many of you would actually go and start watching me on Kick? Not a lot of you. Like, I wouldn't. If I was watching someone on Twitch or YouTube and they said, you know what? If you want to come find me, I'll be streaming on Twitch from now on. Or on Kick, sorry. I'd say, well, best of luck to you, and I'll see you when you inevitably come crawling back, because I'm not going to that site. Like, everyone I follow is on Twitch or YouTube. I'm not going to go to another website to find you. Yeah, I mean, Kick is, yeah, I mean, it's technically growing. I just don't think it's going to survive. Like, it might, you know. I'm not an expert on, like, streaming sites and such. Just an opinion. But I don't think it's gonna last very long. Like, in the grand scheme of things, you know, I don't see it being a competitor. But, you know, maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe it will be. Time will tell. Who knows? Maybe you can make me eat my words as well in a few months. Maybe I will be streaming on Kick in like a couple of months and you say, I fucking told you. And I'm like, yeah, you did. Yeah, I only just noticed how far back I got pushed as well. Now, fair play. There shouldn't be too many more in front of me. If you want to change games, I wouldn't watch, yeah, fair. Yeah. You want Twitch to die? Don't say that, please. I live here. No. I want, like... I want Kick, or YouTube, or fucking Facebook, any other site that offers streaming, to actually do really well. Because if they start doing well, Twitch will actually get that boot up their ass and actually start pulling their thumb out. You know? Because even though Twitch is, like, probably the worst it's ever been, Twitch is still top dog, currently, for streaming. because they didn't really have any real competition, but there are other things that are growing and they are getting better with streaming. So inevitably, it is going to happen. Like, something is going to start overtaking Twitch, and Twitch is going to start panicking, and they'll start actually doing well. They'll start trying to change things and improve their platform. Hopefully. And worst case scenario, if they don't do that, well then, it doesn't matter. There'll be an alternative that's doing better than Twitch now, so you can just jump ship and go there instead. But no. I would like Twitch to start improving. But I'm very easily pleased, so... they wouldn't have to change that much to make me happy. Like, to be fair, I'm quite content how I am now. Yeah, hopefully YouTube, that would be my go-to. If all the platforms that currently exist, I would want YouTube to be the one that lights a fire under Twitch's arse, because... like, I wouldn't want to stream on Facebook, and I don't want to go to a brand new site like Kick. I wouldn't be against Kick, it's just, you know... something that's already been established, like YouTube. That's already like a household brand, like, everyone knows YouTube. Not many people know about Kick. You know. That would be the ideal. Or I don't know, all people or children in Zomboid. Oh, in zombie games. Well... Steam, and I probably imagine a lot of other organizations or companies would probably get a little bit funny if someone made a game around killing children, even if they are zombies. It's a bit of a taboo subject. And then old people, there's plenty of zombie games that you can kill pensioners. There's even a handful of them that have special zombies, basically, like, designed around the fact that they are old pensioners. It's like their one defining trait that they have that makes them identifiable. They're already dead if they're zombies. Well, I'm sure you can have that argument when you make your own game and people start giving you shit for letting people kill children, even if they are zombies. But it's like, wow, they're technically already dead. Like, anyone who's gonna get upset with you killing something that looks like a child probably isn't gonna listen to that type of logic. Like, I wouldn't mind. It's a video game. It'd be a little bit weird if you made a game solely based around that, but, you know... I don't really care. It's all fake. It's all code. None of it's real. But, I understand why people get a little bit funny around subjects like that. It's like, oh, fuck, what's the game called where you play the guy in the trench coat and you're basically just a mass murderer? It's like Manhunt, I think it's called. Like, people get really funny around that game. It's like, it's not that different than most other games. It's literally just based around murdering and killing people. Like, the Punisher games were, like, pretty similar to that. And it's like, it's just because it, like, took it that little step further and people got a bit funny around it. But no, it's just a video game. Yeah, Hitman as well. Like, there are some pretty, like, gory deaths on some of the levels and stuff, but... yeah. I don't know, people get, like... It's weird where people draw the line with things like that. It's like, I get it, I can follow the logic, but... I don't know, it's kind of weird to draw the line at, you know, is it okay to kill, like, tens of thousands of innocent people in, like, I don't know, a certain level, but then people, or, you know, some organizations and some groups get a little bit offended if you play, like, the Modern Warfare 2 level where you, like, No Russian, where you basically just kill a bunch of innocent people in an airport. And it's like, okay, it's a bit of a weird place to draw the line, like... It's like, same activity, different location. But no, people are a little strange. I'm over 16 and then the apocalypse, please kill me, same. My knees are the real enemy. Characters constantly walking around saying, ooh, my back. let me just catch up a little bit. What did I get to? You think killing old people, pensioners, is a bit too if it's specific. It is, but people get a little bit more funny around killing children. And I get that, that makes sense. Killing pensioners, I don't know, that could be pretty funny if you put it under the right art style. But, I don't know, if you make a game based around solely killing children, no matter how you frame it, it's like, you're gonna look like a bit of a sociopath. Like, it's really, like, it's a bit of a weird thing to make. You can kill everyone on every level. Yeah, but some of the Hitman levels, you can, like... Oh, like, what's the one? There's a few, like... where you can kill people with, like, automated turrets. There's one where you can set a nuke off. There's one where you can get people to get sucked into, like, jet engines and shit. Like, there's quite a few, like, pretty gory deaths that you can have happen, but people don't really bat an eyelid at that, because it's like, it's fine, you know? But then if you did it, like, that's the exact same thing, but you change the type of game, or you change the type of person that you're killing, then people get very funny about it, like, oh, you can't do that, that's wrong. But it's like, it's the same thing. I'm doing the exact same thing to a very similar person, just with, you know, ray tracing and very good graphics. So I can see every bit of detail. Yeah, Youngling Slayer 2000, that's what I want. I want to play a VR game that I get to, like, reenact, like, the Jedi Temple, and I get to be Anakin Skywalker. That's the game I want. To be fair, that would actually probably do really well if they actually made that. That would be a proper meme material game. Gotta hunt down all the younglings. Oh, yeah, Megaton. Yeah, Fallout 3. Yeah. 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 Oh, that got censored, didn't it? In the Japanese version. Like, anytime there's a nuke or anything related to that in a video game, Japan usually nerfs the shit out of it and gets rid of it. Or at least that's what I've been... At least that's the stuff that surfaces that I see. Yeah, for some reason, like, of all countries, Japan has a real stigma around nuclear weapons for some reason. Can't imagine why. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they removed it for the Japan release, yeah. Petition the Indie Stone. Dear Mr. Indie Stone, why can I not kill children in your video game? Sincerely, a sociopath. I mean, you could probably make it into a mod quite easily. You just change the model for a regular zombie. Just make the model for a zombie just smaller. Like, I'm sure that's possible. Someone's probably got to be able to do that quite easily. So, I mean, there's already mods that exist that change the models completely already. So, I don't imagine it's, too much of a stretch to, like, make them smaller. But I know Steam gets a little bit funny around things like that. Release pigs NPCs and put human skill on it. Fuck's sake. I remember, what's a game where, like, the community around the game and the developers for the game butt heads because they just don't agree on it. So Kenshi is a fantastic game, and everyone, well, most people who play it enjoy it thoroughly. It's a really fun game, even if it is a little bit scuffed and a bit rough around the edges. And now the game is, like, post-apocalyptic, and there are themes of slavery around the game where, you know, if your character gets, like, knocked out and slavers find you, they will enslave you and they'll put chains on you and such. The modding community is fucking wild. The slave mods. There are so many well-made slave mods where you can become a slaver yourself, and the devs don't like that. They don't want to encourage slavery in their game. And they won't add it into vanilla. They won't let you enslave people, like, by the means that you can in the mod anyway. And I find that quite funny. Yeah, there's a lot of slavery in country. No, they literally, yeah, literally, like every, well, not every, sorry, I think there's like, well, like 4 or 5 factions that will enslave you if they find you knocked out and they don't like you. So there's the, well, you got the slavers to start with. Then you got the Holy Nation. They fucking love a cheeky bit of slavery. Who else is there? Fuck, what are they called? I'm pretty sure there's like 1 or 2 factions, like Shek factions, that will enslave you if they don't like you. The Rust Bandits won't. Starving Bandits won't. Don't think there's any, like, I don't think any of the robots will. Like, Southeast. Yeah, take a few minutes to fish off the bridge when we finally clear it out. Right. I should have enough, I should be able to get to my car now. There shouldn't really be anything in my way. So I should have head back. I should have gone back home a while ago, honestly. Swing and a miss. Let's wait for all of them to catch up to me. Alright, so we'll come back here tomorrow. Nice body copy you have there. It's beautiful, isn't it? Magnificent. Yeah, the robots with the... Oh, I love the, fucking... What are they called? I can't remember what the name for that faction is, but yeah, the robots that wear the flesh in the southeast section of the map. And they're so chilled out as well when they come up to you for the first time, like, oh, hello, fellow human. Oh boy, I do love breathing air and having my skin. Yeah, because I remember zooming in on them for the first time. I was like, oh, there's a friendly faction all the way down here, of all places. This is the middle of nowhere. I heard this is the endgame area as well. And I zoomed in, I was like, oh fucking Christ, what the fuck is that? And it's a skeleton wearing human flesh. Skin bandage, yeah, that's the one. That's their name. The bridge ain't gonna be clear for at least another 25,000, yeah. I mean, if Twist on Fire's game is anything to go by, we won't be done for another, 35,000-ish. Oh, well, skeletons. Skeletons are what the robots are called. Yeah, they had to choose like the one name that makes it very confusing. Yeah, the skeletons in Kenshi are robots. Missing a wheel? Nah. It's just a visual bug. He's there, in spirit. I don't know what you're referring to. My car is in tip-top condition. It's passed its MOT test. Right. Let's change you to 6 AM. It's a Reliant Robin. Oh, it's a chariot over the gods. Yes. A car that God himself would drive. Designed perfectly for optimal conditions. You may not want to admit it, but this is what peak performance looks like. What food do you keep? What food do you... Oh, food do I eat to keep my weight up? Anything that's like meat-based, typically, so fish and trapping. So I use fishing myself. But yeah, rule of thumb is anything that's an animal is normally quite high in calories. So fishing and trapping will be your go-to, and then if you have no luck with those or you're very early into the game, then junk food for the most part. But junk food is very, like, short-term. It doesn't last very long. The car floats across the ground because it has to. That it does. Just will it into existence. If I want it hard, like if I want it bad enough, I can make it so. My car drives perfectly because I want it to. You just have to use the power of friendship. You know, I will replace this car at some point, but I'm getting my money's worth out of him first. All the basic settings of your world. Insanely rare loot, times 16 population, no respawn for zombies, no respawn for anything, and expanded helicopters for my mods. That's like the summary. There's probably like 1 or 2 other things that have changed in there. Oh, pinpoint hearing as well. That's on now. Yeah, so pinpoint hearing, times 16 zombies. That's like the main part of the game. But yeah, there might be like 1 or 2 other settings that I've changed, but if you want the full list, exclamation mark settings will give you the link for that one. But I don't believe there are many other things that got changed, because this game is, like, this run that we're doing is supposed to be quite simple. In terms of settings, we haven't changed too much. No worries. Beautiful. Let's wait until a good number of you cross the bridge, because I want a really good fight. Really want a lot of zombies. Yeah, that'll do. What is pinpoint, by the way? Sorry, cabs. Pinpoint is that. Pinpoint hearing is like the difference between lowercase and uppercase. It basically just makes everything louder, so, you know, if my car would attract everything around this area normally, like all the way out to about here, pinpoint hearing would attract them all the way down to the bridge. You know, it makes everything significantly louder in the game. So zombies can hear you from so far away. And, because they can hear you from so far away, they can also hear you from multiple towns over as well. So if I'm, like, driving around this area, everything around this area can hear me. And if I'm in West Point, zombies on the highway by Valley Station can still hear me. You know, you cover a lot of range with everyday activities. So you end up finding zombies constantly. Like, nothing hides. Everything is, like, constantly after you. It's great. And because we're running the Twitch integration as well with the helicopters, they're always, like, slowly moving towards me. Because there's just so many helicopters. Because today, like, well, in total, we've had 226 helicopters and jets on this run so far. Generator meta right there, yeah. My generator sat on the other side of the bridge, just relaxing. He's on vacation. Yeah, it's been off for a long time, but there's been so many zombies making their way down to this part of the river that I don't even need to turn it on. There's always a group waiting for me over there. So, yeah, until we thin out the bridge some more, I don't really have a reason to get a Jenny going again for a while. How did you kill so many? With a can-do attitude and a lot of sticks. Is that a katana? No, it's a spear. almost perfectly timed. Golden. His generator... Yeah, he said he came in early and so his generator had a malfunction. Yeah, I heard he lost a few of them, but, you know, in the grand scheme of things, like, losing 2,500 zombies to fire, that's not too bad, you know. He's on like 160,000 at the moment, so that's like a drop in the water. 2,500 zombies, that's like 5 in-game days of killing, if you're going incredibly slow. Enough planks to reach the moon. And we've made a glorious 2,003 spears. It's magnificent. And I'm almost actually out of spears, so we'll have to make a few hundred more soon. At some point. I could have sworn we let more over the bridge. It seems very quiet for how many we let over. Appreciate the follow. Carter, welcome on in. Oh, good stuff. Right, let me go have a rest. I'll come back here in a minute. Right, yeah, still got plenty of spears left as well. Fantastic. Let's grab those zombies that probably followed me over there. Get rid of you. Yeah, very quiet. Yeah, it might be time to go down to the bridge. Again. I'm getting the weirdest feeling of deja vu. Make sure I did get the last of them. Nope, looks quiet to me. Off we go then. Let's grab another big group. And I'll try and let a few more than last time seep over. Let's give them all a chance to catch up. There, that should be plenty of time. Coming back to see to the stream, finding Lamprey with carpenter's heads. Hey. Hey, okay? Could have been anybody. Pretty sure the followers were more goth. But yeah, you can't prove this was me. Same with all the spears that we found in West Point. That could have been anybody. Yeah, this doesn't fit my MO at all. I would never do such a thing. Oh, sus. Looks like a scene out of 300. Our zombies will blot out the sun. Well, then we will fight in the shade. Magnificent. Yeah, to be fair, they have enough units to be part of the Persian army, don't they? Good stuff. Yeah, we're not doing too bad though so far. We are almost just under 7,000 kills up so far today. And it's taken me 10.5 hours. That's not too bad. Yeah, it's a fucking miracle that even works. Yeah, because you know there's at least minimum 2,000 dead bodies around this area. So, I mean, fuck, 9 days. Actually, there's probably more. There's probably closer to, like, 5,000-ish. Like, given how many zombies that we average per day, and it takes them about 9 days to despawn, there's probably about 5,000 plus dead bodies on this road currently. So, yeah, it's quite funny that it does actually run as well as it does, given that fact. Is there a limit of bodies that can be on the ground? I think there is. I don't know. If there is, it's probably never been achieved. Because I've seen dead bodies disappear right in front of me on this game today. Like specifically, like today as well. So I haven't reached the limit. So you know it's got to be something over 5,000 bodies overall on the entire map. And it's kind of hard for a human being to kill more than this. Like, there's still, like, potential to kill more. You could probably get close to, like, well, like, anywhere from, like, 7,000 onward. Like, 7,000 plus bodies. If you max out all your skills and you're using, like, a very efficient weapon, and you just invest all your time into killing, you could probably kill somewhere between, like, 7,000 and 10,000 zombies within 9 days. And, oh, sorry, not 7,000 to 10,000. Like, anything like over 5,000 to 10,000. And have them all around here. Yeah, I don't think you could really get any more than that, honestly. Oh, fucking... I'm assuming that's a limit, because that's, like, as high as it can count or some shit like that. Or that's your guess. Well, I will take that at face value, then. You can't prove that that's not the number, okay? Bug is secretly correct. He's got that insider information. Just a maximum number of the game that can be achieved. When you say, like, maximum number of the game that can be achieved, what do you mean, like, maximum number that can be achieved? I know, like, games have, like, a hard limit on, like, in terms of code, like, how high can they actually count before it kind of, like, wraps back around and breaks everything. They could have gone to, you know, 4.2 billion, as you do. If they went unassigned in 32. Fair. It wasn't viable to play. Oh, yeah, you couldn't even play it on, like, ×8. Like, you could go to Louisville on that pop, but the second you went close to a building, when it tried to spawn them in, done. Game crash. Not always, but a lot of the time. Those buildings spawn in thousands of zombies, and the game just doesn't like doing that. the end. That was fun. But, yeah, they have made it run so much better since then. And it's only gonna get better. It's just a limit game, can't count higher than that. Well, like, why? Because it's Java, or what? Why is that the limitation? Yeah. Like, I'm not questioning your information, I just don't know that much about coding and game design. I'm very, like, I can't write that much code. My code is, it would make the devs blush, I'm sure. That's the max value of infinity. Oh, fair play. Fair enough. That makes sense. I understand now. My monkey brain computes the information that you've given me. Unfortunately for you, though, I can't count past number 6. My brain does not go that high, unfortunately. Just gonna leave that one there, because I feel like I'm gonna get overrun, just with the amount of zombies I had. And it's getting close to the end of the day now anyway, so... Let me use the car that I don't actually care about. Right, and before I do that, I'm gonna go grab myself another drink. I'll be less than 2 minutes. Right, I'm back. Happy days. What have I missed? Not too much. Good stuff. Let me just make sure everything's still working. Yeah, we're all still good to go. Right. But yeah, let's kill these zombies now. Insert that a joke here? Don't you dare. It is forbidden. The puns, please. I am whiffing a lot of my hits. Let's have a quick rest, then we'll go grab the others. What chance would the jet drop? Oh, an airdrop? None. 0. No chance. Impossible. Yeah. No, that's a different one. That's the Samaritan Aid. Or, one of those drops. The jet is just like a fighter jet flying overhead. It doesn't drop anything. There's no chance of that happening. Yeah, whiffing a lot of hits. I must have drank too fast. Which cut do you like better? Dashley or... Oh, the Franklin All-Terrain? Well, if I had to choose between the two, the Franklin All-Terrain. But I prefer neither of them, personally. Like, I'd rather have a step van as my main vehicle, given the choice of any car in the game. But, at the moment, I don't actually have, like, a main vehicle. I just pick whatever is close by and is working. I'll use that one until it starts to break down. And I'll swap it out for something else. Oh, well, that's the last of them. Let's have another quick rest. Jets fly over so fast. Does it really have a big impact on the zombie movement? Yeah, they're pretty loud as well. Like, they're very similar in volume to the helicopters. They just don't linger. So as they fly overhead, the zombies will normally just walk straight towards the path. Like, the line that the jet flew over, where it's strafed. And they'll just walk out to that area. Whereas the helicopter tends to, like, fly directly over my character, but then linger for a short while. So it brings the zombies closer to wherever I am. Wake up, zombie. Time to go to work. Well, they're all great workers. They all have their alarms set. You know, we hear them all the time. They're very dedicated. I wish I had their work ethic. Yep, there's another one. What a resilient soul. Yep, swing and a miss. Got him. Hey, individual. Welcome on back. Long stream? Yeah, change of schedule this week. So I'm on very early, but I'm on almost just as late. So big old 14-hour stream. At the very most, that is. May end a little bit early, but... yeah, it's longer than what I normally go at. Because on the normal schedule, I would have been done about 44 minutes ago at the very most. Yeah. Living the dream. I should have a few more zombies. Yeah, good stuff. I've still got a couple of hours left. Did you move the car? Yes. I saw how many zombies I pulled from the bridge, and because it was getting so late, like it was 5 o'clock when we pulled them, I was like, oh. The amount that I pulled, I thought, fuck, maybe I pulled too many. I'm gonna end up losing my car again. So we've had like multiple days today where I've grabbed too many zombies too late into the day, and I haven't had time to kill them all. So I've had to run back home on foot and abandon my car. So I'm just using the trucks. I don't need the trucks. It doesn't matter if it gets overrun. Will you eventually level all weapons? Oh yeah, yeah. Eventually we'll do every single skill in the game. They'll all be level 10. Like, I've already done a little bit of my weapons. I've been, I should have done short blade level 5 by now, but I've been putting it off. But I'll probably do it tomorrow. I'll probably make a start. I'll get that one to level 5. But yeah, eventually they'll all be maxed out. Nah, I think that's all of them. Fair enough. We don't use PayPal? No, I have a PayPal. I don't really use it for anything, but I do have a PayPal. It's what my donation link is linked up to. Hello, Tennism as well. Hello, hello. Getting greedy? A little bit. Yeah, I have been greedy a few days today. Grabbing a few too many zombies at once. But yeah, of no consequence though. No grabs, no injuries, nothing relevant. Just wasting a little bit of time because I'll have to... If I grab too many zombies, like at this point in the day, and I can't get to my car, I have to run all the way back home on foot, and that takes quite a little, well, quite a while in comparison. No, it turns out I didn't actually grab too many. I'll turn this one off until tomorrow then. Yeah, it is 11 o'clock though, so that's my cue to head home. Prefer to donate directly to the streamer than Bezos. No, that's fair. The notifications and everything come through, but I need to fix them at the moment because that donation link, it comes up on stream, but I can't read any text that you put. Yeah, that one goes directly to my PayPal. It's in the About section. So yeah, I need to fix that one because I can't see what people have written when they donate through that way. I need to, like, add text-to-speech or something to it. Spawning's with 11 hours? Yeah, and potentially 3 more. Do the donations count towards Hellies? Nah, it won't call them in at the moment. It's not linked up to anything. Don't want to be that guy, but your car's missing a tire. Nah, you're mistaken, Tenezel. It's a common misconception, but if you look carefully, the tire is actually there. You know, you're seeing things. You know, might want to get your eyes checked or your glasses adjusted. Because there is a tire there, it's just, you know... Some people haven't been able to see it today for some reason. Must be a visual issue. It's there in spirit. How many tires does a car really need anyway? Would you be surprised to learn that you can actually drive a car that doesn't have any wheels? You won't get very far, but you can do it. It's gonna get a big fat zombie in the backseat. Yeah, exactly. You know, counteract it. That's full. No worries. I forgot, yeah, I'm overloaded, because that's a thing. I appreciate the dono. 20 old pounds. You'd have to tell me what you wrote, because I can't see that. Like I said, you'd have to tell me what you wrote with that dono. I need to fix that. Because I can see that you wrote something, I just can't see what you said. No, appreciated. Big old dono. That kind of adage. Anything can be food if you try hard enough. I want to be like that guy who ate a plane. 25 USD is 20 pounds. Oh, fair play. Yes, today we're learning about conversion rates. I don't have any rotten food, do I? No, fantastic. Oh, thanks for the long stream. Oh, fair play. Well, appreciated. Oh, they're both done, aren't they? Oh, shit. I have an extra fillet. That'll do. Are you worried about food? Oh, getting food with a change to farming and fishing in Build 42. I mean, it's going to change how I play the game quite a lot, because I rely very heavily on fishing. I chase after the things that are the most efficient to get whatever job I want done, finished. And fishing is the best for weight gain and for food in terms of, like, time invested. I don't have to spend that much time doing this to keep my character healthy. So the fishing rework is going to change all of that. And it's not going to be nearly as powerful as it is now. I don't know how it's going to be, because there's a lot of things that are going to change in Build 42. Like, fishing's getting completely reworked. They're adding hunting at some point. Husbandry is going to be a thing. You're probably going to be able to butcher the animals and all that stuff for food. And they're adding more crops and all of that stuff into the game. And no doubt they're going to adjust, like, non-perishable, like, junk food and such as well, at some point. So it's going to be interesting, but I'll find the best way to play in terms of, like, well, in terms of, like, what works for my playstyle, at least. Voice husbandry? Think like farming with animals, so chickens, cows, sheep, livestock, basically. Yeah, taking care of animals, yeah, so it's just getting resources from livestock, so, you know, getting wool from sheep and milk from cows, and then obviously butchering them all for their meat and eggs and all that kind of stuff. Like farming, proper farming, not just vegetables. Yes, we're gonna have a steak farm. Appreciate the follow as well, Ek. Happy days. Yeah, true hunter-gatherer gameplay. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I'm looking forward to it. Always enjoy a new change and a new challenge. Oh, I don't need you anymore, do I? I'm still on 75. That's fine. I've been kind of, like, half-assing my food for a while now, but he'll be okay for the time being. Let's go do some more killing. Eat so much fish is developing gills. If I eat enough fish, I can gain their power. I'm just trying to, like, acquire enough of the fish's power so I can just spend my entire life in the Ohio River. That's the dream. It's a very smooth driveway exit. It's the only time I get to drive like that. It's great. It's like, ah yes, no zombie bodies. I can whip my car around without rolling him over. Beautiful. Yeah, good stuff. Eat enough crabs, become crab people. So that's the thing. I wonder if they'll add any stuff like that in the game. They've already, like, shown all the extra fish they're gonna add into the game. So that's gonna be interesting. So I wonder if they'll add any other options, like maybe for trapping and such. Yes, more seafood. All the seafood. Let's see if I missed anyone from yesterday or not. No, looks pretty quiet to me. So let's go back to the bridge. Yes, go to bridge, acquire zombies, profit. Alright, this is looking far thinner than it has in the past. Yeah, we're definitely making progress. That'll do for now. Wish they would add horses. I mean, they probably will at some point. What to hunt seals? I require my baby seal leather boots. Anytime today, they will add horses. Probably. I don't think they've confirmed that, but, you know, it's one of those things. If they're gonna add animals and NPCs into the game, they'll probably do horses. To, like, what extent, who knows, but I'd be surprised if they never do that. Yeah. There's so many horse ranches, but no horses. Where are my ponies? I want to go to that pony stable. That's close to Ekron. I want to find myself a little tiny pony I can gallivant on. It's not about efficiency, okay? It's about sending a message. Not using tailoring? No, I've maxed out tailoring. All my clothing is tailored. But because it's 28 degrees Celsius, I can't really wear my clothing at the moment without overheating my character. And by extension, demolishing my fatigue. So yeah. So as stupid as my character looks, this is unironically what peak performance looks like. In terms of insulation and temperature management, this is quite literally what close to optimal performance looks like. So I'm a little bit high, but there's nothing more I can do at this stage. Yeah, wearing clothing would ruin him at the moment. Zombie horses? Nah, that will never be in the game. Yeah. Horses, possibly. That sounds like something they would add, but they've already... I'm almost certain I remember them going on record saying they're not doing zombie animals. They're not going to add any... It's not going to be like 7 Days to Die where you have zombie vultures and bears and dogs running around. It's... I can't remember where it was. I swear, though, I remember them saying the Nox virus, or whatever they were calling it in the game, is exclusive to humans. So no animals. Nothing like that. They might change their mind, though. You know, they might do it in the future, who knows. But I don't think they will. I think they're pretty committed. No zombie horse lasagna. So many things they could get. Yeah, I mean, they could change everything. There's so many different ways they could go with the game, so it'd be interesting to see how it progresses. Because you'd be surprised how much it's changed over, like, the last 10 years. Like, this looks nothing like what the game was like back in, like, 2014. They don't look remotely similar beyond, like, the isometric view. This looks so much better. Yeah, good stuff. I thought Roll had a good take on zombie animals. He said whether it's a bear or a zombie bear. Yeah, that's a pretty good take. And it's like, ah, yes, a zombie bear or a regular bear. Eh, not too much difference between the two, is there? Either way, I'm pretty fucked. Yeah, why zombify the animals? And yeah, pretty much, you know. Zombie seals. No, I want them to add an end game. I want it to be like at the point where you kill like 1 million zombies. Little Spiffo, little zombie raccoon comes from the brush, and it looks like a normal raccoon, but it lunges at you like the rabbit from Monty Python. Just fucking from the Holy Grail. Spiffo just lashes onto your neck and rips out your throat. This is how you died. No one gets out alive. They should have lost me. Yeah, I was gonna say around about here-ish. What are your goals? Oh, that depends. You're asking me in game? Do everything I can and pretty much come as close to 100% in the game as I possibly can get to. If you're asking me in real life, well, I'm gonna have an existential crisis if I think about that too long. But no, in the game we're doing, we're going for a new PB and going for a new world record, so I'm trying to get past my 3-year Twitch game, and then eventually get past my 10-year offline game. And the ultimate goal would be to kill every single zombie on the map, but that's probably not going to happen with this character, because that's thousands of hours, and Build 42 will probably come out before then. It's not enough time. But, substitute that, I would like to try and hit 1 million before Build 42 gets released. Years offline. Yeah, that one is like people get a bit funny around that game because obviously it's not a streamed run, so people like it's been very controversial, shall we say. But my PB was 10 years 3 months 9 days, I think, as well, and then 13 hours, and that was 735,000 kills. So I'd like to pass that one at some point, but before I get to that one, I gotta beat my 3-year Twitch game, so that one is my personal best for a game that's been streamed from start to finish. I clicked through several PC mice. I've had to replace my mouse recently. Like, I had to swap the mouse. My mouse was double-clicking when I didn't want it to. And I only noticed it when I was in Photoshop. It was like, I was using the pen tool and it was really annoying because it kept fucking up what I was doing. And so I was questioning myself when I was in the game, because I couldn't tell if my mouse was breaking or not while I was playing the game during that day. Yeah, one of each car, yeah. Basically just find one of every item, get one of every car, repair them all, level every skill to level 10, kill over 1 million zombies, survive for as long as possible. Find all the VHS tapes, the CDs, the books, the magazines, go to every town. Basically just go for like a full checklist of everything that you could possibly do with a single character, within reason. How did you die? Got bored. Like, I didn't die because I, like, had a major skill issue. I died because I started doing really dumb stuff because I was done, like, finished with the game. Because it wasn't, like, a super difficult game. It sounds really impressive when you say, I survived for 10 years in-game, but it was only on Default Apocalypse.
What the fuck was that?
And I am far better at the game than I was, well, far better now than I was then, but even still, like, I've been playing the game for, like, thousands of hours at that point, because it was only 2 years ago I finished it. But Default Apocalypse doesn't really provide any severe challenge at that point, like once you know all the ins and outs of things to avoid. But that was during the COVID lockdown in the UK, so I wasn't working at the time, so I was just waiting to go back to work. So all I did was play Project Zomboid all day, every day, for a while, about like 6 months, 8 months, I think it was. Yeah. Well, I died in West Point. I was in the office building next to the Gigamart and across from the food market. I was upstairs. I burned to death. Well, technically I died to the zombies first, but I burned afterwards. But, yeah, I trapped myself in the corner of the room upstairs. Because I was just doing stuff that you shouldn't do, which is like fighting indoors, lighting everything on fire. Really dumb stuff. But, no, I died in that one because I cornered myself in the back room upstairs. Because I was just basically playing with death, like, taunting it. And I was going to jump out the window upstairs, fall downstairs into the bottom room, and then run away. However, I didn't notice that the window was closed, so... yeah, I ended up trapping myself in the corner of the room, which was quite funny. Hey, it's Barefoot as well. Hello, hello. You have to justify stuff. Oh, no, I'm not justifying, I'm clarifying. Difference, yeah. No, I've already gone on record multiple times saying I don't really care if people believe that one's real or not. Like... But, I gotta clarify on it, because there are people who get a bit funny around it. Yeah, once you have, sustainability achieved. Yeah, you can pretty much go as long as you want, so long as you don't get bored, you know? It's only when you start getting bored in the game you start making really dumb decisions, or you start not paying attention as much as you should be, and that's when you make that one silly mistake that ends the entire run. But no, you can live almost forever if you really want to. If you're really, like, really adamant about doing that. It's, it doesn't require a lot either. You just have to be, like, extremely patient. Must have been really tedious in Default Apocalypse fighting zombies. No, it was really easy. You know, like, all I did was literally... I remember driving down this road frequently. It was literally... At the start of the game, for like the first year, it was basically just doing whatever I felt like to begin with, getting all my stats done. Because I didn't max out all my stats with that character. But getting myself all set up. And then I would travel, like once I was ready to, from Rosewood down to Muldra, through Muldra, through Dixie, up to Muldra again, sorry, West Point, and then down to the mall. And then when I'm done there, I would just go back the same way in reverse and just do the thing all over again. And then periodically I would go to Marchridge as well, like whenever I felt like getting more kills. And it gave me enough time really to like go to one location, kill a bunch of zombies, run out of zombies, and then by the time I moved to the next location, they've all respawned there. And it was basically just going back and forth, so it was a little bit tedious, but it wasn't hard finding them. But I couldn't get my kill average, like the amount of kills I was getting per day, I couldn't get that super high. Because there weren't enough zombies in the game. Because that one ended with an average of 198 per day. It was around like just under 200 kills per day over 10 years. But on this one, we're doing like almost 350, and it's not even like, we're not even 2 years in. Just because there's time 16, there's zombies fucking everywhere. And I don't have to worry about trying to wait out the respawn timer or anything like that. Still have your walking, I walk with corpses. So comfy. This man probably has the most healthy joints in the game. No knee pain, no ankle soreness or anything like that. He just walks on a pillow with dead bodies everywhere. The softest ground you could ever find. I thought I heard one behind me. Shouldn't be that many more ahead of me now. Right, but let me pause for a second while I read, because it's a little bit dark at the moment in my game, so I can't really read and concentrate on the game at the same time like I normally can. Every time you walk over a corpse brings me back to how Raw's character died. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that the zombie that you could barely see. Good times. Fake dead. Oh no, he had a zombie, like, basically he was in Muldra fighting zombies, and he had his menus open like this, and he was zoomed out a little bit as well. So, he was fighting a bunch of zombies, he turned around to walk away, but underneath his menu, kind of disguised between all the dead bodies and the ground, was a zombie wearing, like, mostly grey, bland colors, and it blended in so fucking well. And it wasn't moving either, because it was looking away from him. So there was no motion either. And as he zoomed out, the zombie grabbed him, and I think it bit him. I think it was a bite that landed, and that's how he lost his character. And that's his old PB, I think? Because I know he's past it now. He's on 135,000 with that character. But I think he's on 150 now with a new one. But, yeah, like, I didn't see the zombie. I had to watch the clip twice to actually see it. Like, it blended in really well. Have you been chanced on this character? I don't know what that means. Have I been chanced? I don't know what you're asking me. Oh, chance of bite. No, I haven't been grabbed by any zombies on this run yet. We are completely untainted. My character is pure. He's nice and clean. Oh god, let me pause my game for a second so you can see what I see. No. Like, look at that zombie there to begin with. And now let me show you what I see in my game. In my game, it's slightly darker. He's fucking invisible. If they're not moving, they're so hard to see when they're like that. It's such a bad time. Yeah. It's why I'm always as loud as possible. Zombies are so much easier to see when they're, like, moving. Even if they're only, like, slightly moving. Oh, it's so much easier to spot them. Right, I'll head back in a minute anyway, because I can barely see anything. Yeah, let's head back now. It's not enough zombies. There was Clark Burt, but there were more after him. Yeah, I know he did a few... I think he did like a handful of like no loot runs or things like he did a few runs that had like a gimmick to them. Like there was no loot in the world, or he was doing like a nomad type build or something like that. Like he was doing like things beyond like just times 16. Yeah. That's my second tire. I don't need tires to steer. I go where I want. Well, it looks like we're replacing this car then. I think we've had our fill. So, I'll go hunt for a new one now. You think I need tires to steer my car? You're fucking mistaken. Oh, off we go. Who does Lamprey think will win the Stanley Cup this year? What the fuck's the Stanley Cup? We don't need tires where we're going. Hey, Paul. Hello, hello. That's not that many of you. I thought there was a giant group for a second, then. That's like I thought we were done around this area. It's not that many of them. All right, where's that car? There's a little Jeep down here I want to grab. There he is. And this is where you're going to live from now on. Yeah, you're in great condition. I'll take you. Watch the engine quality though. I'm not too concerned about the engine quality. But 87 is more than enough. But no, these cars are all just kind of like temporary. Oh, that's a mistake. Let's grab some gas. And we'll leave this one here. I'll come back for it another time. Where are you? Where are you? Where am I? There I am. Yeah, there shouldn't be that many around this area, honestly. We should get through this quite quickly. This is sketchy. Nah, it's not too bad, honestly. Like, if I was down by the mall, like the bridge, I wouldn't be doing this, but West Point is pretty much empty. It's the only reason why I'm here. It's because I know there's not going to be that many in my way. I'm not gonna get caught off guard by, like, you know, 1,000+ zombies coming over the horizon. It should only be a handful. Get rid of you. Golden. Alright, we're done here. How you liking the streaming hours? We prefer it. It's okay. Yeah. It's nice to, like, have a nice long stream. But like I've been saying, it might be... the schedule might hang around for a while. It might only last for this week. It's because well... doing my work, like my farmhand work and all of that stuff, it's all over the place. Like, I don't have a set schedule for that. So I stream... based upon like what hours I have and when I'm working and where I'm working. So in the last like 3 months, I've moved to 6 different places and my work hours have been all over the place. But yeah, it's not too bad to manage, honestly. I didn't even see you. Yeah, it's a very spicy fog and storm today. Hopefully it'll blow over by tomorrow morning, though. Cozy weather, I know, right? Yeah, we might even stay here until the storm blows over, so I'm gonna get my gas and my generator refueled, so I can actually turn my lights back on. I know, romantic, I know. I am a romantic at heart, I swear. I gotta crack out the candles. Yeah. Golden. Yeah, it's been a while since we've been back here. One candles, by the way. Oh yeah, they're in game already and they are basically useless, yeah. Yeah, that is all correct. Right, let me get my alarm set. So I'm a little bit over on my normal time. And I'll check my crops, seeing as I'm back here again. See how they're doing. And seeing as I'm here as well, might as well wash my character. Yeah, they're all good to go. Yeah, no, they're all fine. Good stuff. I don't really want to go fighting during a storm, so I might just take this day off. Honestly. To be fair, it wouldn't be a bad place to end it, to be fair. 7,600 kills. I think we did pretty good. Might end it there, actually, 'cause we're almost 12 hours into the stream, anyway. Like to see oil lamps. That would be pretty cool. And more options for lighting and such. Yes, we are a bit limited on choice. Currently. Yeah, I think that is where I'll end it. Also, you're covered in blood again. No, I think that's where we'll end the stream today.
I have introduced myself. You have introduced yourself. This is a very good conversation.
I know, and I end my day by getting dressed. I can't help myself. I'm sorry. Hello, French Canadian as well. Hello, hello. But no, I think we've done good today. 12 hours. So we did 7,600 kills. So I'm a little bit short on my target. But I don't think I'd make it to the 10,000. So I've only got 2 hours left. I gotta kill 2,300-ish. So I don't think I'd get that anyway. But no, I appreciate you guys joining me today. Appreciate all the chatters, all the lurkers, all the donos, all the gifted subs and the follows. Yeah, 'cause that helicopter counter is fucking flying up now. It's hilarious how quickly it's growing. But I'll be back tomorrow. Same time as today and yesterday. So, for those of you who are new, and for those of you who are long-time viewers, my schedule is different this week, so I will be on at 10 AM tomorrow, not the usual 1600, and that is GMT +1. Appreciate the follow as well, Maury. I'll let your jet get called in as well. And French Canadian as well, happy days. But I'll see you guys tomorrow in that fucking those fucking emotes, Paul. But yeah, if you want to find out when I'll be online, if you can't remember my schedule, you can follow or you can join the Discord. Either way, it's all the same. But yeah, let's find somebody to raid. Because we did Private Lime on Monday, we raided Red Naru yesterday. Let's see who's online today. Who is on the board? So we've got Nomis, Mark Martins, Beating Buzzers. I don't think I've raided Beating Buzzers for a while. He normally finishes like far before me. I'm gonna take the opportunity while I have it. Let's give Buzzers a raid and see what he's up to. You know, saving Knox County, clearing the neighborhood for prep for leaving Louisville. Oh, he's in Louisville. Fair play. Let's go see what he's up to then. And I'll catch you all tomorrow at 10 AM. Happy days.